Welcome, welcome, welcome. May the 4th be with you. What's going on, geeks? How y'all doing this evening? Welcome to Weigh In Wednesdays, our live show here on Grown A Geeks that we host so far every Wednesday since we started. Um, another Wednesday. I see that I have to do a better job of advertising our shows on Wednesday because consistency is the key, and we've been doing every Wednesdays. But if you don't put the advertisement out there, if you don't let people know that you are going to be live on Wednesdays, they might not be aware. Um but despite that, we are here. We are going to do what we do. We are going to talk about all the cool things that are happening in the world of geek. um I am looking for, I've got my whole little admin setup here, everything that I'm doing and the stuff that I typically have going on. I'm trying to find it. Why is it not showing it to me? I'll get to that in a moment. Let me get my comments up here. Yeah, don't really have a full schedule for tonight. We're going to leave the format very open. Going to take some comments, going to try to bring in some callers. Um, Gave most of the staff, most of the mods, the night off. A lot of people are kind of tied up. They're a little bit busy, so they weren't able to join and jump in. Um, but we push on. We are here regardless. So, that Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer, let's get right to it. The little tease for Darth Vader there at the end, that was kind of nice, very very enjoyable. Give you something to look forward to for those people who remember the prequels. It looks like they're trying to redeem themselves from the prequels. Give us something good. Give us something that we might like. And it's looking pretty good so far. Everything I've seen from it had already, let's see, dismiss that, had already looked really, really good. So I was already hyped for the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV series. Obi-Wan's one of my favorite characters, and truly, truly, like, even the Star Wars really revolves around the Skywalker family, and it's kind of crazy that a galaxy far, far away, and everything revolves around this one family. There's a lot of people that are intertwined, but it all comes down to this one family. So I think Obi-Wan is perhaps one of the greatest catalysts for all the events in the universe. He's a part of the prequels, the original trilogy, and to some degree, I thought they were going to do a little bit more to have him included in um, the new trilogy. I don't know which you have a prequel. Like, is there a postquel? Can we call it that? Can we call it the postquels? Since that sounds really dumb, we'll call the postquels. I'm just gonna make up a word there. Um, but yeah, that he had very, very little hand in the new trilogy, and that's for good reason. It shows there. I don't know. I've always been a fan of Obi-Wan. I think he's, the great negotiator and whatnot, and of course the hello there. And Ewan McGregor has really brought that character to life and done so much for that character. When we see the Clone Wars, we see everything that he went through, saw that he fell in love, and I won't really say how he struggled with that temptation, but I mean, my man straight up said, like, if you had asked, I would have left the order. So he was there and he was willing and he was ready. And so kind of want to see his the rest of his story. We know how his story ends, so it's not like it's a major surprise, a major shock, or anything that you have to wonder about. And that's always weird whenever you do something that fits in a definite timeline, like Rogue One. We went into Rogue One knowing exactly what was going to. We knew that many Bothans were going to die. If you didn't know anything about else about that. You knew that many Bothans were going to die, and that they had to get the plans onto the Cadillac, the cruiser, and that they would be the plans for the Death Star. Since we don't have an endorsement from them, I'm not going to show the logo on their cup. They want to give us an endorsement, you know. The Lord's Chicken wants to bless us, then I'm for it. I'll take that sponsorship. Kind of working this in between, you know, my off days and whatnot. I'm working on a couple of home projects, trying to remodel a bathroom. Oh my God, that's such a, that is a challenge. And it is draining. I had to literally take a nap. I was, you know what? It wasn't so much that I was talking to myself. There was somebody that was hanging out, and but I was just getting out my thoughts. I wasn't talking to myself. I don't have my team on tonight, so to speak. But no, I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to you, the viewer, whoever was going to join me at some point. That's who I was talking to. This, you know, when radio hosts go on, they're talking to the people who are listening, whoever that may be. If someone is listening, if no one's on that station, then they're still talking. So that's what was happening. That's how that goes. The sad part is I was doing it and doing it well. I was having a whole conversation though. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's what it was. Well, I digress. So yeah, we had the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer, the new official. Yeah. Oh well, yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. We'll definitely get back to that bathroom remodel because not cheap. But yeah, so on May the 4th, and I do have on my Star Wars May the 4th, I have my Grogu wanted shirt. So that's 2 weeks in a row, my Grogu representing my boy, my junior Jedi. So I had to, you know, get my Star Wars on today. I was actually shocked. My job, we have to use smartphones for our interface in the program that we work on. And my job, being hip as they are, they actually had a May the 4th be with you banner when we log into our system that we use at work. And I thought that was actually pretty cool of my company to do that. So that was nifty. So other Star Wars content out today. Saw a lot of memes. For those of you who are not a part of our Facebook group, we have a bunch of cool stuff in our Facebook group. And some of the stuff that's there, matter of fact, boom, hit that QR code up in the corner. That'll take you to all things Grown A Geeks. You can find all our cool stuff. But most importantly, you'll find our group. You'll find our Facebook group. You'll find our YouTube channel. I guess now I have to put the Twitch on there because we have a whole Twitch channel, and I'm live streaming currently on the Facebook group, the YouTube channel, and the Twitch. So, you know, I hear people say all the time, like, you know, make sure to hit a like, give us a subscribe, follow, and you know, it's just what people say. But no, I get it now. It makes a big difference in the views that we get, the advertisements that become available for us, and things like that. So, yeah, I would love it if you guys would like and subscribe to the channel. That would be awesome. So QR code right there. Please and thanks. And I'll flash the QR code back up there at some point later before it goes away. This is Weigh-In Wednesdays. So I am taking your questions, answering your questions to the best of my abilities. I'll have some people jump in here in a little bit. I've got other people who come into they hop into the green room, they join me, and they don't have me sitting here talking to myself, as Alex pointed out. But so bathroom remodel. Yes, we are doing a bathroom remodel. And before anyone asks, no, my wife will not let me do the bathroom full geek the way I want it to. It is going to be a subway tile, big, huge ass double sink thing that she wants. And we're taking what used to be our garden tub, because we've been in this house 11 years. We've never used the garden tub. I think maybe twice. Once to like bathe the dog, and I think another time my nieces and nephews came by. And so, little kids like bubble baths. So, okay, we'll put them in the bubble bath, and we ran a bath for them. That's about it. That's the only time that we've actually used the tub. So we're taking the big garden tub out. We're putting a shower in its place. So the shower is going to be a 50 by 60. No, excuse me. 60 by 55 will be the shower portion. And it's going to have like I was going to do the rainfall spray, shower head and everything, but I kind of read up on it. A lot of people, rainfall is just for looks. It's just to be able to say you have a rainfall shower head, but it's not functional or anything like that. So I'm going to forego that. I'm just going to go with like a traditional shower head, but I am going to get like the little wand, and we'll have the little spray wand and whatnot, just because I wanted that part myself. And so we're going to get that. And yeah, see, I know that's what I was saying. It's my fault. I have to do a better job of advertising it. And since I did not put it out there, it's on me. I do have my drink. I've got my drink. I always have my drink. If I'm going to be on here talking for a while, gotta stay properly hydrated. Can't be too parched. But yeah, so that's the shower. Oh, we're taking the original stand-up shower, the single shower, and we're going to make that into a closet. So it'll be a linen closet where the shower was, a big-ass shower where the garden tub was, and we're changing out the 60-inch countertop for a 72-inch countertop. Because it's really weird. Our 60-inch countertop was a single sink with like a little vanity spot, but just the layout didn't really work, and I don't understand why they set it up the way they did. So we're changing that out. And with that being changed out, that's just going to change the whole design of the bathroom. I wanted, of course, there was like really cool stuff that we could find. Like I have a rug in this room. So this room is where all the geek stuff is. As you can see, like there's my whole Star Wars wall, all my pop figures, all my Superman stuff is primarily on this wall over here with the TV. The video game systems and everything are in here. All of my graphic novels, a lot of my comics, a ton of books, big collection of movies down there. This is the room I get to have my stuff. And I've got a rug that is actually a Star Wars themed rug. It's the Millennium Falcon and a couple of TIE fighters. Not TIE fighters, X-Wings. Yes, Millennium Falcon, some X-Wings that it's flying, and that's the rug. So, of course, when you get ready to like redesign your bathroom, when you're a geek, you find all of this stuff that you can get. Like you mess around and find yourself on Pinterest or something, man. They have a ton of geek merchandise. But it's crazy because it's all like specifically themed. Like you can do an entire Batman bathroom, no problem. Like you want to do a Spider-Man bathroom, easy. You want to do a Superman bathroom, that takes some work because that's going to end up being a lot of custom stuff. Because for some reason, people just don't buy the Superman merchandise the way they buy the Batman merchandise. Could be color scheme also because, black and yellow definitely is much easier to coordinate around the bathroom. But I don't feel like the Spider-Man blue and red is just super easy to coordinate. And if that's easy to coordinate, then it'd be just as easy to coordinate in some Superman stuff. You just throw a little yellow in there on top of it and boom, there you go. But no, wife wasn't going to let me. Yeah, if I was to try to do something like that, that would probably be me sleeping on the couch. But I mean, like I said, we made it very simple. It was like, no, you're not doing that. So it was kind of like, don't ask, it's not going to happen. And so we didn't ask. But we've got a nice design for the bathroom. It is not cheap. We do have a budget in place for it. And what we ended up doing was we were able to refinance as part of the whatever's happening right now with the housing market. We were able to refinance, and as part of the refinance, we had some money set aside specifically designed for putting that towards the remodel of the bathroom. And so by doing that, bam, we've got some ways to go and try to get the bathroom. Let me see if I can get a few more people engaged. So I'm gonna do a little typing here for a quick second, but some other things. So we had the Obi-Wan trailer. There's a lot of like just geek news in general. What is some movie news that was pretty interesting that I saw? Justin Lin stepping away from the Fast and Furious. He's stepping away from Fast X, or the 10th Fast and Furious movie. And lo and behold, it's because of creative differences with Vin Diesel. Go figure, right? Like who could have saw that coming? But I will say I do think it's interesting because it's like, you can't turn your back on family. And that's what Justin Lin is doing. And I think a lot of people are going to just ruin that joke. They're just going to continue on with the Justin Lin jokes. I've never heard of a man cave bathroom. We need to start a trend. You know what? I can co-sign that. A man cave bathroom. Well, so clarify. Are we talking about those people who have a man cave, and inside said man cave, you have a bathroom? And since it's already a part of the man cave, you get to dress it up, and well, I won't say dress it up because I kind of, it's manly. You get to trick out. You get to trick out the bathroom the way you would want to as a part of being in the man cave. Or are you saying that men should now get maybe the half bath to trick out the way they want so that they have a foothold in every house? Because a lot of times you'll have a house that'll be like, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. So you've got the main bath, the master bathroom, then you've got the secondary bathroom, and then okay, we got some other movie news here. You're just yes, all of that. Yeah, I mean, I would support having a full. Ooh, Alex, I'm gonna pull that up next. I would definitely support having. There should definitely be balance. If in fact, I mean, part of being a grown A geek is that you are comfortable in your geekiness, and you are, whatever it may be, whether it be if you want to do a sports themed bathroom, if you want to do a Harry Potter bathroom, a Star Trek, a Star Wars, Marvel, DC, video game, whatever your thing is, I absolutely believe it should be acceptable to, at the very least, do a half bath and have it, have a visual representation of the things you like and enjoy and put it out there. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that would be a fantastic thing. And in a nice committed relationship, you and the wife, you should be able to have some say on that. And if you don't, then I'm not going to try to play matchmaker or let me just say, if you don't have any say in the visual representation of your house, and I had a framed Spider-Man comic from Beth. I mean, exactly. You know what? I think what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to try to go to some Goodwills, or I'm going to buy out of the bargain bin at the comic shops when I go shopping for comics. And I'm going to put just some toss away. You know what? I'm going to bring it back. I'm bringing back reading material in the bathroom, and it's going to be old comics. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a whole magazine rack, and I'm going to have and I'll change it out. I'll change out the reading material. But then it's like, I don't want to get a subscription service. I don't want to renew certain subscriptions just so I want people coming to my bathroom like that regularly so they can keep up with different episodes and, different comics that they're reading. They got to get that next scene. But let's get back to some of this movie news. We had a good one here. Alex pointed out, catching the big spoilers for Doctor Strange that got posted. No, I was fortunate. The member that posted that, he I don't know what his inside track is, and I don't want to speak on it because I don't want to get him in any trouble. But the user that posted that he has a little bit of insight in the movie industry, so I know that if he posts it, it's very likely that that's going to be authentic. It's not as often the leaked stuff. It's stuff that he can kind of attest is accurate. So I kind of knew not to. And one of my mods actually saw it and picked up and asked him to, put the heavy spoiler tags on there ahead of time. And so the way he had it set up and framed, you would actually have to go into it to actually see it. And I don't know, like, I'm not sure that I'm actually going to be able to get out there on Friday. And if I'm not able to get out there on Friday, then I don't know if I will. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to see it at that time. And so that, of course, has me kind of like curious or wondering. And let's see, I just got to click one thing real quick. Sorry, I got to type something here because I realized that I don't have my YouTube being shared. It's playing, but it is not linked to share. But yeah, Friday's definitely going to be nuts. I have watched a little bit of like the some of the trailer footage and things like that. I don't know anything new or leaked because we already knew one villain that was going to be there and fighting and in New York when America Chavez is there. We kind of saw how all that was going down. I got to actually see the fight scene with that particular villain who I don't know what the name is going to be in the movie because I know they can't use Shumagorath. So whoever that villain is going to be, I saw the trailer where he was, or not the trailer, but the actual footage where he was fighting that creature, and America Chavez is there. He like throws out the cape, and the cape goes and saves her and brings her back over, and then he like cuts the bus in half. And yeah, like we don't give Doctor Strange enough credit because a lot of what he does kind of escapes us, like because they don't dumb down the spells that he uses. It almost looks like he just moves his hands and shit happens, and because of that you can kind of get lost in his capabilities. So they don't really show, like, we know the mirror dimension thing, we know he can do the portals, we know that with the cape he can do, the cape allows him to levitate and whatnot. He no longer has the eye, but he seems to do fine without it. And everything for him is just like, I don't know, it kind of looks like he's always like throwing up some gang signs, or he's like something out of Naruto, and like and stuff happens. But I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I get out there this weekend. Maybe I can get out there Sunday at the latest. Babe, we got to go see Doctor Strange this weekend. Okay, she says okay, so we might be good. Because if the wife says we could go, then we could go. Some movies she'll let me go and see by myself. Some movies I have to take her and I have to wait for her, and we have to coordinate our schedules to make it happen. So that could be a Sunday thing. Come join some live chat. Boom. Come join me for some live chats. Oh, shift, not alt. There we go. No, wrong spot. One more thing. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Alex, you know what? If you are available, Alex, you should hop on the call. That's what I'm going to say. Hop on the call. You can load it up on your phone. Just, get your lighting right. You can use your headphones. I'm sure you're an Apple guy, so put on your AirPods. I'm not saying that derogatorily when I say I'm sure you're an Apple guy. Just I know what you do as far as like with the graphics and work and such. So it's like, clearly you would probably have a Mac for that. Ergo, you would have made the transition so that everything is kind of seamless. But yeah, hop on in. I'm gonna grab the link one more time, and I'm going to put the link in Right. See, I mean, and like I said, it was not in your case, it was not meant as a derogatory comment. So let me just put that out there. Uh, boom. I'm going to post the link once again, and boom. I'm posting that. And so, yeah, once you click on that link, it'll ask you a couple things. You have to say okay on this and that, and then you can hop right in. And you can use it's a web platform that we're using for this conversation, so it's very easy to hop in. I've seen some other people come in. In fact, last week we had a couple of guests on. Jamie, she was on. So I figure if I post this should be posted live on my page as well. If I'm advertising it on my page, then people will see it and they'll know about it. And if I'm not doing that, am I really advertising? And oh yeah, of course. I mean, you know, all the cool people are here tonight. That's how that goes. You know? That's see exactly all the cool people. And these are like literally the people that I would just sit and have conversations with all the time. Anyway, Kevin and I talk a good bit, and so you know, it's very easy. You know what? Kevin actually requested to talk about Harry Potter, so I'm gonna figure out how to get him on this. You know what? That's what we'll do. We will have Kevin. You know what? And Kevin's son. Yeah, your son's a big Star Wars fan. What did he do for May the 4th? Alex, what did you do for May the 4th? For Star Wars Day. If I'm not mistaken, you were actually watching Revenge of the Sith. Like you did your Star Wars movie marathon. I didn't get to do the movie marathon today. I was running to Floor and Decor, Home Depot. Didn't go to Lowe's this time. And I was just kind of back and forth with all of the different things that I had to do. Oh man, if you don't get a cup and prop the phone up, use your AirPods or headphones, however you want to hook that part in, you can make it work. You can make it work. I'm not accepting anything else. You can make it work. Uh, but yeah, I would love to have you on as a guest, and we could sit and talk movies all day because you're one of the few. Like when I say a true, okay, see that part I did not know. I can't believe you don't have the headphones, but okay, I get it though because I would probably lose. Like I'm constantly leaving one of my earbuds out. I don't even know where my case is currently, but I have an earbud right here because it's been in my ear the whole day. And then when I finally took it out, my case is nowhere nearby, and voila. So and oh, Kevin was at the eye doctor. So okay, that's cool. I mean, just stay and chat with me here, and we'll make it happen. So good. I know that one of my mods comes in. He'll be in around 10. Um, Georgia Power is to blame for two of my other mods not being here, and I think you know what I'm just gonna like send some invites out to people directly who know they like to here in chat. Her. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so I've been like kind of keeping up with the whole. I can't say the whole. A lot of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, and this is not trending well for her. Like, I do not believe she is going to survive this. It's definitely not leaning in her favor. Oh, we got a live image. This is saying yes. Your collection would put mine to shame because yours is organized so much better. Yours looks like a collection. Mine just looks like all my shit in the room. There's a big difference. So yours is a collection. Mine is just a place for my stuff. You know what? What I will do, we will bring this chat in together and let's see. Let me find boom. Grown Geek. So let me pull this over here. Boom. Got that. Okay, so that's separate. And you need the man bath. Well, what I'll do is I will put, you know what? I'll get the man porta-john and we'll put a man porta-john in here because that's like, nothing's more manly than a porta-john, right? And we'll have that. Ooh, and it'll look like a TARDIS. There we go. I'm gonna have a man TARDIS in here, and that'll be how we put that together. See, that's why you got to be on here, Alex. I need your creative mind. That's the kind of stuff we would have come up with. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring in the see a TARDIS. That was the way to do it. Welcome, viewer. Boom, the TARDIS. Love it. See, you know what? Let's just go ahead and market that bitch right now. Cash out. Then I can do this all day, every day. I quit my job on that one. That is awesome. TARDIS. See, I need a writer's room. Stick you in my writer's room. You can write all my jokes. When this becomes a regular syndicated television show and I am doing this for a living, yeah, Alex, I'm gonna give you a call. You're gonna be one of my writers. Know that. And how do I make this my job on a regular basis? You go and you click that link right there. Make sure to like and subscribe, give a follow, hit the notification bell so you can hear about all the cool things that we have happening. Join our Facebook group where you can be part of our live discussions daily, where we talk about all the cool things, all the memes, all the jokes, and all the debates are there. Follow our Twitch. In fact, if you click that link, it should take you to our link tree, which just gives you everywhere we are. And very soon I will have all of these shows uploaded to our Spotify, so you can see everything there. And I mean, I may need a manager. Linda's going to be my producer. Like, know that. I need somebody that's just really kind of got her focus to be my manager. I will probably have. When do you want to be on? You want to be on today or another day? Today. Another day. Okay. I just get into this and I'll That was my middle kid. That's one of my favorite people on the planet. And I was just trying to see if he wanted to be in. In fact, he's part of Gag Origins. Like there he is. Oh wait. Which way are you going? Still behind you, going to. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got it. That's Marius. He's actually. If you go back and look at some of our you know what? I will encourage people to go back and check out Gag Origins. I want you to see where we started and see where we are. Just as far as like our YouTube, our channel, our production, and know that was some years ago. The technology wasn't as good then as it is now. But if you see our starting point and look at where we are, it's quite impressive, and it's only gotten better over time, and I'm very happy with it. And so one of the things, don't want to do invite. One of the things I would definitely like to do would be able to be. Not be my own producer on the show, have somebody literally who was just on the show to handle all of the tech stuff. And, when guests come on, bring them in, bring them out when we talk about things, and, like having them set up and move us. Well, thank you. That but no, seriously, I do appreciate it. And I thank every one of my members, every one of my followers. This is legitimately a dream, because this is what I would do all day, every day, if given the opportunities. Just sit and talk geek all day. So invite your friends, let them know, make us blow this up. And the faster you blow it up, the more I can do this. And I have no problem being the man on the street. I'll go on location, all of that, investigative journalist style, guerrilla journalism, like you name it, I'm down for it. But what we are going to do today is we are gonna pull up our group. And by having the group up, we can show off some cool stuff from our group. And let me go and bring that on here. Boom, boom, boom. We will, ooh, extra camera. I can do that. Didn't know that. So I have to set that up. But we're just going to do a screen share. And with the screen share, I can have that channel up. And voila, let's do a focus screen because I want the screen to be the main. There we go. So, and still learning about being a geek. My son tells me a lot, but movies, I don't know. But that's the easy part. It's super easy because with movies, it's just a matter of watching. You take some time, you sit down, you find something that you're interested in, you watch a few of those movies. If you really like it, then you can go from the movies to reading more material. And if you like what you're reading and you like what you're watching, now you know the story, you let that branch off and become something else. And you just take that rabbit hole down until you are where you want to be. So yeah, I mean, it's totally fun. And I hope this is a nurturing environment to kind of encourage you and take you. Oh, look at that. We're live. Ha ha ha. But this, what? So the Batman 2, this is apparently a leak. Mr. Freeze. Okay. That would be very, very interesting. I'm going to have to research that. I need to know where we got that information. Who is saying that they're... How do we know that? How do we know that that's going to be the villain for number 2? Invite friends to the group. This was in honor of May the 4th. This is a thing. Yeah. Oh, let me hit that mute. I hear that playing in the background. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that. I can't. Nope. Wrong thing. Back out. Close that. Okay. That is quite funny and quite appropriate. And she had another one, and 1-900. Remember 9? Oh my God, that is just like 900 numbers were a thing. But yeah, 1-900 Hot Jedi. Let's see if we get this one up. It's so crazy because not only does this have this has the same video quality of a 1-900 commercial. That phone is a set of lips. When you take the top part of that phone and set it down. See, this is what we have to show this. For those of you who may not. Yeah. And this was Attack of the Show. Yes, I remember that. Attack of the Show. So thanks to Outright Geekery for that one. But that is how that goes. What kind of car does a Jedi drive? A toy Yoda. So yeah. This I thought was quite wow, much wow. I was very interested in this, and YouTube likes to be really funny when I share screens, so I'm not going to click it, but do know that link is in the group, and you can go and check out the trailer for Green Lantern Beware My Power, which is looking like it's going to be really, really, really interesting. Good night, bro. I will probably see you tomorrow. Cause yeah, it was a day, and I'm sure tomorrow will be a day. So I'm gonna holler at you later, man. But let's so yeah, be sure to check that one out. The Met Gala. I don't even know what's going on with the Met Gala, but the post and the content from the Met Gala is quite unique. The stuff they have going on over there, just like check out some of these outfits. Let me move the banner out the way. Boom. Okay, there we go. Um, yeah, everybody thought that was Jared Leto. That was not actually Jared Leto. Um, Jared Leto was there, and there was a designer who was there that looked just like Jared Leto, and they had the two of them standing side by side. Um, she's the ballerina. It's Meg the Stallion. That guy. I'm lost on the dog though. Oh, the dog is a purse. The dog is a handbag. Got it. I was confused. Okay. Uh, Lenny. I mean, you Lenny Kravitz, you do what you want. Like I can't tell Lenny Kravitz what he can and can't do. I would probably have told Lenny that this look was not working because that looks like, I don't know, like the corset look on him. It looks like he needs support. And that would be my only criticism there. Lenny Kravitz in leather and lace isn't really shocking at all, so I have no issue with that. But I am kind of looking like I need you to do something up top. You're going to post them up like that, they need to be cupped. That guy, whoever that is, I think that's Future. I like the gloves he's rocking. He's bringing back some Michael Jackson vibes with the gloves. Is that J Lo? No, that's Vanessa Hudgens. Yeah, probably Vanessa Hudgens. Um, yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna. I like her so much. Tiana Taylor. She can be strange sometimes, but I still like her. And Alicia Keys, very sparkly, very. She looks like the evil queen. That's final boss energy right there. Definitely final boss energy. Yeah. So that's the Met Gala photos. Those are some weird things. Um, Emerson Scott shared this post, and this was actually talking about the Unreal Engine, and they're doing like a Superman mock-up. So of course I was like all over this. Somebody actually pointed out that this looks like this actually looks very simple. I mean, not simple, but very similar to the environment that you got to play in the Matrix Unreal demo. So if you have a PS5 or Xbox Series X or Series S, right up here to the corner, like you see, it shows PC, shows Xbox, it shows how to like get the controls tutorial and whatnot. The only thing they've done with this is they've changed out the character sprite. So instead of it being someone from the Matrix, this is actually just someone from no. That's Marius is probably weak. But instead of it being someone from the Matrix, they just have a Superman skin on it because I felt like I did most of that and did all of that same stuff. But nonetheless, that would be an opportunity to have like a really good Superman game. And it'd be easy to, there's a couple of groups that out there who could do good story version of the games. And somebody like here, like they've pointed out here, Insomniac. And I would agree. I would tend to think that Insomniac is the one who could probably pull that off, and they could do a really good character driven portion of it. OG Xbox and play that was the one I believe with Brainiac. I do have it. There was one on Xbox. There was one on Xbox 360. The one on 360 was not bad. That was the Superman Returns one, but that one was not bad. But the one that was on Xbox was pretty good, and that one was a different story. It had like Brainiac and such. Same voice actor. For those who are wondering why that's funny. Yeah, my man has been the same age ever since. Yeah, go back and check this one out. See if you recognize the song. And there, so we will just put that right there and have that going. But let's take that out. Boom, there it is. Okay, so it's just back to me. But yeah, a lot of things happening there in the group. So go check out some of that cool content and be sure to add some of your own. Post a little bit of your own stuff in there. And let's stop that. We are no longer sharing that screen, so I can close that. Got to have a working window from time to time so I can see what's going on. That way I know who's making the comments, because that doesn't always show up. I have to go and I have to look. And got that there. Okay, and so we're on all of the platforms up there. Let me, you know what? How do I share this one? We're gonna, if you'll give me just one moment. I've actually got to try to make this weekend a double feature, because I have not made it out to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I just found out that Short Round from the Indiana Jones movies plays one of the major characters in the movie. So the fact that Short Round is now an adult martial arts star, I'm with it. And I have to know. I'm like so looking forward to checking that out. Hopefully I get a chance to check that out this weekend and see that as well. Boom, boom, boom. And let me see if I can grab this link. I've got there's actually another group that I'm in on Facebook that is designed specifically to help me promote my podcast. So we will pull that up here. And next week, if I'm going to have it set up so that if no one is jumping in with me, we're going to just like have some gameplay streaming while I talk about random things. That way, maybe something interesting other than just looking at me look at all my different screens and such. Come to think of it, I could probably have another one of my YouTube videos playing in the background and let that be the content that gets streamed. That way you can get like 2 for 1. You watch the live show and you get to watch one of our previous episodes. Restream a podcast, restream a 3-hour show on the live stream. I could do it. I just have to figure out the audio. If I can figure out the audio, I can make that happen. That's a thing. Yep, that's a thing. What was I doing here? Oh, I'm looking for a group that I'm in to. I remember there was somebody I was actually talking with recently, and I'm supposed to have that person. They were supposed to be available. Let me find and see if she's able to hop in. Easy. I can send her the link. else is happening out there? What else is in geek news? So we got Doctor Strange getting ready to drop. Oh, season finale of Moon Knight. And I'm wondering if it's going to be season finale or series finale, because I know they had talked about it and they were making it seem as though Marvel actually they had a post on Twitter, I believe it was, and their initial post on Twitter had it announced as a series finale. And then they went back and edited that to show, instead of it being a series finale, that it was in fact just a season finale, which would indicate, of course, that there's a potential for future series. I have not watched the final episode. That'll probably be like a Friday thing. That sounds awesome, man. I would love to have you come on the show. I think like your conversation is typically so well thought out, and debating with you is just so much fun. I'll just say that. But yeah, I'm with that. So we'll look forward to having you on as well. And you could even be a series regular. We're trying to do Wednesdays, 9:05. And the 9:05 is just kind of random because trying to do it at 9 o'clock doesn't always work. But 9:05, it seems like I don't miss that. Don't know why. But there's some others. Let's see. And there was see my Google picture frames back there. Let's see what else is happening. Halo. Yeah. Halo. I've been watching Halo, and episode 5 was pretty badass. And here's the thing that I have with Halo. I hate it as a version of Halo, knowing that the game is a thing and having 20 years of content from the game. But what they have put together for this story, it is like it's like high production fan fiction. And it's almost like you can tell that somebody actually appreciates this source material, but they clearly wanted to do their own thing. So they sprinkle in enough of what has to be. And by sprinkling it in the way that they're doing, every time they start to lose you by going so far left that it just feels disconnected, it brings it right back in, and suddenly you're like right there with it because you can kind of see the relevance and how it matches up. So yeah, like I would say, give it another shot. For those of you who had some unique takes and unique feelings on the Halo, it's kind of hard to say, like, don't watch it expecting it to be, because it's called Halo. So if you're using the name of something that's established and has a 20-year-old fan base and plenty of content, you know what I'm saying? Like, they haven't had too many misses there. So they've had plenty of opportunity to really like lock you in and have you committed to what they've put out. And then you come out here and you're like, okay, take all of that. Okay, all of that. Put it over there. We're not going to use that. We're going to do this instead. And just trust me on it, And honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, the show that I am watching has me interested in what they're doing. There are plenty of gripes. It's a science fiction show. So there are times where it's like, I think one of the weirdest tropes in a lot of sci-fi shows is like, everybody's a pilot. Everybody can fly a ship. Like, that's so super normal, And to me, that is not so super normal. I don't just assume like everybody can't just drive a car. Yeah, to some degree, it's not hard, but everybody can't just like hop in and drive a car. And that's kind of what I see that as. Like even now, everybody can't drive a plane. Everybody can't drive a plane. Everybody can't fly a plane. You could watch all of the TV shows and movies and everything and see all these people flying a plane, but that's not going to just show you how to do it. But yet everybody's a pilot in sci-fi shows and movies. Like that's such a secondary skill, like walking or breathing. And it's just like, damn, okay. That's just how we do. Everybody can do. Okay, cool. My bad. Um so while there are definitely things that are kind of dragging here and there, some things that are minor issues, you know, like I really they've got a character in the show. So the main, I guess you could call it the main female lead, Quan. I don't know where her story's going. I don't know what her story's about. What's the point of her story? And here we are in episode 5, and I'm just like, I could completely do without her in the show altogether. I think she should have been addressed in the first episode. It's fine that hey, welcome, Russell. You're good, man. You're good. She could have been addressed in the first episode, and we could have resolved her story by the second episode. I don't think she needed to be dragged out. I get maybe how they used her to move her along to, like, you could bring some stuff back in around episode 4 or whatnot. It was helpful for using that catalyst to get there, but wasn't required. Definitely could have gone around it. Just check all my screens real quick, because the primary place I see comments is from Facebook. But if anybody was to put a comment in from YouTube or Twitch, I would have to see it there. So I'd almost have to go to it to be able to see it. Yeah. Bad haircut. That is how I'm going to refer to her from now on. Bad haircut. That might be the only way to refer to her. Okay, so we got sorry, I was kind of reading an article here. I'd seen it the other day. Square Enix was like selling off some of the Square Enix was like they'd sold off Marvel Avengers, they had sold off Tomb Raider, sold off some other things. And I'm hearing that the NFT market collapsed right after they sold Tomb Raider and everything. I have no idea what all this blockchain stuff is. I can't add NFTs, because every time all I can think is like, wait, I'm trying to make sure I get it. Like you're paying for a picture? Is that what? Like you bought that meme, you own that meme. Do you get paid every time someone shares the meme? Like how does that work? And my eyes start to roll as soon as they start talking about it. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Oh, that's cool. Amanda Waller has a series. What do you think of that? So they're taking a spinoff from the spinoff. And see, and I don't even know that I would find Amanda Waller as a spinoff of Peacemaker. I don't think that is accurate. I feel like it would be more accurate to just call Amanda Waller an Amanda Waller show in and of itself, is just a spinoff of Suicide Squad. I don't necessarily think that that's a spinoff of Peacemaker. And her as a character, unless we're going to constantly see her like sending people out into the field and see her interactions and the way she coerces people to, you know, do her bidding, I don't know that that show is going to hold my attention the way I think that it would, because it seems like I don't know. I feel honestly, I feel like we get enough out of Amanda Waller's character, and exactly how to get away. There you actually no. That is how you get away with murder: government approval. Um, but yeah, I feel like we get enough out of her character in the times that we see her, and that actually adds a bit of the mystery to her character. Is that we don't get to see necessarily behind the curtain. You know, I think if you get to see what the wizard is doing, then the magic is gone. And we need Amanda Waller to maintain the magic that she has and be the person she is. Um, Anybody who can sit at a table and have a conversation with Bruce Wayne the way she had a conversation with Bruce Wayne, to me, is a worthy character. But I don't know that following her day to day is going to be as interesting as you would think, because she's a person that makes things happen, but everything that she has to make happen may not be interesting. And so, unless they are going to have a new mission, like if they do a creature of the week, say this is a series like all the others, and they do one episode a week, every week is going to have to be a creature of the week kind of thing. And every week she has to put together a mission, get a collection of villains, maybe grab one or two and make them series regulars. Um, but you can't use like your Harley Quinns, you can't use your Deadshots, you can't use your Bloodsports. So you've got to get some lesser known Suicide Squad members. You can probably grab like a Bronze Tiger, because they still have to be capable. There's a handful of people that you can grab because there's been a nice rotation in the Suicide Squad, whether it be the CW or now if we're going to the HBO Max development. There's been enough characters who have rotated through on the Suicide Squad roster that you could technically do a Creature of the Week formula. And each week is her sending out people on mission and the conversation she has to have in order to get these people motivated to go and do the mission that she's assigning them. And, there'd be a lot of bombs and heads. And that, we kind of expect that from her. So that's okay if she's doing that. Then that's kind of where we want her to be. And I'm good with that personally. But I don't know how that show is going to ride. You know what I'm saying? And Viola Davis is fantastic as Amanda Waller. She's got that deadpan delivery. She never really seems like she's happy, just and not to say that I'm talking in terms of like the character. She never really seems like she's happy, which is perfect for this kind of character who has the weight of like it is her job to assign superheroes to resolve issue. So that's heavy, and you would always kind of like have it in the back of your head that there's a problem that you have to deal with and be prepared for. So I could see how maybe it would be a little difficult to. She wasn't always lonely because Peacemaker shows us she's got a kid. So, and it also shows that there's, clearly a softer side to her in that she is capable of loving things. So, it is there's that part of it. So she's a very interesting character. I don't know that it's going to work as a show. That is my ultimate point with that. And I'm curious how they're going to, I don't know. I'm just curious how that's going to go. Uh, that's why she brings her daughter to work for her. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if we were going to go that route with it, I think having, well, no, because I think then we trivialize the character if we try to examine the relationship with the, I don't know if it's current husband, ex-husband, or what the case may be, but if we go with her daughter's father, the relationship that she has there, that could potentially be something to examine. But I don't want her to have to be defined by the relationship she has with the man, because Amanda Waller is freaking Amanda Waller, and she's enough by herself. And then on top of that, you get Viola Davis to come. You don't have to put anybody else. You just put Viola Davis on screen. Um, limited series, 6 episodes. And it's just a stretched out. Yeah, right. A stretched out movie. And I could definitely see that formula being more feasible. So that could certainly. Remember back in the day when the series would be like I'm telling you, man, this microwave society, like now that we have our Netflix and our Instagrams and our, our high-speed internets. Let me put an S on the end of all of that, show my age. But yeah. That's why I think in order to make this show work, especially since it's coming out on HBO Max, they're going to do a weekly release, and they can hold you for 6 weeks. Then boom, they succeeded, and you're good to go. Let's see. You got something about it. I'm sorry. I'm still scrolling through. Let's see. If her husband pissed her off, she have no problem bumping her off. No, I don't see Amanda Waller unless he is a threat to humanity. I don't see Amanda Waller being so petty that she's gonna like have the ex-husband killed. Then on top of that, I don't see that she would want to explain to her daughter that she's the reason the husband is killed. So no, I don't think she would go that route. And truthfully, given this, I mean, if you think about it, if you were talking about Amanda Waller, if her husband did piss her off, like she was attacked by the member of the computer guy from her team. Like they knocked her out with a golf club, and all she did was reassign them. So no, I don't think she's gonna have her husband bumped off. Like I don't think she'll have him touched. But I could definitely understand she has the capability, and I think he knows that she has the capability. In which case, it seems like would she? I don't think he would make her mad enough. You know what I'm saying? Like if I know, yeah. No, if anything, she would have set Rick Flag up because he was the catalyst that caused the witch Enchantress. He was the catalyst that caused Enchantress to like get out, because of course, remember, she was like, get your girl. Dr. June Moon, like, get your girl. And if he couldn't check his girl, then that was a problem. So, she has no use for him if he can't be useful for her. And that would be why she would have him bumped off. Now, that's not to say that she didn't have him bumped off because like I don't know what you read to say that that's not accurate because it's not like I've just been on every one of the Suicide Squads, but that to me, I don't know. She's too powerful, and something like that, it's too easy. She would has bigger problems and bigger things to deal with than that. I'm just trying to scroll through here and see if there's anything else worth talking and mentioning here from our. Bring my wife to work. Sorry, my god brother's got some stuff posted. He's out in Hollywood. Okay, so there's trolls out in full force as they typically are. Benedict Wong has asked the trolls to leave the teenage Doctor Strange star alone. I think she is the young lady who plays America Chavez. I'm not going to try the first name, but Miss Gomez appears to be the target. So let's see. You know what? I'm going to pop this one up real quick. This is a meme that I feel kind of I be trying to be real hard on my no gatekeeping, but this is as a grown geek, sometimes this is how I be feeling about things. And I just have to and I will say this goes for a lot of people in here. Because I've seen some people here on Facebook in the last, I won't put a timeline on it, but I saw a lot of May the 4th posts today. A lot. From people who I'll just say I was not aware that I could have a conversation about Star Wars with. I'll just say it like that. Thought that was kind of interesting. And to see that, and of course, again, to see that from the person that posted it just now, like, oh, really? You was saying that before it was okay, cool. I did not know that was a thing and that you were a fan from way back. So, but now that I know, it's good to know. What else is going on out there in the world? And I'm trying to literally, I'm almost just trying to delay till Ty comes on. Let me send him another message and just find out what he's going to do. Because I'm not going to hold you guys up all night tonight, y'all. Mainly because I don't have major topics. And wait. One of my other people want to. Okay, so I just got confirmation. Cool. Those people. And can bring on a guest here. Okay. She is not available tonight. Okay. But this was very interesting. It's been an interesting day altogether. Like I was just not. It's quite worn out from the bathroom remodel stuff. Ben Affleck's Batman movie artist reveal showdown with Joe Montana's Deathstroke. Yeah, I think the Batman movie that okay, I'm sorry. I feel like my screen is not up and I'm not sharing my screen, so you don't know what I'm looking at. Let's see. I was slightly schedule. Okay, that's there. Yeah, so we will bring this on. And just guys, let me know that are watching. Is this helpful at all to actually have the screen share up? Does that kind of make sense that you're seeing what I'm seeing? Because boom. That was a whole thing that was supposed to happen. Ben Affleck as the Batman and bringing Deathstroke back as an HBO Max series. And given the success of Peacemaker, focusing in on Deathstroke, especially, there's that trailer right there, especially focusing in with the Joe Manganiello, Mangello. But no, having him in as Deathstroke, I think he was a great cast. He was perfectly cast for that right here. You can see, I think that works out really, really well. And going up against Ben Affleck's Batman, they were diesel enough to go up against one another. And I think that worked out really well. And it would have been nice to see them kind of go toe to toe. So yeah, there's that. I will. Oh yeah, he's watching WandaVision. How was he just watching WandaVision? I'm not gonna judge. Thought he'd already watched. That's all I'm saying. I do be judging. I be judging a lot. I don't always voice my judgments, but I be judging. Do know that. I try not to be so judgmental, but clearly I'll be judging. Let's see. What do we have? Yeah. We got that there. Kenobi. Everybody was all in full force for Kenobi. Was ready for it. Yeah, I may have to crop that picture and make that into the banner. Let's go back and we'll work on that a little later. That is a good point. That is a very good point. And honestly, I like some of the responses to that. Oh, yeah, that's a whole thing right there. Umbrella Academy this June. So looking forward to that. They need to pick that up. I am curious to see how we're going to incorporate the story of Victor. With I don't necessarily know that they need to address it on the show, but I think to go from having a sister to suddenly having a brother on the show would just be odd. So, and I really want them to respect it more than just making it like a long lost brother or just like suddenly making that one of the abilities. Sorry, I am talking right here. So Victor, get that pulled up on the Umbrella Academy. Oh, let's go back. Let's go back because I think somebody does kind of address that. Demetrius Moore says here. You know what? Let's Google that. Let's see if Google does know, or someone else has looked it up. Don't look at my search history. Shut up. How? Oh, wait, let's see. What would be the right question? What question do we want to ask? How does Peter Parker know? Yeah. There it is. How does he know how to sew? Well, there you go. It says right here. But that's a Tumblr. That does not mean that does see that's the thing. That's the thing about Google, kids. You can't just go by the first result. That just means that's the answer most people clicked on. That does not mean that is, if he does not see bland Marvel headcanons, tumblr.com. See? Let's see. Okay. The fact that he's on as the seamstress, that is pretty dope. Let's see. So it says Aunt May is the one who taught Peter how to sew and mend his own clothes after discovering his costume during one of her cleaning sprees. She has never told him why she was teaching him, and he always assumed it was because his socks and jeans had one too many holes for her liking. Peter has become such an expert, as he had to mend his own costumes a lot, that he has even mended the costumes of others. What he doesn't know is that the Avengers consider him their first choice when they need something, costume or otherwise, to be fixed. And that's why he's on their speed dial as the seamstress. Again, pretty dope, but without giving me, let's see, Cora is not going to let me see. With great power comes great tailoring skills. That's funny. Let's see. Just kind of, I could definitely see his spider sense assisting in his ability to, make everything look good and go well. But I don't know. I think it kind of depends on which. I don't know. I think when you just look at it or consider the fact that he was an ordinary high school kid who got bit by a spider and could suddenly walk on walls and pick up cars, maybe picking up a sewing needle and thread and using some intuition wasn't that difficult afterwards. So I'm gonna lean on that with you, Russell, and say that his spider sense is probably why he can do what he can do, as it just allows him to, be better. But Victor. That is a whole That is a whole thing that is out there and is a thing. So, like I said, just curious how that was going to be addressed, if it's going to be addressed. Um, Elliot Page was Vanya, and now Elliot Page is going to be Victor. So my question is, are we just going to jump right in and make Victor Victor and rock with that and just pretend like it's been Victor the whole time? Are we going to address Victor is not Vanya? And I don't know. And it's like, I don't know what the right decision is. I don't know what should be done. I'm just curious what they're going to do. So, Umbrella Academy, that's one of the characters. So we got Victor there. We got 5. It's Aiden Gallagher, who is going to make a fantastic Damian Wayne one day. Of course, by the time he's a Damian Wayne, he'll probably be way too old to be a Damian Wayne. But he definitely was giving off Damian Wayne vibes. Klaus, the medium. Allison, who heard a rumor. Diego, who's Diego. And Monkey Boy, Luther. Looking forward. But we also have the Umbrella Academy, and they're going up against the Sparrows. That includes Christopher. Jamie, I guess is how you say that. Sloane. Looks like she's got like some force field thing happening. Alfonso. He'll probably be the stretch guy, like the Blob. My guess is it'll be a similar character to what we got in Doom Patrol or something like that. Faye. I don't know what Faye's powers are. Looks like her eyes are clawed out. So that's interesting. Ben, who's alive here, but, that's a very unique twist on how that's going to go. Marcus, looks like he's their resident strongman. Just judging by the broken wall behind him. We're assuming. We don't know. So I'm curious to see how they match up and how they stack up. So we got the Umbrella Academy going up against the Sparrow Academy. Looking forward to that. There is conversation about some other stuff. This is what I opened up with. That Fast and Furious, Justin Lin stepping away from Fast and Furious because of creative differences with Vin Diesel. So that was oh yeah. Yeah, definitely get on that. And the crazy thing is I could point out some of the actual places in Conyers where they are filming in Doom Patrol. Yeah, I'm a little saddened by this. Whew. I mean, I think if they're on the 300 million mark, they might make that back. I don't really think there's an issue with that. I could definitely see them getting the money back. But I mean, of course, we already had the issue with The Rock and him not being a part of it. Not being in Fast 10, Fast 11. Of course, Justin Lin, who's been a major part of all of those movies up to this point, for him not to be there, it's kind of, kind of disappointing. That's a funny response because it's The Rock. I get it. Troy Faison out in his Mandalorian cosplay. Man actually has a pretty dope cosplay for the Mandalorian. He's also got a Jack Sparrow, a Tony Stark. I know those are the ones I know he cosplays. So yeah, never saw trailers for the other seasons, only season 1. That was because it made the jump right around the same time. I like that hoodie he's got on. It made the jump at the same time as the having a thought here, brain fart, new trailers. Okay, so DC Universe. In DC Universe, before it became DC Universe, when it was just the DC streaming service and everything. Let me see if my DC Universe. There we go. DC Infinite. Let's see if it remembers my sign in. Let's see if I remember my sign in. No, I want to log in. There we go. Booyah. Booyah. So, right there, the Suicide Squad came from outer space. Watch with the family. Stream anytime, anywhere. Super serious. So, Doom Patrol. That is Doom Patrol. Season 3 is the new season. Originally, this show started off on the DC Universe app when it was just an app. And it was like you could go, you get your TV shows, and yes. You see, like even right here where they have like TVs and stuff like that, all of the movies and the TVs and everything, all of that was here. So you would have the DC app in order to watch all of that content. And from there, HBO Max came along, and HBO's acquisition, or AT&T's acquisition of HBO, their merge with Time Warner, that put all of that under the HBO umbrella. So Titans moved over there, and Doom Patrol and everything moved over there. So that's probably why you did not see all the additional trailers and things like that, because even Titans became difficult to find, catch, keep up with. Teen Titans, all of that. It started becoming a tad difficult. And so like stuff is everywhere now because you've got the CW, you've got HBO Max, some of the good stuff. And like this one, Superman and Lois, like season 1 was phenomenal. I thoroughly enjoyed season 1. And I rarely have time to sit and watch live TV because I always have like a ton of different things to do or that I'm involved with or busy with. And so having it move over to HBO Max was fantastic because, of course, now that's a streaming service. It's on demand. I can just jump right in. Same with Young Justice. Being able to go, keep up, catch up with Young Justice and see everything when it comes out, that's always been very helpful. And these episodes premiere on Thursdays. So if you have HBO Max, that is where you can find all of the content. Everything is there. And Phantoms is the current season, and you can get all the episodes here. Ton of clips, lots of good stuff. But I do thoroughly enjoy all of this. And all of this is on HBO Max. And I have a sign in. Let's see if my sign in is still up. Well, I'm in under my kid, but let's see. Oh yeah, just so I don't mess up his thing. So yeah, there it is. So we got the Young Justice, and I'm trying to get it just so I can show you the episodes. And you know what? Because I went to continue watching, it's not going to do with that. So I have to go to the actual. That's all the stuff I watch. So who we got? Who we got? Yo, 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 DJ Fat Stars. What's up, man? We are discussing currently, just to bring you up to speed. We are currently discussing uh Titans, and we started with Doom Patrol and looking at the characters from Doom Patrol and how they are matched up with the Sparrow Academy. Took that to discussing some of the different characters. Took that to DC Universe. You know, we did what we do, and we're just like talking about different things. And now we're here. We are looking through. So I need to go to Hubs. Don't know why I'm tripping. Let's just go to Hubs, and we go to Hubs. Go to DC Hub. Booyah! Boom! Brings everything to the forefront. And so you got Titans right there. Pennyworth is there. See Superman and Lois. Batwoman. I know. Got a early rise tomorrow. You know what? I think it's been an interesting day, and a lot of people were not available. But you know, I like the consistency. I wanted to be available for everybody who wanted to jump in. We thank everybody for being here. Appreciate you being here, Russell. You go ahead and you know if you got an early rise, you hop off. It's all good. You take it easy. Have a good night, man. So DJ, it's you and me. But from there, we have the like these are the shows that are airing currently, and of course, you get all this good stuff. And see this, which would have been I felt like I watched that episode. But apparently it did not last very long as there's only the 3 episodes. But they're like 45 minutes each. So I mean it's a pretty the writing is much, much better than Thundercats Go, even though the visual style is the same. But if you think more along the lines of like what is it? Okay, heroes. Okay, go, let's be heroes. Cancel. My phone. Yeah, and I'll admit it is a unique take, but I was surprisingly okay with this one because the writing was done well. Like it was actually written fairly well, much better than say your yeah, see. To me it's got that same kind of look right there. And I feel like that look, but people see this and immediately they're taken out because they think first of all everybody has a problem with a cartoon looking like a cartoon because it needs to look like an anime because that's what's approved. But I mean, this is surprisingly well written, and I would say go back and give it a shot. There's only 3 episodes. This Batman: The Audio Adventures, I actually enjoyed this, and I hate that they had this on Spotify, and I was enjoying listening to it on Spotify, but ended up having to like the first 2 episodes are still on Spotify, but when it came around and got to the third episode wasn't there, so I had to listen to it on HBO Max. And it's weird trying to listen to an audio program on your TV. it doesn't match up the way it's supposed to. So they really need to figure out how to get this audio adventures back over to an audio platform. But I wonder if we went to I don't have a Spotify connected with my Google. Let's see. Incorrect username and password. You know what? You know what? Let's do this differently. Let's there we go. So this is actually what I've been checking out lately. Marvel's Wasteland. But as you can see, popular with Batman the Audio Adventures. So it was actually really, really good. And it had humor, everything was there. And I really enjoyed that. Also, in my library, let's it's going to show me. Wastelanders. That is actually a good show that I've been watching or listening to rather. And these are to me, these are like similar to audiobooks. Marvel's Wastelanders. There was a Marvel's Wastelanders, one that covered Star Lord and Rocket, one that covered Hawkeye, one that's covered Black Widow. I've enjoyed all of that. And there was Wolverine. Let's see if I can find. Got here. I'm bringing another person on with me here. We will chit chat with him. We got. Yeah, what's going on, homie?
What up, man?
I am just rambling tonight. I am talking about some different things. Let me go ahead and share back with what I had up. So I ended up down a rabbit hole, and right now we're talking about some of the audio books and audio adventures that I listen to. And Marvel's Wastelanders is one that I've checked out on Spotify. It's part of Marvel and Sirius XM.
Okay.
And so there's a whole story arc where V-Day in the comics is part of the Old Man Logan timeline where we talk about the day the villains uprose and they took out all the heroes. And in doing so, they were able to basically take over. They carve up the US into like sections and whatnot. This is Kingpin's territory. That's the Hulk's territory. This is Red Skull's area. You know, they have everybody kind of divvied off like that. This part over here is Ultron's territory, the whole nine. Old Man Logan is a story of Wolverine and everything he has to go through and where he gets from, you know, point A to point B. And go read it. It's fantastic. Written by Mark Millar. So let me just throw that out there.
Okay. That name I recognize.
For those people who wonder why I'm a Mark Millar fan, like he's written all of the best shit. But yeah, matter of fact, you know what? Since
now,
we're doing
what do I know him from? Is that Invincible, or where do I recognize that name from?
Mark Millar, you do not recognize him from Invincible. You recognize Mark Millar from Wanted.
That's what it was.
You recognize Mark Millar from Super Crooks. You recognize Mark Millar from Millar World, and he is Kick-Ass.
That's what it is. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
So, I mean, Mark Millar has written some of the best comic books. In matter of fact, let me do this real quick. Boom, boom. So that's Mark Millar. Let's just go through these books real quick, okay? Super Crooks, Jupiter's Legacy, Civil War, Old Man Logan, Kick-Ass, Kick-Ass the New Girl, American Jesus, King of Spies. There's another one. Nemesis. Nemesis is so good. Prodigy is another fantastic story arc. He's done a lot of good Superman stories. I'm getting a touch of feedback.
No, I was switching over to Facebook on my phone so I could read the Facebook comments because I've got StreamYard up on the screen, so that was my bad.
Oh no, you're good. I understand. And yeah, Mark Millar definitely has some Dark Knight in there. The Hit Girl, Reborn. I mean, it's bruh, like Mark Millar is that dude. Just trust that Mark Millar.
I recognize Millar World, so I know that it was a big deal when he sold the rights to that or whatever. So
yeah. And so the Marvel Wasteland.
Now, quick question: was Jupiter Legacy, is that the same one that's on Netflix? I mean, obviously they adapted it, but
yes, that is the one.
I wish they had done such a better job with that then. Because
agreed.
Yeah,
agreed. But you know what? I think it also had a lot to do with the fact that it was only the one season. Because they only had the one season, there was more that they were going to get into, and you could see that they were kind of going that way. But let's see. Yeah,
loved Logan, loved Kick-Ass. So I heard that they're talking about Kick-Ass 3, and what's her name is talking about coming back if they do certain things or whatever. So
is that Chloe?
Yeah. Which I've seen Kick-Ass 1. I've not seen 2 yet. So I didn't realize there was a 2 until I heard that she was talking about doing 3. Just like I didn't realize there was a Jeepers Creepers 3 until they were talking about doing Jeepers Creepers 4. So
yeah, that Jeepers Creepers is that's a touchy subject because of the director and
There's been a lot of directors dropping out of stuff here lately.
Yeah. Well, he's more along the lines of one of the directors who's going to get canceled. And so he doesn't get the same support as some of the other directors who are dropping out. Like Justin Lin has my full support, and I hate that he's not going to be a part of Fast and Furious. And I'm not sure how I would feel about Fast and Furious without Justin Lin, because I think the cohesiveness of the story is attributed to the fact that you've had one director across this whole time. And so moving away from that is kind of like, you know.
I'll be honest, I stopped around Fast and the Furious 4 or 5. I am not up to date on those.
No worries. Let me see if I can find the other thing. What did I do on this? This was Wolverine. Marvel's Wolverine. So this is a podcast. This is another, like, I would call it an audio book. It's The Long Night, and this is, let's see what we got. So yeah, it's basically, think of it like 2 chapters or 2 books, and the first book takes place in Alaska, and the story itself is called Wolverine, The Long Night. And these federal agents are trying to track down these weird occurrences. Um, but that's when they got good. Yeah, they really did get good after 5. Like those last ones, they were just like, screw it, we're gonna do it. And they went there and it was amazing. So I have to agree with them there that it did get really interesting as they continued on. Oh, cool. I will join this blend. It's funny, I guess, like, I don't know if it's right now because I'm on Spotify or not, but my son and I have an 83% match on Spotify with our music choice. Jeff, I'm gonna send you a blend because I know you're one of the people I follow on Spotify as well. I think we follow each other, so I can get hip to some of your music and you get hip to some of my music. See your
Okay.
playlists and such and so forth. And as you can see, these are actually, I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but these are all my playlists over here.
No, I'm old, man. I can't see that small anymore.
Yeah,
It's
but
been a long time since I can read that small.
true.
I will go back and look at it though.
So it's but yeah, so this is where I started with Wolverine the Long Good Night. And then of course it recommended this podcast, Marvel's Wastelanders. And Marvel's Wastelanders had Star-Lord was the first series. The second series was Hawkeye. And this is more the same Hawkeye from Old Man Logan, where he's blind, can't see, and um, has to depend on his other senses and be the guy that he is. And then, of course, I also did Batman Audio Adventures, which is really, really good. And it was available on HBO Max. But as you can see, they only had 2 episodes. And that was when everything kind of jumped and moved over to HBO Max, which is why when you got here, I was talking about HBO Max. And so that's how that kind of came about.
Okay.
Just move
No,
this.
I have watched. I haven't watched a lot of the Batman stuff on there. I have watched some of the DC animated films. I've watched Titans, Stargirl, I believe it's called, which I didn't think I was going to like as much as I did, but was actually really good with Luke Wilson and stuff.
Agreed. Thoroughly
Young
enjoyed
Justice, which I'm currently. I just started season 4.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm working on it. So Titans blew me away though. Like I really enjoyed Titans on HBO Max.
Yeah. Titans is fantastic, and it's not even so much that it's a great reimagining. It's just a great show. And
I agree. I've recommended it to several people who are not comic people to check it out. I was like, they were like, yeah, I don't know who this is and who that is. I was like, you don't have to know. They give you a little bit of backstory on that. They go in different episodes in the first season. They kind of give you flashback info.
They cover everything you need to know to make
Right.
it relevant for what you're watching. Yeah, I'm with you there. And I think it was not so much a bold choice, but a unique choice to incorporate the characters that they did, to use them the way that they did, and to have them interact. So they gave you enough of the things that are going to be considered familiar, but they also like made a sharp left and went the bumpy road, and that was fine. And I think they were better off for it. You know,
I agree because like I knew who Beast Boy was. I knew who Starfire was. Nightwing, that kind of. I did not know about Hawk and Dove.
Right.
Yeah, I did not know that much about Raven except from Teen Titans Go. So I don't really count that. But yeah, it was just amazing some of the character arcs they had within that show.
Yeah, and the fact that they grew, I really like what they did with Riddler in that show as a whole.
Yeah.
And I like that Riddler's been getting his due lately.
They did a good job with Scarecrow too.
They did.
So
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Scarecrow was in Titans. Yes.
yes,
Scarecrow was in Titans. Riddler was in Harley Quinn.
yes,
So check out
which is
Harley Quinn
on
because
my
it's
list, but I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, as I was talking to somebody at work today because we were talking about Star Wars and stuff, and they thought there were only 9 movies, and I was explaining that there's Clone Wars and Bad Batch, and we remarked on the fact that it seemed like when we were younger, there was only 4 or 5, 6 movies that we looked forward to a year, and now it seems like there are some weeks where 20 things come out.
yeah.
So it has become a lot harder to to catch up or to keep up with some of these characters.
It is absolutely much more difficult now. And just the backlog, it grows steadily because there's so much content out there and available. Um, and
And
the
then
fact
as a gamer too, you have to balance like, do I want to catch up on this show or do I want to play this game? So
and it's really hard to give it all the proper attention that it deserves because I've even like the way my setup is, I could tilt one of my monitors a little bit, play a game on the computer, and see this TV right here. So I could be watching TV and playing a game, or just play the game here and have something playing on the monitors and watch it that way. But I can't really focus on one thing if I'm doing the other. And
I agree.
And it's like, honestly, that's probably the biggest challenge I have with anime is either having to wait for subbed episodes, or excuse me, having to wait for dubbed episodes,
Right.
where I can at least multitask while listening. That way, if I hear action, I know I have to look up. Otherwise, I can just kind of like take all the content in audibly and know what's going on and get through a lot of the filler episodes that way. But if you're not watching it, then it's, you miss out. And if it's subtitled, I have to not be doing anything else because I have to sit there and read everything that's being said because I don't speak Japanese
Right.
or Korean or
I agree.
Chinese. And so I'm thrown
And
off.
now, have you watched My Hero Academia?
I have.
I actually had a disconnect because they run concurrent, and so you get to like season 3, 4, 5, and it's been dubbed the whole time, and then because they're airing the live Japanese shows, it suddenly switches over to subbed. I'm not as interested. I lose, like if I start watching it dubbed, I have to finish watching it dubbed. I can't switch in the middle.
Yeah. And you know what? I had that problem too because I started off. I did not start when the show started. I was, they were 3, 4. They might have been 4 seasons in.
I agree. Same.
And so I started watching, and of course, I was able to go right to watching all of the dubbed episodes. So it was like dub, 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 dub. And then you get down to the current season, and all of a sudden it's like the only thing that's available, or to watch the new episode, you have to watch it subbed. And much like you said, it's like those first 2, 3 episodes were rough, man, because it was like they had the benefit. And I think the only reason it worked is they had the benefit of having my undivided attention because I had to read it. I won't say I was able to get over, but I was able to get past the idea that the voice didn't sound the same because I was still like, the translation was still it was still a dubbed translation, if that makes sense. And so I could literally kind of hear in my head the voice actor or actress, and they were, oh, go hop in today. Cool. I got you. Let me grab that link for you. The voice actor, actress, you know what I'm saying? Like having them in my head already, it was easier, more or less, to kind of picture or like to imagine what that would sound like coming from that person, as opposed to it being the Japanese cast and hearing that voice. So even though I'm hearing that voice because I have to read, I'm still able to kind of like make it work in my head. But it took a couple of episodes before I got there. So I'm completely with you.
And see, I have enough of a backlog. I just switch shows. I was like, oh, let me watch Umbrella Academy. Oh, let me watch this. Let me watch this instead. And then I would go back like 3 months later and be like, oh, cool. There's another season of My Hero Academia and it's dubbed. And then, of course, I binge it in like 2 days and then I have to wait more. So,
yeah, there's always the challenge. And that goes both ways, essentially. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think I kind of like, I made it a point with Demon Slayer to jump in early with the sub.
So good.
That way I could kind of be current the whole time and be comfortable with it being subbed. Because I did the dubbed My Hero to catch up and zoom through seasons so that I could get to we've got DJ Fat Snacks. Oh, tune that audio just a bit. Just making sure we don't have. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Nope, you muted You muted your mic. Unmute your mic and mute the screen.
Oh no, you good. That was me. My earbuds was not in.
Gotcha. Let me pull off the banner there. So there we go. But yeah, like that was the way that I was able to kind of get through and make that work, was to listen to the dubbed episodes till I got current, and then suffer through 2 or 3 episodes of the dubbed until that voice was normal. Like having to make that adjustment. And since I said, like, since I'm having to read everything, I'm having to just like focus and stay on screen. And we got a full house. Booyah. That's how we do it.
Snap. I'm in already. What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
What's up?
So we're talking about how let's see, our current topic is, man, this is why I love live shows, because I think this all started somewhere around, you know what? All of this started, we are where we are right now because I was talking about Umbrella Academy. So here's the quick rundown of how we got there.
Okay.
I was scrolling through the Facebook feed. So make sure to click the QR code over there by Jeff, where you can be a part of our group and be one of our members. But I was scrolling through our group feed and I came across one of the images, bless you, one of the images of Umbrella Academy, where they have like all the characters broken down. And of course, we see right there Elliot Page as Victor. And I was just like, I wonder how they're going to address that. All jokes aside, how do we go from it being Vanya to being Victor? Don't cop out and make it like that's one of his powers. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be cheesy like that. Address it. Make it a socioeconomic, what's the word I'm looking for? Make it part of society. Like,
my personal bet was an alternate timeline thing.
Well, we already know we're doing the alternate timeline.
Multiverse type thing.
See, and they could do multiverse, but the issue with that is that we're already dealing with time travel. We're already dealing with the effects of time travel because 5 went back, they altered something. Now they come back. You've got the Sparrow Academy instead of the Umbrella Academy. So I kind of see what they're doing with that. But even when they came back,
she was still Vanya.
So when we come back to this new season, it's not going to be Vanya, it's going to be Victor. I get that Elliot Page is now the actor playing Victor. I understand what happened. And however they choose to address it, fine. But don't gloss over it and don't make me think that I'm crazy like Victor's been there the whole time. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with. I was hoping that 5 would travel back and change something small and come back and then now Vanya is Victor or something. And I'm hoping they at least try to explain it.
And you know what? Vanya has been discovered and she's is wanting to witness protection. I don't know. Address it. Let
I
it be
just say that
Vanya's choice.
she had a nervous breakdown after all that stuff that happened in them last 2 seasons, and she just decided, you know what, I just want to be a guy, and they should just go that way.
I mean,
I,
as a character arc or a part of the neurological break that she experienced, but see the fact that she came out and she had on the white as well, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's to say that she doesn't have the ability to alter or reconstruct or whatever the case may be? So I'm definitely okay with that as a possibility. And as again, I just want it to be the character's choice to do it. Don't just make it lazy writing and this, like, oh, look over there, and here's Victor. Don't do that. You do
well, you know
that.
they changed her name throughout all the seasons, so even if you watch the seasons now, it's Elliot now.
I was gonna say that would be. I have not gone back and rewatched season 1 or anything, so that I didn't notice that detail.
Yeah, they changed it once he came out and said, that, you know, I'm Elliot now. They went back and they changed like all her stuff, like not just the Umbrella Academy, like all his stuff.
That is absolutely acceptable to put in the credits and properly credit the individual, because Elliot is the same person that Elliot has always been. So legally, I'm good with it.
Here's what I'll say. Umbrella Academy has proven it doesn't try and take the shortcut, at least in my opinion. So I'm going in fully expecting them to like not be lazy about this.
They had time.
Yeah.
All right.
And they are very much a, like you said, they did have time. They've talked about it. They knew going into season 3 that was a thing. So let me just check something real quick. Yeah, DJ is sure, Mike.
Boom.
So it's your mic. I don't know if you got a fan blowing on the mic.
Yeah,
or something,
that's exactly what it was.
Cool. Yeah. I see this windscreen. You see how I'm always doing this? That's how I got rid of all of that sound that I used to have, because that would pick up, and my ADD, I have to be doing something. If you just watch me, you'll see I'm like, this head is going crazy. So I've
never been watching that before. I am now.
See, and it's like I have to like always be doing something, because otherwise this is what I do. I do this all the time, and that's how I get my motion in, and that's how I keep my ADD in check. Because this was getting picked up by the microphone, so I couldn't use my fidget spinner, which is exactly what it's for. But so here's the rabbit hole we were in. We were looking at. I was looking at the images of Umbrella Academy, and I was going through the character roster that they had. And on the character roster for the Sparrow Academy, they have a guy that kind of looks like he is going to be very similar to one of the characters from Doom Patrol. Russell was on that show. Russell was on, and Russell was saying that he didn't know Doom Patrol had multiple seasons. He only knew about the first season. So I was explaining why he wasn't aware of the additional seasons, and that was because of DC Infinite and the way DC Infinite changed. DC Infinite used to be the streaming app and the service and the all-in-one where you could get your comics, your books, your TV shows, and everything being right there and available. But when DC Universe changed to DC Infinite, all of their content jumped over to HBO Max. After season 1 of Titans, season 1 of Doom Patrol, and season 1 of Stargirl, all of the new content went directly over to HBO Max. And because it was at HBO Max, a lot of people didn't see the advertisement for it, because all of that advertisement was now coming through HBO Max. So I then, because it was the only one on screen at the time, I was like, oh, you know what? Let me just show you right here, and I'll click here and click there. And so I actually pulled up my DC Infinite, DC Universe login, and that got us to talking about Doom Patrol. That, of course, led over to talking about Titans and Young Justice and this and that. And then Jeff hopped on while I was in the midst of talking about that. So we got to talking about how did we get there? I know we got to talking about Mark Millar and all of his
Young
content,
Justice.
Young Justice, and so that was just, it was a hell of a rabbit hole, and here we are now, and we're back, and
So,
yeah.
quick question. I had to go back into the group and find of the Academy. Which one reminded you of Doom Patrol?
The guy, give me a second. I've got it open on here. So he's the guy with the half his face is like, looks like it's kind of melting.
Yeah.
He was what?
He reminds you of like the Elastigirl person. I'm trying to remember her name, and I'm totally spacing.
Correct. No, it's fine. I'm drawing a blank too. But yes, that's who came to mind. Just because, like,
it's been a while since I watched Doom Patrol, but I know who you're talking about, the actress girl.
Yes.
Right. And when she is, let me see. I can go here. Let's click on DC, pull that up.
That was a solid first season. I need to catch up on the second one. It's been a hot minute.
Same.
And season 3.
Season 3 is out?
Season 3 is
See,
out.
I've seen one, and then I saw that Teen Titans had another season, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw Stargirl has another season. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I'm now 7 seasons behind on 14 shows.
And it happens so quickly and so easily. So don't feel bad. Like, that's literally the point I'm making. And it's like, because there's so much content available, and really it has a lot to do with the fact that all of this content, one, it's spread out all over everything. And why can I not find it? I just had it, so it's all good. I will put in right here. We will just search Doom Patrol, and it will pop right up. And so yeah, DC Doom Patrol. There we go. Damn Patrol, Flux Patrol, Cyber Patrol. Boom. Rita, Negative Man.
Rita Hayward.
Rita Farr.
Rita Farr. Okay.
Yep. So April Bowlby. And so I like the episodes that focus more on Crazy Jane. I thought those were some of the best episodes. And when they were recording season 1, I actually got a chance to meet Brendan Fraser out here in Conyers, Georgia. He was at Jim and Nick's having dinner, and when he like walks back out, he goes and he gets in like this big Winnebago that's like in the parking lot. I mean, it might as well have said Brendan Fraser's trailer Doom Patrol on it, because it's like the biggest thing in the parking lot, and he's just casually kind of walking, and he does. Like, there's a photo in group somewhere, if you go back and find it, it's like, oh my God, it's Brendan Fraser. He's such a great guy.
Well, that's I'm gonna ask a question for the group, and for those in the chats, make your minds known. What show do you think did DID, or dissociative identity disorder, the best? Crazy Jane and Doom Patrol, Legion, or Moon Knight?
I think let me put out there honorable mentions for a couple of movies that I think have done justice. Split.
Yeah, Split's got to be in there. You're right.
Yeah, there's a superhero. Yep.
And I think just because of the subject matter, and it's been out long enough that I'm not really ruining either one of these. Identity, John Cusack.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that one.
And
that's a good throwback.
This is a borderline one, but let me know. Primal Fear.
I agree, it's borderline. You could debate that one.
Because the question becomes, well, okay, in fairness, I think it's safe to say the last 5 minutes of the movie, it's such a great movie. Let me just say this. I'm not going to spoil this. If you have not seen Primal Fear, please do yourself a favor and go watch this movie. But
here's what I'll say. Primal Fear, I don't feel like it's in the running.
Okay. Okay, we can take Primal Fear. I knew it was kind of.
It could be in the category. I just don't think it's going to be in the running.
No, it's not going to be the best representation, without doubt. It's probably the worst representation, all things considered. But it is one that I think kind of gives people at least the visual medium as a better way of understanding.
Okay.
And that's the only reason I think that it's a good representative for DID, not as a. It's not a good example, but I think it's because I mean technically under that theory, or not theory, but like you could even make the argument for
Bruce Myself, and Irene.
Me, Myself, and Irene.
That's a good one actually.
Yeah, that's actually.
But
that
I kind of feel like, all right, so with Me, Myself, and Irene, and even I'm going to be a little controversial here. Moon Knight, it's not as many as Split or Crazy Jane. I feel like Crazy Jane and Split showed multiple, whereas the other two only had 2.
And Legion.
And I haven't seen Legion in forever, so I'd have to go back and rewatch that one. But I feel like Split had more than 2, and Crazy Jane had 70. So like, however many. So
it's not so much of who has the most. It's what is being portrayed the best. Like which one, which series is
like someone who has it. Would they say that represent how they feel in the day-to-day life?
And maybe we're not trying to find one that's like, hey, what's the most realistic? But what do we feel like has worked the best on screen?
Okay, so
I think
go ahead, Sam.
I think the best representation on screen for DID has to be Crazy Jane from Doom Patrol, because I think the way that they show having all of the people in the same. Okay, when she's on the train, Robot Man comes down to join her, and she's on the train, and you see all of the different personalities that are on the train. And when he gets off the train and they're walking through her psyche, and you just see Jane's over there and Jane's over there and Jane's over there, and there's just random Janes walking around, and they talk about who's going up. And whenever they refer to who's going up, they're talking about who's going to be host and who's going to be sitting back watching. And the fact that all of the personalities can see what's taking place, but not all of them can interact or take control of what's taking place. And so there are some that have no knowledge of what's happening real time because they're over there, like the ones that are in the woods. They don't know what's happening when Jane is doing something. When the host is in control, they don't know what's happening. But then if the metal girl, if she takes over, Jane is asleep and doesn't know what the metal girl was doing. But then there's been times when the child personality takes over and Jane recalls some of the things that the child personality. So the way that it's not like she just blacks out every time. There are some that allow her access and some who don't allow her access. And I think that's pretty impressive because each of those personalities is a unique person. And if they don't have a bond with the host, then
they don't really get to watch what she does.
They're not friends, so I'm not going to show you.
I have a thought on that. I feel like Crazy Jane and Split are the best two, and Split is because it shows you how it appears to other people outside of that person, whereas Crazy Jane shows you what's actually happening inside.
Okay, I could definitely see that because it is a little bit more subtle with Crazy Jane because she does such a good job, I guess, containing all of the other ones, except for those times when she needs those personalities to come out. And, I dislike, and I don't know the accuracy of it, but I do read some of in fact, it's kind of funny because, of course, with Moon Knight being so popular right now, there's been a lot of stuff in the DID community, if that's the right phrase. But there's been a lot of chatter online just coming from the DID community where people are actually talking about, this is good, that's not good. And even some people who are chiming in because their PTSD is very similar, and the way that they kind of deal with the trauma, or having those triggers. I was on TikTok and found this guy, and he was talking about the accuracy. And of course, he was like, the only problem he has is that he has yet to become a superhero. And I mean, he was obviously making a joke when he said it, but he was like, otherwise everything seems to kind of be on the up and up. And maybe they actually took the time to do some research. And he says he does have those moments where he does genuinely feel like he's watching through a lens, that he's actually not in control of what's what, because he remembers that feeling of being disconnected. And I was just, to me, I was just kind of like, wow. But then when you watch something like, so what?
So that is fascinating.
Yeah, but then when you watch something like Moon Knight and you get to kind of see that visual, you get to see either Mark talking and he looks at a reflection and the reflection looks different because that's Steven over there, or vice versa.
Yeah.
That's a visual comprehension that I would never have been able to associate with, as I'm not I'm not aware that I have DID. I've never been diagnosed or anything along those lines. So, it's quite fascinating that is, at least to that person, a realistic portrayal. And I thought that was quite impressive. So who would you put in your category, Ty?
I did enjoy Split, but for me, it's going to come down to, I really appreciate how Moon Knight tackled the whole, here's how his trauma caused him to split. And they showed how his personality was a defender or protector. I think Crazy Jane also does a good job at that as well. I think Moon Knight did a better job conveying the trauma that caused it. I think Crazy Jane and Doom Patrol portrayed DID itself and how it interacts with other personalities better.
How the coping side of it.
Yeah, the coping side of it.
How to go through the day-to-day, how to live with this condition, if you will.
Yeah.
Or how this causes you to interact with others. I agree with Jeff that Split gives a better visual from the outside looking in, when you meet a person who is DID, or who has DID, that is probably more how you see it.
But I question if that even matters, because that's like, hey, do we really want to care about the person who's never had like seasoned food and is not going to try it, or do we want to know about the chef who's actually seasoning the food, changing people's lives? What's the more compelling story?
I think the more compelling story is the dish, because if you tell the story from the point of the dish, you can focus at different times on the person preparing the food. You can also focus on the person eating the food, the person delivering the food. So having that balance, I think, is important. And that's why each one of them is good at something and not something else. And I think that the part that Split does well is the person eating the food. Whereas Doom Patrol is the person preparing the food. And Moon Knight hears the food.
Okay.
And I think that's where, because Moon Knight kind of fits in that in-between space where they give you some really good visuals of what it must be like to live with DID. They give you some good visuals and some good representation, some good, almost like good analogies for it. But then they also show, from Layla's perspective, what it's like to interact with someone with DID.
Okay.
And not knowing what was going on that whole time.
Right.
And so having to make that adjustment. They also do a good job of showing us how we got to this point. So it's almost like the show said, here's the meal. Now let's tell a story regarding this meal. We want to focus on the person that cooked it. We want to focus on the person that's eating it. We want to focus on the delivery team that brought the fresh fish in. So we got to have Khonshu in here and do well with that. They took all of the elements necessary to make that make sense to the average person.
Now, I will say this. I think that each in their own right show a different facet of it, to where, taken as a whole from all the shows, you get a much bigger overview of what DID is as a whole. I think that each one gives you, I don't think that DID, now I will say this, I'm not part of the community either, so I don't want to offend anybody, but I think that each one shows a different facet of it, to where those people with that condition can identify with certain elements from each show. For some, it might be Moon Knight is more like how they feel, and for some others, it might be, oh, this is, it's Doom Patrol. Or so I think for the average person that doesn't have that condition, watching all those shows together or separately as you would, you get a much bigger overview of, okay, this is what that condition is. I didn't really understand what it was, what it entailed. I now understand it better in general, because each one showed me something different. I was like, oh, I never really thought about it like that.
Right.
So,
but I mean, I think I have found oftentimes people will. We are coming as a society. I think we're becoming better about finding that mix of proper explanation of what we understand and political correctness. Because for a long time, we just threw everything under the umbrella of like, oh, got to be PC, got to be PC. But, when you know better, you do better. And so for a long time, we would just call it multiple personality disorder. But I think we've kind of come to understand that multiple personality disorder is not the same as dissociative identity disorder. And for that reason, you have characters like...
Well, it is the same thing. They just came out with a more proper description of it.
Right. And the reason that's important is a person could make an argument that Etrigan the Demon or Bruce Banner, they would have multiple personality disorder.
Not counting Smart Hulk, though.
I'm saying they do, though.
I would agree the Hulk does. Like,
especially in the comics.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you look in Banner's mind, and he's got like the different Hulks there. Like, he has different personalities. I disagree with Etrigan. I feel it's like it's more like two people sharing the same soul. They're not like confused at who's who.
They're not confused, but at the same time, there's also the condition of the host body, who's in control.
So then, are the symbiotes? Does that suddenly make someone with a multiple personality disorder, or is that more about addiction?
But see, that's the difference between multiple personality disorder and dissociative identity disorder. Because if in fact you're talking about someone like Etrigan, who is two physical people, sharing a single vessel, that's one thing. But Bruce Banner is the Hulk.
Yeah. It's not shattered.
It's not something that was put inside of him and gets released. He is the Hulk. And it's the gamma
different personalities up in there too.
Right. And see, and then on top of that, it's the fact that the Hulk is so many different people. But, then it's like, okay, well, does the Hulk manifest in these different colors because of the change in psyche at the time? Yes.
No, they're actual personalities. So like you take Joe Fixit. Joe Fixit was a character Bruce Banner saw as a kid growing up when his father was being a total asshat, and Joe Fixit was like the person who felt like he could protect him. And so he's the protector. And so you have some of the manifestation of his rage. You have that kind of weird comic where you have
That's the Hulk from Hell, I think, ain't it?
Cole or whatever. No, that's Devil Hulk.
Yeah.
Joe Fixit was separate.
Oh no, yeah, I know. Joe Fixit was like just
He was the protector, and then you
protector.
had, of course, standard Raging Hulk. Manifestation was rage.
He had
You
that.
had
The Hulk that we get normally, I didn't know, is basically like a kid version of Hulk.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't even think about it. I was like, wow. He's
Oh
like
my
also
gosh.
the.
Have you guys been following the Hulk comics, the Smashed or Not, whatever it's called?
Mm-mm.
Smashed or not?
Yeah, basically Bruce Banner has figured out a way where he can actually pilot the Hulk's body and like kind of keep the mind separate. And there's like a new form of Hulk that gets introduced. It's amazing.
So this is after all that when they had basically tried to separate where the what's his name? He tried to separate all the Hulks from the actual Hulk and have it where it was no Hulks at all, just Bruce in hell. Like they tried to leave all the Hulks in hell.
So there's that.
Is this after that?
This is after that. This is going to be
Yeah.
after the whole One Below All series.
There we go. That one.
Yeah. So this is after that, in which case Bruce Banner has kind of figured out a way that he can kind of pilot the Hulk. And he gets taken to another dimension. It's like I don't want to spoil it because it's fucking amazing.
Okay, because the last one I read and watched somebody talk about, they were right before it ended, and it was getting to the point to where they needed to get Bruce back, and they didn't know where to find him in the other world, in hell. And why can't think of his villain name? I don't know why I want to say the Thinker, but I know that's not his name.
Oh, the leader.
The leader. The leader was he was in hell. He was like, I'm gonna come back as one of the Hulks, but he couldn't. So he's like, well, if I can't do it, he's gonna take care of all of them and take care of a lot of people and try to rule them from hell. I'm like, okay, guy.
No, it's a solid series.
And that's the one above all art?
Mm-hmm.
One below all art.
One below all. Okay. So the story you're talking about is the new story, Starship Hulk.
Yes.
Oh, that's the name of it, Starship Hulk. Okay.
Yeah,
Starship
I've heard of it. I have not read. I have heard of it.
That is okay. I have to.
How many issues as it is so far?
I can find out.
4, I think. I'm. Hold on. Yeah.
Yes.
4?
February 2022's Hulk number 4.
Okay. And then I want to go ahead and take a wild turn if you guys are up for it.
Okay.
Have y'all heard about what happened with Dave Chappelle?
Yes.
What are y'all thoughts?
And I have seen the picture of the person that did it, and it did not turn out like it did for Will Smith. That guy, he got beat down. And I think it is well deserved and sends a message that you're not going to be able to do that to other people.
Yep.
Because that was the number one concern when Chris Rock and Will Smith had their altercation, was that now other people are going to think, oh, I can do that. And Dave Chappelle, and they tried, and that guy got jacked up.
So do you think people doing that is Will Smith's fault now?
It definitely is an empowering moment when you're like, oh, because there's been plenty of times. So to preface, I used to work at a comedy club for like 8 years. I was in their box office, but I've seen a lot of comedy shows. And there are plenty of moments where you have people who are upset. They take offense, whether it is the comedian saying a joke that they don't appreciate, or whether they were getting picked on because they were talking during the show and they were called out for it. There were definitely cases where we were sitting there like worried someone was going to try and start some shit. So we had people on hand to be like, no, we're escorting your ass out. And seeing what happened to Chris Rock, it was very much of, oh no, that's going to embolden people. So you can take it I know it's not a very appropriate.
I have a controversial thought on this, though.
Tell me your controversial spot.
It occurred to me that this is something that strippers have been dealing with for a long time. They have someone that comes in and someone that comes into their club, spends money on them, gets a certain treatment, and then they start to stalk said stripper or try to walk her home or meet her outside the club or get more friendly than they should or be aggressive in some cases. And I think that the comedians have that as well. So, certain industries have that, but that whole, the average person thinking that they know the person on stage better than they do and wanting a closer connection has been something that has been occurring for a long time. We're just now starting to see it or in the media.
I don't see this more as them trying to have a connection. I think they're trying to say as you don't get to say that. It's kind of their way of, I don't want to say enforcing cancel culture, but it's very much of like limiting free speech, because like comedy has been seen as the last bastion of free speech by like Joe Rogan, by
a lot of the shock comedians, especially like your Bill Burrs, your Joe Rogans, your Bill Maher's, the guys who, I won't say go overboard with the comedy, but
they push that button.
They definitely push the button. They push the edge, and because even like, and let me put my foot all in the wrong right here, but even people like Louis C.K., the jokes he makes, he jokes about content that, though it shouldn't be joked about, it's good that we can laugh at it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why. You have people who are able to take topics that shouldn't be laughed at, but they make it so relatable that you do. So right. I'm gonna share a personal story. Joey Diaz, super popular on Joe Rogan's podcast, completely like his comedy is not fit for the faint of heart. I remember he was telling this bits where he was like, like women keep saying that they want to get the best dick that they ever had. It's like, you got to go to when we were like 15 to get the best dick you could ever have. And he talks about those teachers who are fucking with male students. It's like, they don't look ashamed to be going to jail. They look like they just got the best fuck of their lives. And you shouldn't be laughing, but it's fucking hilarious. And it's one of those things where you can
there's a certain logic that's there that,
if it's a bad joke, absolutely fine. You can be upset it's a bad joke. But to say you can't talk about things and be upset because a topic has been mentioned, it's like, no, that's not.
I think perhaps the best example, and this was something that was a little bit more, I won't say relatable, but it was amazing the ground this joke covered. And this was Dave Chappelle. And it's funny that you mentioned this because you made me think of it. How old is 15 really?
That's right.
He did a segment where he was talking about how old is 15 really? He talked about, I think the young lady Elizabeth Smart, who got kidnapped. She was just a couple miles down the road from her home, and they were searching for her for like a couple of weeks. There was also a 8-year-old girl who got kidnapped. It was at home, same day. 45 minutes later, she chewed through the rope. She was at home. He was like, we act like 15 is just like so young and it's such a problem. And then he goes on to say, he talks about young kid that was performing some wrestling moves and killed his friend. And they wanted to sentence him to life. And then he talks about R. Kelly and the person that may allege, I think the appropriate term when you talk about legal things, who allegedly got peed on. And he was like, at 15, I was able to make the decision I didn't want to get peed on. That was, I didn't have to think about that. I didn't have to get permission for that. I could tell, like, don't piss on me. And then it's like, if you're 15 and you've got a child's mind and you're susceptible to trying a wrestling move that kills someone, maybe that person shouldn't get life. And if that person is getting life, then maybe we shouldn't have all this sympathy for this person over here who's 15 and got kidnapped and couldn't get home because, like, the kidnappers left her. She wasn't tied up or anything. You know, like, you go back and you listen to some of that stuff about Elizabeth Smart, and you're like, couldn't have been my kid, you know. But it's, again, like you said, these teachers, how old is 15 really? Because let me tell you something. I remember some things from 15.
Same.
I just was dealing with a group of 16-year-olds that was.
So yeah, I totally understand the logic behind that, and I think that is very interesting. I will say that I do believe this is part of the aftermath and the fallout of the slap, but I don't necessarily think it is the same. Like, I don't. Will Smith getting up on stage and accosting Chris Rock is not the same as this random guy attacking Dave Chappelle. And here's why. Because I know that, like, bring him on. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. You don't go into a restaurant and get to shut the whole restaurant down because you want to bring your family in for a dinner. You don't get to rent Disney World for a day. You don't get to do the same things that this celebrity can do.
This is true.
And it is just in the context of the celebrity. Now, if you have it in your head that you are on equal footing with the celebrity and you decide to get up and run up on stage, that's no different than anybody who would have gotten up and run up on stage at any time. And given that he was going up on stage with a knife and an agenda, I don't necessarily feel like you can blame what Will Smith did on that. Because at least the argument can be made that, you know, Will Smith, it was in Will Smith's mind, it was a personal attack. It was you know what I'm saying? Like, and it wasn't like,
well, we don't know what the guy's motive was.
We don't know what his motive was fully. But if we just are on the outside looking in and we examine what we see, in order of events, Chris Rock makes a joke about his wife. Will Smith approaches the stage and strikes Chris Rock. Chris Rock yells back to Will Smith. Will Smith makes remarks regarding his wife. If we just follow the sequence of events, I'm not calling motive. I'm just pointing out the things that we saw at the time.
I would just want to say it was more shocking to hear Will Smith cuss on TV.
That was the
Mr. I've never cussed in my raps. I've never done, you know what I mean? Like, when I could have almost thought it was staged, or was like, some people were talking about it was fake or this, that, or the other. But when I actually heard him drop the F-bomb several times, I was like, no, there's too much emotion there. Like, it was not staged. Like, that for me was my deciding factor.
I will agree. That was the cue
over the slap.
That was the cue that it wasn't fake. I will agree with that. Or at least for me anyway, that's what made me believe one way versus the other. But if you look at those sequence of events, and then you look at something like...
Here, guys, I got to dip out real quick.
No problem. When you look at the segment of events that led up to the Chappelle bit, I will have to see more video from 5 different angles and get all of the footage that's available, like the Will Smith incident, since it was broadcast live. Right now, we have like bad cell phone video. I'm sure at some point we'll get better footage. TMZ will come through and do what they do. But as it stands right now, we just see random guy climbs up on stage, has a bit of space he has to cover before he can get to Chappelle, almost to the point where Chappelle was able to kind of like
see it coming.
Right, like that. I didn't see it coming, but it was like a bullfight where he kind of like
He just
Olay. It
launched.
was,
Yeah, he just launched at him, and
you know what I'm saying, and missed. And Chappelle is not a little dude. You know, that's the part. Like maybe he was thinking it was the same Chappelle from the Nutty Professor, but that's not the same Chappelle up on that stage. Chappelle up on that stage is pretty jacked. And I don't know that I would necessarily want to like run up there and I don't think I would want to run up on Dave Chappelle like that. He's a big dude. Um, but there again, it is more about trying to understand that person's motive as far as why he did what he did. And what I've heard so far, of course, is that guy's an aspiring rapper. He's made some raps about Dave Chappelle. I don't know if they're good raps, bad raps, and I don't know that I want to support one way or the other and research and listen to them to find out what they are. Because if he's got like, if he's got a YouTube or whatever, and I don't want to give him the views or the likes or the shares or anything and make him popular. You're muted. Ty, you're muted. Just unmute.
Is this Isaiah Lee?
There you go. And it's I mean, is it like is he clout chasing? That's the wrong way.
I think he is.
Well,
Because
no,
if he had a knife and he made contact with Dave first before anybody even came up on him. So if his motive was to stab Dave, he would have stabbed Dave.
I don't know, man. The way he tackled Dave was really sloppy. Like, he was not a very good attacker, which is why he got the shit beat out of him as well.
He may have been really drunk.
That too?
I mean, it's a comedy club. You have a couple drinks.
Why bring a knife that's attached to a fake gun? Like, that's motive. There was something there.
I mean, if nothing else, that becomes premeditated. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's and that's why I say it's a little bit different with the situation with Will, because there's a direct sequence of events. And until we get, 10 different angles and 5 different videos, we don't see the sequence of events. All we see is, like, I need to know the specific joke he told that triggered this guy to get up and feel like he needed to defend his own honor or someone else's honor, whatever the case may be.
Well, it must have been way past, because like literally David just said, it's like, hey, I'm introducing this musical act, this hip hop group, and then this guy jumps on stage. It's like, oh, are you mad because you weren't the hip hop artist invited, or?
And that is kind of my point. So it's like the situation here is different than the situation with Will. So I don't necessarily know.
The situation is different. I'll give you that. But how much more empowered can he feel because it's already been done by someone else? Even if the motive's different.
And a celebrity.
It happened. Yes.
I also think the fact that Chris Rock was there.
Oh, Chris Rock coming out, I was like, was that Will Smith?
Yeah. So that also could be a factor too.
It could be.
Because since that happened, I want to say it was T.I. He was heckling a female comedian out here in Atlanta. And so that was one of the things they were saying, like, just because all that stuff happened with the Chris Rock situation, nobody has the time to do all that. So why are you even doing it as a celebrity to somebody who's way lesser than you in a sense?
Yeah.
Right.
Let alone you are a rapper who wants to be a comedian or thinks he's a comedian and got mad because someone said something about your case that was coming up. So I think it's similar. I honestly think dude was clout chasing. Because Jamie Foxx was there. It was a lot of celebrities there. I think the guy just wanted to go out there and start doing something just so that a lot of cameras was on him.
Yeah, but why bring the knife? Because now that's like, you're looking at jail time for that.
Yeah, it goes from assault to aggravated assault. So,
and it's premeditated because you
yes.
actually brought a fucking weapon. Like
I'm telling you, he probably thought it was cool to do that. Maybe just to get a lot of attention. He's an aspiring rapper.
I mean, you can't make the argument that it's for street cred. And I think if he, depending on the venue, him having a knife on him, that falls on the part of the venue,
Yeah, the
because
Hollywood Bowl.
like how was he able to get in with that? Unless you got like that investigation is going to be interesting, and I can't wait to see how that part goes down. But as far as the empowering, I mean, the argument could be made when I say the situations are different, and therefore I don't necessarily think that we can, like, I can't hold Will Smith at fault for what this person did, because and here's why. Jeff had brought up earlier that it's the same thing the strippers deal with. You know what I've never seen personally, not to say it hasn't happened, I've never seen a dude get up on stage with the dancers. All the other stuff you mentioned,
I have.
and wait a minute, and that's why I wanted to preface. That's why I wanted to preface. I personally have never.
Tell me you've never been to a strip club without saying you've never been to a strip club. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't.
No,
been.
I have personally known a stripper that gave a private dance to someone else that night, and someone that came in all the time and spent a lot of money on her, a regular, saw her do this and then proceeded to follow her home from the club and almost beat her to death because she violated what he thought was acceptable.
Okay, now that portion of it, and that's what. But I want let's go back to what I said, specifically what I said. I have never seen someone get on stage. All of the other stuff you've mentioned, 100% absolutely. But this guy didn't follow Dave Chappelle out of the club and home. That's an entirely different case that we're looking at then. We're talking about, because again, if we're trying to make the comparison to the slap, we're talking about this person was empowered to get up, go on stage, walk up to Dave Chappelle, or in this case, try to run and tackle and accost Dave Chappelle. He had plans to stab him, shoot him, whatever it was he tried to do. That was what he was attempting to do because he felt empowered by what he saw Will Smith do. I have never in my personal life witnessed someone get on stage for the stripper. Yes, following them home, because and almost every time it's a situation where that person's perception of what is skewed. Yeah. Their reality is a little different. They fell for the fantasy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the same there.
Now, I've seen it where a stripper was dancing and other females thought that she didn't know what she was doing. They were not strippers. They were not workers there, but they went up there and proceeded to strip and considered themselves better than the person that was up there.
I've seen that. If this dude had gotten on stage and just started rapping,
then we'd be blaming
yeah.
Well, no. See, if he did that, then it would be nothing more than
I'm gonna let you finish, but here's my rap.
No. Right, that would be a Kanye moment. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like, because again, he interrupted right, or this took place right as he was getting ready to introduce someone, and in a weird way, I genuinely don't feel like that's connected, because like anybody that's ever here's where my mind goes with it. The name escapes me, but the guy that tried to shoot President Reagan, right? Reagan was getting out of a limo, walking into the building. This guy runs up. He's got a 38. And he tries to shoot the president. Was he emboldened because Lincoln was assassinated? Was that his motivation?
Probably because JFK was assassinated.
Or JFK or MLK, because those are much more recent.
But the manner in which they were assassinated was not the same.
And that's fine. But think about this. Think about the first school shooting. And they have all these copycats because they've seen it done. They saw how much fame they got. They might go about a different way, but they now feel emboldened because it's like someone else has already laid the groundwork. So, I mean,
I guess from that perspective, I can
almost
respect and appreciate
it happened, but I can do it better kind of mentality.
Or it doesn't even matter the reason why. Hey, chill the fuck out, dude.
Dog scared me. Okay.
Dog scared me.
that got me.
I gotta.
Hold on. I need to tell my dog, don't be emboldened because his dog barked.
Oh wow!
I
And
will
that's what
punch
it
your
is.
ass.
If my
Make
dog
sure he
starts
doesn't have a
barking,
knife.
other dogs will start trying to bark too. They're emboldened. But it's very much they before it might have been like, oh, I wish I could have done that, and they kind of have like those fantasies of, oh, I wish I could have smacked that comic for saying some bullshit about me, for making fun of my little penis or whatever. But now that they've seen someone actually strike a comedian for what they've said, it doesn't matter about the reasoning. It doesn't matter if Will Smith was trying to defend his wife's honor. The action was done, and now they feel like, hey, I now can do that too.
Right. I can and like I said, I certainly get that, and I get where that comes from. We may have to have a spinoff show, Ty. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna call it yet, but we may have to like figure out a spinoff show where we can just sit and we can not really argue some things, but let's see. Is it still May the 4th? Have we still got? You know what? Well, we're gonna go into Revenge of the 5th.
I mean, we have all month. This is the May.
This is
the May. I love that, by the way.
So, Jeff, you got time to hit us with some of those questions?
I do, actually. We had I do trivia every Wednesday nights at my local brewery, and it was Star Wars night. We had a costume contest. It was great.
Okay.
People dressed up as Chewbacca, Princess Leia, and
a timestamp.
It's
257. Okay.
It's 5 rounds, 10 questions each. And being a Star Wars nerd, I expected. I didn't study this week. Like normally, I'll study. Like when 420 came around, I looked up marijuana history and things like that. Like I study for this trivia because he comes up with really good questions. And so, the first round was general stuff like, what is Boba Fett's occupation? How many Star Wars movies are there? General stuff like that. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a cakewalk. I got this. Then we got to round 2. And so I have 10 questions from round 2 that literally, I honestly have never heard from Star Wars. I went up and shook his hand because he got me on some of these. And I want to see what you guys think about some of these. So I'm just going to do these 10 questions. They're real easy.
Okay.
Or real quick, I should say. So number 1, made famous by Johnny Cochran, what is the name of the legal strategy in which a criminal defense lawyer tries to confuse the jury rather than refute the case of the prosecutor? And this was, I'll give you a small hint. This was actually made famous by South Park with Johnny Cochran, and there's an episode. It's called Blank Defense.
Huh. That would be, let's see.
So while you guys think, I'll reread it just in case for people listening. Made famous by Johnny Cochran, what is the name of the legal strategy in which a criminal defense lawyer tries to confuse the jury rather than refute the case of the prosecutor?
And this is a Star Wars trivia question?
Yeah, no.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Like the first round
the very first thing that comes to mind is like, I want to say something along the lines of Jedi mind trick, but if it's a blank defense, I'm like, I guess it has to be a word. Confuse.
Like immediately, what's coming to mind is going to be something with Han Solo.
Close. I'll go ahead and it's the Chewbacca defense.
Chewbacca.
That's actually a term, apparently.
Wow.
So
you know what? Have you ever heard Chewbacca speak?
There is a video where he does, and it's hilarious.
So.
And since you have no idea what he's actually saying, you're confused as hell. But it's presented to Han as if it's like these are words, and you're like, what? I just want subtitles.
No, Now, I will say I got that question right because I had seen the South Park episode where they make fun of it.
Gotcha.
So, but number two, what cast member from the show MythBusters was responsible for R2-D2's movements in the Star Wars prequel trilogy? All right.
Grant Inahara.
Okay. And see, I knew I could picture him, but I couldn't think of his name. I hate to be this way, but we literally put that Chinese guy. So
even that Asian guy would have been better.
I understand, but beers were involved in
I
time limit. So
I got you. I'm not going to pretend like every answer I've turned in on trivia has been appropriate.
Here's one that got
I host trivia. Yeah.
So number 3, the facial features of Yoda were inspired, but by what real world theoretical physicist?
Boop. Stephen Hawking?
Close. Albert Einstein. I think they're the same level of fame. But yeah, it got me. I was like, huh?
Yeah, this guy was like, let me go to the book.
Yeah, here's
all the trivia.
He did a really good job tonight. Like all 5 rounds were trivia, and the first round is general. The second round is a little bit more specific. The third round was it Spaceballs or Star Wars? The fourth round was visual, like you had to name that character. Oh. And then the 5th round was audio, like he was like, what weapon makes this noise? And then it was a lightsaber noise, or what ship makes this thing, or what character is this? And it was R2-D2 beeps. But this second round is the reason I lost tonight, because I thought I was going to get 500 out of 500 points. And
Star Wars lore, it's about like behind the scenes shit.
But it was, I had never heard some of this stuff before, and I was surprised because I know all kinds of stuff about Star Wars, like Carrie Fisher's coke nail being visible. Like if you watch certain scenes, you can see her pinky nail and realize that's her. She was doing coke between scenes, and that Harrison Ford used to be a carpenter and a pot dealer to the stars, and that's why he got the part. I knew all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So there's 4.
Some great trivia too. So.
Oh, there is. So number 4, Samuel L. Jackson had a famous quote from one of his other movies engraved on his lightsaber in the Star Wars films. Name the movie the quote was from. And he gave 5 bonus points if I'm sorry, Ty.
It was Pulp Fiction.
Name the movie 5 additional points if you can collectively name the movie and the exact quote.
It's definitely Pulp Fiction, and I'm remembering the scene. It was in the fucking diner. Was it the Bible verse he gave?
I thought so too.
Bad motherfucker.
Yep, that's what it was. He had bad, which makes it even awesome to know that not only did he have a purple lightsaber, but it had bad motherfucker on it.
That's amazing.
It's where he's talking about his wallet, and he's like, get my wallet out. It's the one that says bad motherfucker on it.
It's the white one, yeah. So
wow.
number 5.
And I only know that because I actually have the Mace Windu lightsaber back there.
So, okay. Number 5, The Personal Communicator by Quinjon Jin is actually a resin cast of what common household bathroom toiletry?
That's easy. It's a razor.
What? Okay.
A chick razor. No, female. A Gillette razor. Female razor. Yeah.
Okay. See, and I had never heard that before. So here's one that got me. Number 6. What famous boy band made a cameo in Star Wars: Attack of the Clones, but was ultimately edited out of the final cut?
Wasn't that Backstreet Boys?
Which is what we answered, and it was wrong.
It was NSYNC.
Correct.
Oh,
but still,
no. NSYNC talks about that. What is it? Is it This Is the End? Have you seen the movie This Is the End? Seth Rogen and all of them.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Was NSYNC in that one?
Aren't they dressed in stormtrooper outfits?
I didn't realize. I didn't connect.
Actually, you know what? Let me double check. I know. You know what? they're in heaven. They're in white suits. It's not stormtrooper outfits, but it is in sync.
So numbers 7.
They were stormtroopers, right? In sync.
I guess I've only seen that movie.
Yeah,
like,
I can't
twice, and I
remember what they
didn't
were
rate
in.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
The
Number 7.
Ewok language is actually a combination of 2 real-world languages mixed together.
Yeah, nothing. Got nothing. Just tell us.
Name one of these languages.
Pick
Name
me.
one.
Latin.
That's what we thought too.
Okay.
We figured Latin's a safe bet, and we actually answered Swahili, which was still wrong because it's Tibetan or Nepali, Nepal, Nepalian.
I'm guessing.
Yeah. So Tibetan.
Nepalese.
Yeah, exactly. Number 8. The sound effect of a TIE fighter is a combination of a car driving on wet pavement and what animal native to Africa?
Like, I have to even
You
imagine
can
what a
hear
TIE
it.
fighter sounds like.
But you can hear it in your head because you've seen Star Wars so much.
I figure like there's got to be some sort of like toucan or some sort of what some sort of parrot. Some
And
sort
see,
of African
we
parrot.
said gazelle, but it was actually elephant.
I was thinking elephant, but I was like, that's okay.
Okay, and then these now that I will say these last 2, I'll tell you here in a second. Number 9. Name the musician who created a Star Wars parody song called "The Saga Begins," based off of Don McLean's hit American.
Weird Al Yankovic.
That's weird, yeah.
Yeah, we got that one. That was one of the few. I got 5 of these throughout the round. So,
All right, and last one.
number 10. What is the only film franchise that outranks the Star Wars movie franchise based on highest grossing revenue of all time?
Marvel.
That is the correct answer. We said Harry Potter because, like, in my mind, I guess I separate Iron Man 1, 2, 3, Thor 1, 2, 3. Like, I separate them. But once he was like Marvel Cinematic Universe, I was like, okay, like, I guess all those movies grouped together do kind of,
which is like 24 now.
It's like, hey, these 9 films compared to 27.
So, but I have to. I went up and shook his hand when it was done because I honestly expected to walk through that whole trivia round, all 5 of them. I was like, oh, name that droid. Cool, I'm ready. Name is it Spaceballs or Star Wars? I'm good. Like, we got a perfect score on rounds 1, 3, 4, and 5. It was only that round that we missed 5 questions on.
Yeah, I get that.
So, but I have to give him props because as far as trivia goes, I thought that there was not going to be a question I heard tonight that I did not know. And those got me.
Fair enough.
And the kicker is he's not a Star Wars fan.
Oh wow.
Oh,
He's seen the 6 or he's seen the 9 films, but he hasn't watched Clone Wars. He hasn't watched Bad Batch. He hasn't watched Mandalorian. He hasn't watched Book of Boba Fett.
I will say I hate that in trivia more than anything. Like, at least know the trivia. I feel like I'm frustrated by stuff like that. Like, you're asking questions that you looked up. You didn't know the answer to this.
Okay, hold on. In my defense,
Real
like
quick,
this guy.
Step on out. My dog's needing to go out, and he's giving me some attitude.
We're just over the 3, so we're not long. But go ahead, DJ. What were you saying?
But yeah, like in my defense, it's a little bit different because the guy that does the trivia for you, he does it every week, right?
Every Wednesday, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm usually the alternate person who they put in if somebody needs to call out for those type of situations. So they just give me a piece of paper with a whole bunch of questions on it. So I'm like, okay, some of these questions I get is just so outrageous. You like, is that really what the answer is? Sometimes I have to look it up while telling the people the answers because like sometimes they like, no, this is what it really is. And I'm like, no, this is what it says on the paper. Oh, let me go to Google. And then 9 times out of 10, they're right. So it's like, I don't really usually I do another set of things, but I cover for the trivia. So it all depends on the situation. If they're not a person who likes the trivia in general, they're just working, then yes, you can't kind of blame them for that because they're just technically working.
Gotcha. No, I do understand, and even the guy that does the trivia at my local watering hole, I don't. There's been times he says like he'll tell us right at the beginning. He's like, you know what, I pulled these questions up online. So it's like I'm looking for one answer only. There's no negotiating with them. Here, either you got it right or you got it wrong.
Right.
So I did a quick search, and it turns out they were Jedis in
Revenge,
Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones when everybody was probably on it. Yeah.
Are we talking about In Sync?
Yes, It was In Sync. It was Attack of the Clones where they have all the 100 Jedis fighting along in the Battle of Geonosis. And Lance Bass and Justin Timberlake are the only two who don't have the cameo. The remainder are in, but their scene was cut because they were SAG-AFTRA members and they have to pay SAG rights. So it's like being union members and they hadn't paid their union dues. So
I understand. Now I understand why they got cut, because that would have been a lot of money for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
that would have been a lot of money for them.
Yeah. I mean, in retrospect, they're probably upset and wish they had paid those rights so that they could still collect those royalties. But they were young; they didn't know better.
Well, I don't think that was on them. I think that's probably was on the people who actually filmed it. After they realized what it was going to happen, they probably cut them themselves. Because people like money, so they wouldn't have took off or anything. They didn't do nothing to them. It wouldn't have ruined anything for them. So
the only thing they had signed was the confidentiality agreement, like the NDA. Yeah. So because of that, they couldn't say anything, but they got cut out of it as a result. So I don't know. We'll see with Deborah Chow's upcoming Obi-Wan series. Maybe Joey Fatone and his brother and them will be back. JC Chavez, Chris Kirkpatrick, Steve.
I refuse to watch a single trailer for Kenobi because I know I'm going to watch it. I don't want a single thing to be spoiled.
I've watched
I saw, I don't know how many people posted in Grown Up Geeks today the trailer.
Well,
it was like 7 people. It was like 7 people, and I literally was like, oh, scroll. I can't watch. So I refuse.
I will say there was very little new footage. Like, I'll always watch the first trailer, and if I see something is changing on the second trailer, I like, honestly, I kind of like to wait a day or two when they kind of have the trailers labeled. I don't like whenever you get the teaser trailer, you're never going to really understand what's happening. You'll just see images of stuff. Yeah. The official trailer will usually have some voiceover, some talking, and they'll kind of explain what you're watching. The Red Band, now if there's a Red Band trailer, I'm always going to check out the Red Band trailer just to find out what's so different in this movie that you couldn't show on a regular trailer. But usually when you get that final trailer, I am a little hesitant myself to watch final trailers because usually that's where they start to ruin stuff and reveal too much because they've gotten all this buzz, but now they have to make sure they hook you at the last minute. So they got to show you something that at this point you could have just waited to put in the show.
Yep. I agree.
But they have to make sure that they keep you on that hook.
There have been movies in the past that I have watched the official last trailer or whatever, like trailer number 2 or 3. And I then watched the movie and realized, oh, you just showed me part of the ending sequence or the big dramatic moment or the reveal. And it doesn't have the impact that it would have if it had been a total shock. And so I've adopted that stance of not watching. I watched the teaser trailer, which teaser trailers, I mean, like the Lord of the Rings teaser trailers, it's molten metal in a river, like they don't show anything.
Right.
So, and then I'll watch the official trailer, and that's it.
And it took me most of the day before I watched, and literally I watched this newest trailer about 30 minutes before I started the show, just because I figured, it's the May the 4th, it's a big deal. Everybody's, it's Star Wars Day. So how do you not watch the trailer on Star Wars Day? And I will say I was pleased. I don't feel that there was anything that was ruined. And I had read once or twice what was in the trailer. So I kind of knew that there would be nothing really ruined because I dare say spoiler alert, but we know the cast of this show.
Yeah.
We know the people that are going to be in it.
I don't.
And that's why
I have literally avoided that much of it. Like I'm not saying that I don't care about the cast, but I will say that I'm old enough now that I don't recognize most of those names.
But see, here's the funny thing. There are two names in particular that you recognize, and that is why you are even watching the show. Okay, since you're not giving me any indication that you do know, I won't spoil it. But the only thing that I saw on this trailer that was different was, I guess you might even consider that a reveal, in fairness, but it wasn't a full reveal. It was like barely a partial reveal. It was an accurate reveal.
Somebody that's not that's gone, but is back. If that's what you're talking about,
that.
Okay.
That.
And I mean, that's a good way to put it because I still have no clue. So I
kind of heard that, but I was like, I didn't know if that would be true or not. Okay, I got you.
But I will say, like, I get the fear of trailers getting too ambitious and ruining everything. Nothing in this trailer is ruined. This is not like when we had the Civil War trailer and it was like, under rules, hi everybody. That moment is now lost. Yeah. That moment is now lost.
That was actually one of my deciding factors to not watch more trailers.
And it's nothing like that. It's like if you were going to watch Falcon and Winter Soldier and you saw Falcon like hold the shield up in front of him. Like, the whole point of this is for him to become the next Captain America. So if you see him holding the shield, it's almost like a foreshadowing thing. And it's interesting, especially when you watch movies and you see like that foreshadowed moment at the beginning or at some point earlier, and then you see it come to fruition later. Those are like good payoffs. And honestly, I just feel like that's all that this trailer would have done for, I won't say a Star Wars fan, I will say for anyone who's seen all the movies.
And see, for me,
I'm not encouraging you to watch it. Let me say that also.
You don't have to worry about that. I had a friend tag me 7 times in it today, and I just laughed at it. Didn't watch the trailer. I was like, they tagged me 7 times. And I was like, ha 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 ha, and then right past that post.
Cool.
But like Strange 2, who's on the council and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I have literally just been like, scroll. I don't want to know because I know I'm going to go see it.
But see, the funny thing with that one was I have not done the latest trailers for that.
No, I haven't either.
I know what you're saying. So I haven't done the latest trailers for that. But after the first trailer, I watched like 10 video breakdowns.
Oh, the shadow of the hair on this arm means that this character's...
At that stage, it was fun because it was just speculation.
Correct.
And I do that when I sit and watch a TV show. At the beginning of the show, I'm like, he's the killer. He did it. And it's like, I try to find the clues that they're going to have in the show and see if I'm right. See if I can pick up on it. See if I can catch it. And so when you get to the end and you find out that you were right, that's rewarding. Like, yes, I got it.
Yeah,
So
is
we
anybody
both know the guest star on Criminal Order or Law and Order or whatever. Like whoever the guest star is, they're the killer. We know this now.
always.
There's a formula. Guest starring Robin Williams. He did it. Like that.
Right.
So
I love how they always try to paint that person as the victim, like we don't know. Like, I'm like on season 25 of this show, right?
right. We
Yeah,
know everybody's character, their backstories, who they're married to, their kids, and all of a sudden here comes this new person. Yeah, they did it.
Yeah.
I just really look for Ice-T's running commentary of the entire show. That's all I need. Doesn't matter what happens. I love to hear his spin on him breaking everything down to the captain. Like the captain doesn't understand normal English. He has to get it from Ice-T to actually understand. And it's so great because he's like, you have the one guy, he's like, yeah, it turns out the victim had all the bodies stored in the basement. He had a freezer down there. He liked keeping all the dead folk on ice. Like
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean now.
Right. He said, look, we got to get somebody over to that freezer. Like, bro, the first okay, I guess. So yeah, that's a good one.
Has any of y'all are y'all caught up on Moon Knight?
I have to watch tonight's episode.
Yeah, I have to watch the finale.
I worked during the day and then I got off and went straight to trivia because I knew seating was going to be bad tonight because of Star Wars. And so, yeah, it's one of those, I literally came home and then hopped on here. And so it's one of those, I'll probably try to catch it tomorrow night.
Gotcha. It's interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's interesting.
Because my wife probably won't watch to the 3 hour and 22-minute mark, I'm probably going to watch that episode tonight and then watch it again with her Friday and be shocked at whatever we see.
Dangerous game there, sir.
So here's the thing. I have to watch it, go back to the beginning, stop it so it doesn't show that it's been played, and then go to the previous episode, fast forward so that when we go to press play, it'll be queued up for the next episode. It's a lot of work.
And then act surprised as well.
Right. Like, so I just have to base it off her reaction. Like I have to look over it. If she doesn't react properly, then I know I'll be messed up. So
yeah.
Okay, you guys both watch Young Justice, so how about that? Are y'all caught up on that?
I'm on the beginning of season 4. That's one of my shows I'm working on.
I am. Yeah. Wait, I feel like I might be caught up on. Let's see. What was the last episode I watched? Last episode was Bug.
So you're one behind, and then tomorrow will be 2 behind.
And see, my problem with Young Justice is it took so long between seasons. Like I actually had to go back and watch. I watched the last 2 episodes of the season I had seen. To remind myself of what was going on. But especially with Young Justin, there's always a time jump involved or time passes.
And see, normally I would be with you and watching that show, I was like, I don't need nothing. But then they would bring something up that happened like 4 seasons ago. And you'd be like, what? And so I rewatched the whole series like maybe a couple weeks ago. I'm like, oh, that's where they got that point from. Oh, that's why they got this from. It's crazy. Like, I don't know. You said season 4? What we have, season 5 now?
No, season 4 is the Phantoms. Season 4 is Phantoms.
Oh, so there's a newer season. Okay.
The current season is season 4.
Correct me if I was wrong. If I'm wrong, there were 2 seasons that were on TV.
Yep.
I watched those.
Then they did one on that DC thing, and then they did the next one on HBO Max.
Right, but they put season 3 on HBO Max, so I watched that one. But then Doom Patrol came out and Stargirl, and so it's one of those. It's been a while since I had watched season 3. So then when I realized that season 4 was out, I was like, oh, let me go back and watch the end of season 3, so I kind of remember what's happening. Okay,
so you know how in the end was. I think it was either end of season 3 or season 2, where everybody's like celebrating in the in like this little diner, and like all the superheroes are in this diner, and then somebody's giving coffee, and then you see the Legion ring.
I remember that.
Yeah, and like what 2 seasons later, that's when they pay that Legion Ring situation off. You're like, oh,
And see, that's I mean, between production times and then not only that, but COVID delays.
yeah,
It just I don't know. Sometimes that payoff's not there. Like now with animated, it's a little bit easier because the actors don't age.
yeah,
But like Black Widow, for example, that didn't have as much emotional resonance with me because if it had come out when it was supposed to, yeah, it would have been great. But because it came out when it didn't really hit like I thought it would. So Black Widow, Shang-Chi, and Eternals all just not that they were bad. I enjoyed them. They're part of the overall MCU and all that stuff. But they didn't have that oomph to them that they would have.
When the last thing happened, you were like, okay, what's next? And you had stuff coming, but then COVID happened. It was just like, yeah, nah. Now you gotta wait.
I think the biggest challenge that I think we had with those last 3 movies, Spider-Man fit into its timeline appropriately, delayed or not. It fit exactly the way it was supposed to into its timeline.
I agree.
I am curious, and I think they made some adjustments. So Doctor Strange is going to fit into the timeline the way it's supposed to because of its connection through Spider-Man.
And WandaVision, actually. I think that having that shown as a bridge.
No, it's weird because the way it goes is like you had Endgame, and I want to say not the last one, but the second Spider-Man was supposedly happened what 5 or 6 months after Endgame,
mm-hmm.
And then you had Black Widow, which was way back when, and then you had the Eternals, which it made it seem like it's been a year or more that's been going on. Because I want to say Eternals either was after like Hawkeye and all that, supposedly in the timeline, it was supposed to be after because people had already been.
They already knew about the snap, and the snap had already they'd already come back from the snap.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with Eternals, Black Widow, and what was the other one? Shang-Chi. They don't feel connected to the MCU. It just feels like they have characters from the MCU. Because like the cameo with Wong in Shang-Chi, it feels forced. It doesn't seem cohesive as if this exists inside this. Because of course, what's the very first thing everybody said with Eternals? Well, if the Eternals do that, why didn't it help with Thanos? You know what I mean? Of course, we get it and we understand, but
I don't because
they explain it.
I thought Thanos had deviant blood.
Well, Thanos himself is a deviant, but
they killed deviants. That's what they're supposed to do. Where were they?
But he's an Eternal, though. He's an Eternal.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a little different for him.
Now they changed his origin to where, like, in the comics, I mean, Thanos is an Eternal or a Celestial or whatever, but he's evil, correct? But in the MCU,
no, he's basically an Eternal, and they kind of.
But 2 Eternals shouldn't breed. That's why he has the deviant gene, correct?
I think it's okay for 2.
Is like a deviant gene is like recessive.
Well, hold on. Let's be real about this whole movie. Where if we're thinking about the comic books and like that whole how they are in the comic books, yeah, they're like people who can breed. In this movie, they're robots. So how could they breed?
And
so that was the one thing that kind of threw everything off, but then they kind of fixed it with I think they're what they're trying to go with because they were saying Titan might have been a world that had its own Eternals, and they breed it with the human or their life forms on that planet, and that's how they got Thanos and his brother.
And I'm interested to see how they bring Star Fox in if he's his half brother because some of those post-credit scenes, like I liked seeing them, but I wonder how they tie into the bigger picture.
Right. And
Loved
again,
hearing Blade's voice and hearing about the Black Blade because I know about that from the comics. But it'll be interesting to see where they take it.
I think that's going to probably be on the TV show first.
I don't know. Well, if we get the Midnight Suns or something like that, but then you're talking about like season 2 of Moon Knight kind of thing. I've not seen, so don't speak.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say anything like that. It was
okay.
From what I heard like before. Either they're gonna show up in Blade, which I mean, come on, if you're gonna give him if you're gonna introduce him into the world, let it be his movie. Don't bring other characters in it. So I don't think they're gonna do that.
Don't book a Boba Fett it.
Yeah, I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna do a show. Maybe it's probably because I know Wolf by Midnight is supposed to be coming. They might do that. They might put them in that, and that's how we get our first real introductions to Blade. I think.
And it very well could be. Again, my biggest issue is that those 3 movies do not feel connected to what we understand to be the MCU. And because of that, even when I was watching Moon Knight, while Moon Knight was a great show, it felt like it
was something going on, Wade.
Well, it felt like a Netflix show. I enjoyed Moon Knight the same way I enjoyed Jessica Jones, Daredevil, Punisher, not the way I enjoyed WandaVision, Loki.
You know what I'm saying? Hawkeye.
Right, because those shows being directly connected and directly related feel differently because they are intertwined to the MCU.
Yeah, I was just about to say, because I think that is true because Moon Knight is the first show that has no real, like, anything, like not even in the background talking about what's been going on in the world.
Now, I actually, that's one of the few things that I picked up on is when Moon Knight takes place. The time period that this show is happening is post Endgame to me. I feel like the snap has happened. People have come back, and because there are things in the show that have tipped me off that it's post Endgame.
Oh dang, yeah, it did have some connections. I forgot about it because they talked about
and that's from like season 3 or episode 2, episode 3.
Yeah,
I'm not really.
I forgot they had like in the background when they were fighting on the street and he was hitting the bus and everything.
Right.
It was something on the bus talking about everybody being implemented back into the world and stuff. Yeah, okay, I forgot about that part.
Which made me be like, oh, okay, this is post snap. So
right.
But I mean, like, but it's so small. Like, if you're first of all, the only reason I even knew that was there is because I watched these. Oh, all the if I would have never watched that,
Easter eggs you might have
yeah, if I never watched any of that, I would have never known.
My thing is it a year?
New rock stars, and shout out to Screen Crush.
Screen Crush, yep.
Ryan Airy.
Is it a year past that? 2 years past that? 5 years past that? 10 years past? That's what. When I watched the last two Spider-Man tonight, I will go look up spoilers for season 1 after I watch the last episode.
Yeah, like seeing that the last two Spider-Man movies were literally back to back. That was all in the same time frame, and it ends Christmas. We're saying that Spider-Man ends where Hawkeye is beginning.
Correct. I picked up on that.
And that's a year out. That's a year from when everybody got snapped back. By that time, in the beginning
of already 5 years out. So
yeah.
2019, it's 2023, add a year to that, 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and I think one of the reasons heading into 2025.
And I think if COVID never really hit like it was, that would have put us when everything started to be back normal, that would have put everything right in the actual year that we're in. Because how many years went past between Endgame and the other one. The one before.
Even then, the 5 year jump would have taken place either way.
Yeah, it would have taken place either way, but it would have like now I think we're behind. No, we're ahead now to where it would have been originally.
Which also presents a minor continuity problem in that when they launch another show, how are they going to, if they get that, they can't get too far ahead without worrying about continuity, because then they're going to have to retcon stuff, which I have to give MCU props that they have not had to retcon stuff. Now, granted, like Iron Man 1,
much.
yeah, Iron Man 1, the post-credit scenes where, he's talking about assembling the Avengers, and then later on in whatever movie it was, it's actually Fury. As they solidified their vision, they retconned a little bit, but since then they have not really had to go back and be like, "Oh, this is what really happened."
Have you watched Agents of Shield?
Yes.
So that was the group of people he was talking about in the first Iron Man.
Right. So
so they did a connection. They kind of showed that it was a group behind them. They didn't mean anything until Civil War, because that's when you kind of demolished what that was going on with the whole Hydra and stuff.
And I wish they had tied Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They tied the MCU into the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like they showed what happened in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with Civil War and stuff, but they didn't really reflect that in the MCU, what was happening with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They didn't go both ways.
They did until they got to that last season. And that last season is up for grabs because you don't know what really happened. Because I can honestly see. Okay, so have you watched all of it, Sam? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
You would not be spoiling anything.
Okay, so like basically, old boy becomes the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can see that happening around that time after the end game, where Samuel Jackson is now up in space. Who's running?
Right.
It's not Coulson because of his situation. So who's running S.H.I.E.L.D.? I can see him running S.H.I.E.L.D. now. I can see all that happening, but they're not major characters, so anybody's not going to go back and let's go visit them now in the MCU. What's going on in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Not major enough for us to pull them into the movies at all. So I can see that. But before that last season, they talked about what was going on in New York right when when Thanos came. They said, "Hey, some stuff going on in New York. What's going on? Is that us? Is that what this is going on?" They was like, "No, that's something else." And then they had that whole situation that happened and threw them in the future and all that other crap.
Right.
And then they came.
It got disconnected, and I feel like Inhumans suffered for that because of what Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did. They should have tied both.
I think
Inhumans tied those two together.
Inhumans suffered for existing.
Yeah.
They were their own worst.
And I want, even though that show sucked, I want what they brought up in that show and how they did the stuff in S.H.I.E.L.D., Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I want that to exist in the MCU now, because
we're getting
ready to talk about these new mutants. You got Ms. Marvel coming out, and she's not an Inhuman. And the sad part is, it's not even because they don't want to use the word Inhumans anymore. It's because she's too much like Mr. Fantastic.
It's not even that. I mean, like, the question then becomes like, where's the Terrigen Mist and the whole AIM backstory and how that ties in?
Right.
But they fixed it. They fixed it with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because by that time, before Thanos came, the Terrigen Mist got exposed to the Earth. And so, like, it was already released. So that would explain how she got her powers in the beginning.
And if you just stick with, but see, the thing is, not enough. Well, let's see. It's one thing to have your stuff interconnected. It's another thing to have your stuff rely on the knowledge from a previous show.
Okay, I don't watch none of the. Let's say I don't watch none of the MCU TV shows, and the next Captain America comes on, and Falcon has the shield and a new suit. How did that happen?
Right, now, if you don't watch, but see, how did that happen? Did you watch all the movies?
If you watch all the movies, you wouldn't know. If I watch all the movies, I would never know.
Wait.
Are you going to really use the in-game? We say this your shield. Come on.
guys, I'm sorry. I'm loving this, but I have to get up in the morning. I will see you guys next Wednesday for sure, okay?
All right.
I've been on much longer than I needed to, and if I don't go to bed now, I'm going to be hating life tomorrow. So.
Oh, I understand. We're actually 40 minutes over.
Y'all have a good one.
Yep.
All right, man. We'll see. All right. But yes, I am going to use that as the explanation, because he literally presents it. And what do you see at the same time? he looks over, he gets confirmation from Bucky.
Bucky, yeah, he does. Yep. Yeah,
So
okay,
if I,
okay, I can give you
so
that.
if I come back and I see another, and mind you, that's the difference between the movies and the TV shows. If I come back and I see this movie
Yeah,
and this is happening, then cool. Now, for something like WandaVision, let's see, the last time we would have seen Scarlet Witch
was Endgame.
would have been Endgame. Vision is dead, and we've seen how powerful she is from the movie right there, right? She goes one-on-one with Thanos. And so, okay, we have an idea. And we could kind of take that. Now, we don't necessarily know that she is, in fact, the Scarlet Witch. If you don't watch WandaVision, you are not caught up to the point where you know about her becoming the Scarlet Witch. You don't know anything about Agatha. You don't have any of that information.
You don't know nothing about her kids.
You know nothing about her kids. So when you come, and I will say that was one thing I messed up. Somebody had actually, I don't even think it was in group, but somebody posted the WandaVision red carpet premiere, and I was scrolling past, and sure enough, there was pictures of people at the premiere, and I was like, damn.
Yeah. Right. I saw that too. I was like, oh. Well, I mean, the original trailer, does bring somebody in, but yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. And so seeing that, I was just like, damn it. Okay, so let me just scroll past that because I don't want to stare at it. But like you wouldn't have any of the information or any of the knowledge from the TV show WandaVision to know what is not, what could be. You don't have any of that. So what you're going to have to do is cover a small backstory. And I'm curious to see how this will be handled, because technically this will be the first movie that ties into one of the TV shows.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't seen anything. I've looked at one review, not a spoiler review. And this person is kind of upset because it seems like all the work that was done in WandaVision gets erased.
I mean, it's
like basically they've already
nerfed Wanda to a degree. So this whole multiverse of madness, I mean, it's the biggest issue I have just going into this particular movie is the only reason that you would actually do multiverse is for crossover or being able to bring these people here, those people there to merge. Because as a DC guy, every crisis event gets rid of an entire universe. And it brings the characters that we want from that universe into a universe that we're actively using, working on, or to make them part of the main continuity.
Got you.
There is no one in this particular case, no person. There might be people, but unless Multiverse of Madness is in some way, shape, fashion, or form setting up, getting us to the mutants, what could happen in this movie that we haven't already technically seen? Now, we haven't seen it on film. It hasn't been part of the movie. But if you watched What if you watched WandaVision, if you've watched all these different things, and hell, even if you watched the last Spider-Man, you can't really. I'm not going to say I don't have high expectations because it is a Marvel movie and they've had time to go back and fix it. But I think we are now watching a different Marvel movie than what Multiverse of Madness was supposed to be.
Okay, I was going to ask you that, so I think you're right where I need to try to put myself at after hearing that review.
And I haven't seen the review. This is just based on kind of like what we were saying earlier. You know, like the timelines have shifted on releases because we would have already had Multiverse of Madness.
Yep.
And if we got Multiverse of Madness first, before that last Spider-Man, before WandaVision.
Yeah, because WandaVision was supposed to be the last one before Moon Knight.
Right.
That was supposed to be the last TV show. Yeah.
In which case, if you think about it, just looking at the way people, I won't say interact, but if you look at the matchups, if you look at the team ups, if you look at the groups, if we had gotten Multiverse of Madness, and that opened the pathway and breached the barriers between, and then we went to Spider-Man No Way Home, those two could have remained as connected as they were. And Multiverse of Madness could have been as a result of No Way Home. So those two still, they could flip-flop, they could intermingle, they could work together. But you get from that point, and now you are moving towards this other situation. We don't see Wanda at the time. She doesn't come along until later. And maybe she comes along to help fix or rectify, you know what I'm saying? Because she is sitting over here off to herself in Westview, handling things over here. That's why, and the reason Stephen Strange doesn't show up, because this magical surge of energy is taking over a freaking town and he didn't notice it. He's slipping. He's not on his job. But the reason he wouldn't have noticed it or been on his job is because he was busy. He was dealing with multiversal things. He was over here. And when he does come along to see about her, or Wong comes through to say, hey, there's a problem and we got to go over here, boom. Now we got Agatha, Darkhold. You bring all that in. You can bring in the big guns. You can do the big reveals and have the big names, and you set up yourself for the next potential Doctor Strange. Bring in your trilogy. Bam, you're done. Mephisto confirmed.
Yeah, I wonder who. That was the one thing. So I was like, okay, we're doing the second Doctor Strange, and if it is a third one, are we actually going to get a Doctor Strange villain? That's the thing, because I don't think we're getting a Doctor Strange villain in this. I mean, if you want to count that, what is his name? I forget his freaking name. The octopus,
Shumagorath.
Which is Shumagorath. But it's not him. But yeah, but it's not him. That's the thing about it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, like Giganta or something.
Yeah, that's a real thing too, but it's not that person. They're trying to say that's Shumagorath, but they had to use that other name because Shumagorath is copyrighted somewhere or something. Weird.
I mean, again, it all comes down to licensing and usage and things like that.
Yeah.
And while that, like, we know that there's Shumagorath, but the thing is, the stage and I haven't seen the movie, so I can't say for sure, but it appears that it's almost like the time at which we see that
is in the beginning.
But it's like, if it is in the beginning, then that's a problem. Because you're taking Shumagorath and you're making it a throwaway character like that. Just no.
And that's what I was getting at, because I'm like, okay, if it's not your boy that everybody wants it to be, because we know it's going to be something else. It's probably going to be Wanda or something. If it's not him, what would the third one be? Because there's still so many more Doctor Strange villains out there. You got Nightmare. You got all these other people.
Right.
What are you going to? We're just going to have just a full phone, like 5 people coming after him so we can finish his arc or whatever. Like, I don't get it. I don't. They should at least had it where it's a villain, one of his villains in this movie.
I mean, Anti-Steven seems to be the closest we're going to get to his villain, Baron Mordo.
I think they had a whole plan with him, and they just messed it up.
Yeah.
So he's just going to be kind of what he was in the first movie, but not acting on what he said he was going to do when he left that first movie.
Well, I think it's going to be a different person in this one.
Yep.
And that's kind of the problem. And so I'm curious how that. I mean, that's been my biggest issue up to this point is just the continuity change, the timeline being altered, and it was altered real time, so they had to go back and change it in our cinematic universe. And because of that, it is like,
switching stuff around, turning everything around.
I think they've done a good job thus far adjusting and adapting. Because they're still on track with Quantumania. And since Quantumania is now releasing before something else, there was something else that was coming out.
I thought that was the last one. That's the last movie they confirmed.
No, there were two more, and Quantumania got pushed up, I believe it was. I'll have to go back and find it, but Quantumania got pushed up and the other one got pushed back. And it was just because
it was just Thor. It's just Thor. Oh, what you call it?
Love and Thunder?
No. Guardians.
Right. That one.
They did push Guardians back. Yeah, they did.
And so, like, because those are like separated stories, they don't affect the overall as much. And so, but Quantumania, giving us King the Conqueror, could easily lead up to Secret Wars or something along those lines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the time we get around to Secret Wars, like legit, by the time we get to Secret Wars, we got to have mutants. We got to have the Super Skrull. Like, think about it. In order for Secret Wars to really
play
work,
out the way,
we got to have mutants and we got to have Super Skrull. If we have Super Skrull, wait a minute. If we have Super Skrull, then what movie does that mean we have to get? We got to get the First Family. And if we don't get the First Family before we get to Secret Wars, then what's the point?
But we get Secret Wars before all that. That's the crazy part. I don't think any of the mutant stuff is happening before that.
See, and I don't.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. But
I have to go back and reread. But half of the thing was like, it's been very interesting to be a part of the MCU and not have mutants.
My thing is, what if this Secret War thing has nothing to do with the actual comic books in general? Like the whole, like, I know you could come up and make up a story that kind of fits what there was in the comic book, but I think this Secret Wars is going to go off of what's the name of the other one with the Skrulls taking over?
Secret Invasion?
Yeah, I think that's what they. Hold on, that is what's coming out. Not Secret Wars. I'm tripping. That's the TV show that's coming out. Secret Invasion.
Well, Armor Wars, I think, is the next TV show. But as far as the next arc that they're working on, I was under the impression that it was. Let's see, close that. Go here. Boom. Let's see. MCU Secrets.
Yeah, that's the one with with Samuel Jackson leading it. TV show that's coming out. It's probably not going to be the next show, but it's already in development. It's coming.
Okay.
It's Secret Invasion. Okay, I'm like. Secret Wars, okay, so yeah, if they do a Secret Wars, you're correct. They could do that. That could be a TV show, or they could make that like a movie that happens way after we get the mutants. That has to happen. I'm with you at that. That has to happen.
I mean, like, the Secret Wars would be the next Avengers level story arc. Secret Invasion could be the setup for it, just because of the people involved. And I mean,
I got you.
You got Kang. If we get our First Family, we get Kang, we get mutants. You could actually then do Secret Wars. Secret Invasion would actually work as part of the setup for getting people in place. Because that's literally what that means, invasion. So, and because we've already seen. From which Easter egg? It was the Easter egg in Spider-Man. We found out that Nick Fury ain't Nick Fury.
Yeah, he's in space.
That's right. That's how we got that. It was then confirmed when at the end of WandaVision, when they wanted Rambeau to head up. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, given that there are people of power already in place as Skrulls, or Skrulls already in place as people of power, that setup, that groundwork is there.
I think they're going to do it the opposite though, and that's going to piss me off. They're going to use the Kree as those aliens instead of the Skrulls.
They've already set the Skrull, but see, no, I don't think they're going to do that. I think
the Kree is doing the same thing, because on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. they showed that the Kree, some have sleeper cells on Earth.
See, but I think it's going to be less about it being the sleeper cells and more about it being the same thing they did with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. These people were put in place, not secretly, like they have Nick Fury fooled.
Got you.
And they gave their sob story. Oh, we were just displaced from our home. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woe is us. The Kree, they're so bad. Captain Marvel comes in. She recognizes that, oppression of any type is wrong. So she's, punchy. But that Kree Skrull war was happening long before she got there.
Mm-hmm.
The victor gets to write the history books.
That's true.
So who's to say that the Kree really were the bad guys? And, they're now playing victim. They get to Earth. We help out. You know what I'm saying? She sees some things that don't exactly look right, but that's, if you spin it this way, then it looks worse than it actually is. She goes up, punchy. The Kree fall, because she's also looking at Dr. Marvel, and Dr. Marvel she was the one willing to try to help some. That's what convinced her they might not be all that bad. Then you meet one or two who, you have a conversation with them, and it's like, all Kree are bad until you talk to a Kree, and you're like, okay, well, maybe they're not all bad. This one's okay, but this one's okay because he wants to be your friend, because he wants to get on that ship, and he wants to get to Earth to have a place to bring his people to take over. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you watch Invincible?
Yep. Yeah.
There you go.
Now, how would they come up with the Super Skrull though? That's the thing.
Given that we know Skrulls have the ability to do the shape-shifting, and we can't say for sure whether or not they can mimic powers, because we've not seen an instance where they've mimicked anyone other than humans. We also don't necessarily know how they were affected by the snap, because we haven't had any interactions with them since then, or we have not heard a conversation about that from them since that time. However, we know that the Skrulls were in place and have been a part of what's going on since the snap, because at the end of WandaVision, that officer was a Skrull. And I want confirmation that was the little girl Skrull that was hanging out with Monica.
I hope it is
a little
her
kid. That would just be a nice little Easter egg.
I got another one for you. What if that was the queen? What if the little girl became the queen?
I'd be cool with that too.
And that's how they flip.
What if she's the friend that wants to talk up? But no, because she did say he's up there. So
yeah.
Okay.
But what if that's the flip? What if she's raised by her parents, but she feels a different way about this whole human and Skrull thing, and so she has her own little thing going on in the backside. So that's what I'm thinking, how they could flip. It's so weird because, again, uncharted territory.
There is a small group that was separated, and they were the ones that were on the ship that they were trying to get back to. So yeah, that could be. I mean, all of the Skrulls that existed, well, I won't say existed, but the Skrulls that were
the nice ones were on that ship, and they left to go find the rest of them.
Right. The ones that were a part of the movie, Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
All the Skrulls involved in that, they're the ones that have stayed, hung out, and done their part, and moving forward like that. That could be a small sect of the Skrulls. The existing Skrulls, or the Skrulls who are outside of that group, could be doing something entirely different, and Yeah, you set it up that way.
They shapeshifted. There's no way they didn't go anywhere to try to take over in that aspect. You're gonna tell me you were home, your whole race was homeless, and y'all could easily just blend in with another race if you didn't want to take over?
I mean, Asgardians are just hanging out
On Earth like it ain't nothing.
They're not trying to take over. They just chilling. So I mean,
Doesn't say I get that, but remember how when we met the other Skrulls and Captain Marvel, how it's like they were on an oppressed world and the Kree was taking over, and
right.
we were just homeless people, and
yeah,
now they're
like you gotta sell it. You gotta sell it, and that's my point. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I don't think anybody's ever fought a war and not believe that their cause was just. You know what I'm saying? So it's like whatever is happening, right or wrong, from the perspective of the person you ask, their cause is right. The Skrulls are going to say, oh, they're taking over, they're killing us all off, they're this, they're that. But when you're Kree, you're like, okay, these are shapeshifters who can't be trusted because they've taken over and devoured multiple planets in the past. That's what they do. They're like locusts, and we have to exterminate them.
And the only reason we have to exterminate them is because we want to take over the whole galaxy and find out their knowledge. Because that's that whole point in the comic books, and you know, in general.
Right. And don't get me wrong, the Kree they're not necessarily the good guys, but they're not necessarily the bad guys. They're just there. It's like literally, because you were talking about galactic war and there are all these different sides. It's all about perspective, and whatever perspective you take determines who's right, who's wrong. The Kree believe that what they're doing is right. The Skrulls believe what they are doing is right, and the humans are kind of trapped in between, and they got to be able to fight off both sides if necessary. They happen to have more Kree alliances via the comics, but now we're seeing, like in the MCU, it seems like the Skrulls are the good alliance. But maybe Secret Invasion flips that script on its head, and now the Skrulls are the bad guys, and the Kree are kind of like off. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you see more about the Kree when you talk about Guardians of the Galaxy and that sort of thing, because you had Ronan and everything he was doing. So I mean, like we've seen examples of the Kree being Kree.
Oh man, that whole Agents of Shield was woo.
You see
that whole last season of Agents of Shield, well, the second to the last season of Agents of Shield with the Kree.
You see, so I mean, it is very interesting, and I am curious how the MCU has to do a better job of their interconnection, because unless there's something significant in this last episode of Moon Knight that's going to tie it into the MCU, it's a standalone and it's separate. And you know what I'm saying? It's like I've enjoyed it. It's cool. It's been a good watch, but this was Netflix Marvel, not MCU Marvel. And that is, I think, why some people have seemed a little disconnected with Moon Knight. This one didn't hit quite the same, because you still successfully took a character that not many people just know about and made him interesting and put him on screen the right way. What has to happen from here is, if we let Moon Knight be a standalone origin story, Moon Knight has to cameo in the next thing. You got to have a Black Knight series, and you have to get Moon Knight to cameo in that. Or you have to have the Blade series, and they have to interact with one another.
Yeah, I think that's what the plan was originally. I don't know. You know, it just ended, so we don't know any theories or anybody talking about what's going to happen. But as far as like it being in something else, him being in something else, I don't know.
Right. And I mean, it like I said, it's hard to say what they're going to do next, Maybe they haven't written it out that far because they had to change it. The release dates got pushed. They'd already had this much film, so they might as well complete it.
Because what on? She's Pakistani, so no, I don't see him being in her show in Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel. Yeah, Miss Marvel. Yeah, I'm tripping. No, it's Captain Marvel. No, Miss Marvel. Yeah,
Miss Marvel is the new show, but there's also the show The Marvels.
That's a movie,
right? Well, you've also got that movie, so of course there's another way to still incorporate.
Yeah, I was trying to see how they would incorporate Moon Knight. I don't see him being there, and even in the Marvels, I don't see him in that either. I mean, I don't see him in She-Hulk either.
Right, there's no reason for him to be in any of. Oh, script that. There's no reason for him to be in any of this, and that is my point.
Yeah, like I could, if they come, like something, whatever is the next thing with Blade, whether he's a voiceover cameo or he's actually, even if he's just a short cameo or something, I could see that happening there before his movie. Because I can see him showing up as a cameo. I can see Moon Knight showing up as a cameo in the Blade movie later on, like, at the end, like well, this is the team, now we got to get together. Like, let's say he did get Black Knight, because he called him at the end of Eternals, and then the Blade movie goes, it plays all the way through, and then you see the whole origins and whatever, and then at the end, Black Knight shows up and is like, yeah, we got a new person to the team, and it's Moon Knight. That would be kind of cool. But like I said, they're thinking about the Midnight Sun, so I don't know if that even would be a show or a movie. I know what Werewolf by Night, that is a show that's supposed to be in the works. So that they could show up there. I just don't know how they're going to explain vampires in this MCU, man. This is.
I mean, they're just deviants that got away. The deviants with a small gene. That way you could at least try to tie Eternals back in somehow.
Yeah, because they do. Everybody's talking about they could do a sequel. I'm like, no. Even they were talking about they don't think they're going to do a sequel. They're just going to probably put them in different places in different movies and just play it and finish their story out that way.
The only thing that came out of Eternals, in my opinion, that was pretty cool is Greek mythology. The concept that Greek mythology is based on these beings that have been around for some time lends the credibility, because even then it's still like when you talk about you go back to the first Thor movie and the doctor there is like, we've been studying this and there's been all this phenomenon and we believe that this and that, you know what I'm saying? But here you are, like, we've told stories about you, and it's like that idea of how do you have a story about Thor that's as old as it is? At what point did Thor visit Midgard?
I wonder if they show that in Love and Thunder.
And maybe it wasn't Thor that visited Midgard. Maybe it was Odin that visited Midgard. And because of that, that's how they have the information they have, because, as a younger man, Two-Eyed Odin liked to brag.
Yep. You see what he did with his wall, was ceiling.
That's what I'm saying. So like a younger man, he was, warmonger, liked to brag, and was good to go.
Yeah.
I could see that being a thing. But it's, to me, that's the connection I would like, but it is not necessarily, it doesn't have to be. And the Secret Wars movie was something that was being teased all the way back in like 2020. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that they just brought Netflix's Daredevil into MCU canon.
Yep.
And it's funny because I almost feel like they could still make Marvel, they could make Netflix Marvel still separate if they wanted to. Because now that they've basically, it's almost one of those things where you say just by showing Charlie Cox in Spider-Man, you automatically canonically make all of Marvel's, all of Netflix's Marvel content is canon now because he has interacted with every one of those people.
Yep.
Because he's interacted with Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Jessica Jones, and Misty Knight, and Nurse Claire.
Oh, Lord.
All of those people, all those characters, everything they have there, all that's going to be canon now. And it's like, if all that is canon, then of course it's like you do kind of get into a question as far as like, where were they during the snap? And we have to kind of go and investigate that, because now if they're canon, they have that same 5-year time period, because all we were getting during that series was Battle for New York, Battle for New York, Battle for New York. So all of that goes back
We had to Battle New York. We had the Hulk, the original Hulk movie. Right. What else was they? It referenced one more thing.
A hammer falling from the sky. But
and Hammer Tech, the guy who was in the second Iron Man.
Yeah, Justin Hammer.
And they did do Civil War. They did talk about Civil War a little bit. About the Accords. Not by name. Like, they didn't say, oh, the Accords, the Sokovia Accords. They didn't say that. But they talked about, like, you know, registration and stuff. At one point, I want to say that was in the Luke Cage series? It was in one of them. It was such a throwaway that, like, you wouldn't even think it mattered, because nobody was telling him he needed to sign up or anything like that. I think it was just talking about the fact that he was being experimented on when he was in jail, and they were talking about that whole situation after the fact.
Gotcha.
It was somewhere in there.
I mean, well, even then, like, they have so few references that them referencing the MCU is not the same as the MCU acknowledging Netflix. Yeah. And, you know, that back and forth with the rights, and this belonged to Netflix, and now would it belong back to Marvel, that kind of thing. It's definitely different. We start talking about Phase 4, and, you know, now that Marvel Studios has control, if Disney and Marvel Studios get full control of, you know what I'm saying, like, they have the full control of Fox, you could get into a 5-movie arc with Secret Wars. The only thing that you need to do is you have to incorporate Fantastic Four, and you have to incorporate mutants. Just because you're supposed to have some other people there, there's going to be some key characters. And if you don't have those key characters, I'm not going to say it can't work. I'm just fearful that it would not be as good.
How do you feel about them naming the movie The Mutants when they decide they want to introduce them? Because that's a name that's been floating.
I have no problem with it being The Mutants, even if because the mutants aren't just X-Men. The mutants are a Brotherhood of Evil. It's the X-Men. It's the people that were in the sewers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Morlocks.
Morlocks, thank you. It's everybody who is on Genosha. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the mutants covers the entirety of everyone with the mutant gene. And who's to say, like, honestly, this is me just thinking too big, but I'd say two birds, one stone. If it hadn't already been introduced, if they hadn't already talked about Terrigen Mist, two birds, one stone. Terrigen Mist affects the mutant gene that was unlocked after the snap. Thanos snapped them out. Hulk snapped them back. It sounds weird, but think of like their, I can't say their mental state, but like their intention.
Yeah.
You know, Thanos was just thinking about, I need them to not be here. I need them to not exist. So they just were dust. They just did not exist. They didn't go into a pocket dimension. They just didn't exist. When Banner snaps to bring everybody back, he's thinking in terms of heroics. He's thinking in terms of, you know what I'm saying? Like his psychological state was to save everyone. So when he snapped people back into existence, he snapped people back with power, with capability, with the mutant gene, with the ability to save themselves, save others, be heroes, do what he's doing. Even if it's like on a subconscious level, those are the people he brought back. And that's what unlocks the mutant gene. And the idea being that, you know, the mutants are capable of heroics. But as with anything, you can't make somebody be a hero.
Yep.
Spider-Man taught us with great power comes great responsibility.
True.
So, not everybody's going to be responsible. And there it is. I think that they still have a lot of material they can work with, and they still have a lot of opportunity to do some things. And as with everything MCU and Marvel in general, you know, they haven't failed yet. So we have to kind of like wait and see. And I don't think they are on the, I think the only problem now is that they're no longer on the Billy train. It might actually start to be a little bit like, I can truly say that like my disappointment in Eternals and personally, what everybody else was raving about it, my personal disappointment in Shang-Chi.
I like that. I ain't gonna lie, I did like it. I like Shang-Chi.
I probably will enjoy Shang-Chi as much as I plan to enjoy Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Have you seen it?
Not yet. I've tried. It's been busy.
Yeah.
And seeing it's like crazy because it's like I would probably go and see that this weekend over Doctor Strange, but I got to see Doctor Strange because it's the bigger release, and that's where the discussion is going to be.
Yeah, you might want to hurry on that everything because I think it might get pushed out this weekend.
Oh, I'm certain. I mean, like that would have been something for me to do today, but
yeah, I saw it. What's today? Wednesday. I saw it yesterday. Damn, I just thought about it. Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah,
it was interesting. It wasn't what I thought it would be.
I mean, it seems like that's going to be an updated version of like Jet Li's The One kind of thing, mixed in with a little bit of what's that show? Not Time Bandits. It might be Time Bandits.
Don't even think of it like that. Just go in fresh. Just go in fresh.
I mean, look, it's Michelle Yeoh. There's martial arts. You had me there. You had me at hello. So you think you might going to see Doctor Strange this weekend? Yeah, I would I'm going to put forth effort to try to see it at least by Sunday.
Okay, yeah, I have my ticket for tomorrow is 6:05 in Madison Yards.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll let you know. I was kind of hyped. Like I said, after that review, I'm like, damn, because I think a lot of stuff has been taken out of it.
Oh yeah. I mean, straight up, this is not the same movie when they started it.
from what I heard when they started it, the early test screenings, nobody liked it. So they had to go back, and that's where all the reshoots came from.
Now, is this nobody
This,
liked it, and there were reshoots even after the altered
yeah.
schedule?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt simply
Well,
because
no. It was after they altered the schedule. You know, when you realize that now Spider-Man's before Doctor Strange,
right.
and they did. I think they said it was like a year ago they did the test screenings, or a little longer, and said they did the test screenings and it didn't play well, so they had to like change some stuff up. So I think a lot of that Spider-Man stuff that was supposed to happen kind of changed. It was like because they still had time to even like kind of alter Spider-Man before it came out. So yeah, I mean, like I said, all the newer like what in the last 6 months, that's more the newer stuff anyway, or all these cameos and all this stuff and all that stuff. Which yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. All the cameos and all that stuff is supposed to be great, but it might not be as what we think it is. Let's say it like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I fully expect. First of all, I expect cameos to be cameos. You know what I'm saying? And seeing like 2 minutes of Nick Fury at the end of another movie is like what I expect.
Yeah.
You know, and getting Brad Pitt as Vanisher and Daredevil, that's, you know, it's still Brad Pitt as Vanisher and Daredevil. You know, it only existed for a hot second, but it existed. And that to me is all I need out of this movie. So I think this movie is to set up the character of America Chavez.
Yep.
I
forget about that. That's another series they trying to set up. The Young Avengers. How about that too?
I think America Chavez is and what we'll do is next time we'll have a discussion where I have been talking about cinema versus streaming, and I think because we live in this new world, I think I won't say cinema is dead. It is still cinema is on life support. And the doctor just came in with some great news. We've been getting a lot of brain activity. We've been getting a lot of positive readings. But there are still places you have to wear a mask to attend.
Yeah.
And there are still people who aren't comfortable in large crowds anymore. And we got very comfortable over the last 2 years sitting at home, watching good TV, watching good shows, watching good movies. And now with things like, you know, of course, that gets into the whole conversation with Netflix, but, you know, with the advent and the improvement of Disney Plus and HBO Max and Netflix and Amazon Prime, you know, they're coming out with all of this great content and it's all coming directly to us, directly in our feed on television. I can watch from the comfort of my home as many times as I want. Why was I paying this much money to go see this movie that's going to be available in 2-3 months anyway?
But what happens when all those services start to go up and it makes you seem like that's what you're doing anyway? Would you rather pay the $30 to see this Disney movie at home, or maybe $15 to go pay it in the theater and get the cinema experience?
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some movies that are still always going to be improved by the cinema experience. But have you seen the prices on 70-inch flat screens lately?
Yeah.
I'm happen to be in a fiber neighborhood. I can stream 4K to my 70-inch in my living room with my surround sound. Shout out to Legacy Technologies who can come and install your surround sound. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you have the right setup, and a theater is a waste of gas. And
as a consumer, I could get both ends.
Absolutely. Don't get me wrong, because you're not going to have a Captain America reaching for Mjolnir moment at home. I'm probably not going to jump up and, yes, I do it. I'm not going to do that at home.
Yeah.
Then
So
again,
that's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
maybe
Like I
I
said,
will, because if the scene moves me and I'm at home, ain't nobody say I pause the movie, run around the house, woo, for like 20 minutes because I'm hyped and nothing's to stop me now. And I can have that moment and I won't miss the movie and I can have my celebration. And now I got to pee and I can go get something to eat, go grab a drink, come back, sit down, watch. You know what? That was so hyped. Let me rewind that and watch that again. This is a new day and age, man. And
hey, I get that, but see, I'm looking at it from now, like you said, from both ends. You have the people who want to be in the theater, the people who don't want to be in the theater. And it's a very big divide right now because of the last 2 years. But I'm looking at Hollywood. They make more money that way. No matter how it goes, they make more money with the movie being in theaters. So they're trying to get back to
absolutely.
that. They're trying to get back.
They make more money.
Yep. And that's what they want. Now, let's we kick them out. And like the people who want to stay at home, let's we get rid of that mind thinking from them. Movie theaters will always be around. Now we might get cheaper tickets eventually, maybe, maybe.
No, I think what's going to happen ultimately, I think the only difference that's going to exist. I don't want to get too political, and
I got what you mean.
Okay,
I got you.
No, I had to double check time because it's like I do have to work tomorrow. So I've got a little bit of time. I'm not even at my bedtime yet, which is a shame. But I don't want to get too political here. But I think the first issue that we have to face or address is just the rising cost of everything, the inflation in general. That's going to have an impact on movie theaters to start, because eventually movie theaters, in order to keep their doors open, are going to have to charge even more. It's already pretty expensive, but is what it is. Secondly, I think we're going to see a rise in independent films and a rise in lower budget films. And because there is we're gonna see a regression in cinema. It's gonna go back to the days where a movie can be in the theater and it'll be in the theater for 5-6 months. We're gonna get away from, like when you look at some of the numbers that are taking weekend box offices. We had a little run in there where like your weekend box office was 200 million. Oh, that must be a bad movie.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Now we're like, such and such wins the weekend with 200 million because like ain't nobody getting out there like that. So
they like that now because of the whole COVID.
Right. No.
So they trying to get back.
And don't get me wrong. And that is my point. But it's like you're learning to celebrate those little victories like that. When we had movies, literally, because even Spider-Man, what kind of numbers what are the numbers on No Way Home? What were the final numbers? 7 and change?
No, I don't think so.
Let's see. Domestic box office. Okay. Worldwide, they did 1.8 bill. Okay. But domestic, 800 million. See, I wasn't that far off. Like the last time I looked, they were still right there. So 800 million. Spider-Man, No Way Home. Technically, say what you want to about it. Spider-Man, No Way Home that trilogy is probably the biggest financial trilogy of all of them.
Well, I mean, Spider-Man. Come on, Sony's been living off Spider-Man for years. So
Now, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's the biggest one of all. And you can get that movie right now on Amazon Prime for $5.99.
is it $5.99 now?
I'm looking at it.
Dang, yeah.
You can also go into the theater and buy a ticket for that movie.
And eventually it's going to be on Netflix, I heard. I didn't think it was going to do that. I think it has hit Netflix first and then it's going to be on Disney Plus, which is crazy, right?
I'm having such a hard time with that. And this is production budget $200 million and they made 8. So they've like more than covered everything. And when was this one released?
Last year, end of last year.
Came out, let's see, it hit video March 15th of this year.
48 is the 45 days. I'm sorry, 45 days now.
Yeah.
But they're doing that now because of the whole.
I get that, but think about it. I made it to go see this movie myself. The wife didn't make it to the theater for this one. So not only did they get box office money for me, they also got Amazon Prime money for me. Because she wanted to see it, and she wanted to see it before we went to see something else, or like we were at home, had the opportunity, whatever the reason is, boom, we paid for this. We bought this one. And she watched this one at home. And nothing, doesn't feel any differently about the movie, didn't miss anything because the movie was good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like she didn't miss anything because she watched it at home. It's still just as important to her.
Oh, yeah. The whole point of that is I need to be the first person to see this stuff. I need, what I'm saying?
I get that. No. I absolutely, because now it's a thing where like I'm at the point now where, again, please click that QR code right over there so I can do this professionally, and it would be my job to go see this movie, Doctor Strange. Like that'll be work for me. That's the kind of work I want to have to do. Oh man, guess I gotta watch another movie. Like that's what I want to do. And so when something like that does come up and I have to review 3, 4, 5 movies at a time, and I have to sit through all of these movies and write up reviews, cool. I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, there's still things like Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom. The Bob's Burgers movie, Firestarter, Top Gun.
Yeah.
All of those movies. You know what I'm saying?
I'll leave that Top Gun to you, sir.
You got to remember, I'm an elder geek. You see how this saw? Like I saw the first one, so I'm hyped. I
saw the first one too. I don't know if I was really interested in seeing the sequel.
I got brothers that were pilots and that sort of thing, so it might be a little personal for me. Maybe I just need to go through and see.
Well, no, a lot of I like the movie, yes, but I know there's a lot of people who treat stuff like Top Gun almost like Star Wars. So I get it. I'm like, it's not, to me, I'm like, it's not that serious. But some people are like, oh, Top Gun was such the greatest movie in the world. And you're like, was it? Like, yeah, you see how you look? Was it? Was it really?
Yeah, I mean, it's there are people who like, there's certainly a niche, you know what I'm saying? There's a select group of people, they carve out their way, and it's like, this is all of them, this is just for them, it's made for them, and they love it. And you have that, and it's little things like, I am shocked, I can't necessarily say appalled, but Tom Holland is going to do fine regardless of how Uncharted fares.
Yeah.
His stock isn't going to plummet. Mark Wahlberg been making movies like that. He good. He's still getting roles. You know what I'm saying? And it's like for every Uncharted Mark Wahlberg has, he has one like Father Tom or whatever? Father Stu, which that's probably going to be perfect for him. And it's going to be right up his alley. And that one's going to do super duper well. And I think he's going to kill that one because that's the type of thing that he does. That role is ideal for him. I'm curious. I would even. What is the budget for that?
Father Stu?
Yeah,
I actually do kind of want to see that. I started wanting to watch like the little smaller movies, like the Everywhere movie. I kind of wanted to go watch those because it usually don't get a lot of them in the theaters at once while the bigger movies are coming out. So like that one, the Unbearable Talent movie. I want to go see that. And then I saw the Viking movie. Well, I can't think of the name of the movie.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw that one. It was okay. It's better than I thought it was going to be.
The Northman, right?
Yeah, the Northman. Yeah, it's better than I thought it was going to be. That was pretty good. And so, like, yeah, Father Stu is probably going to be one of the next ones I go see. Well, the next movie I'm going to see is Unbearable Talent, outside of Doctor Strange.
Okay.
But yeah, I do want to see Father Stu before it leaves theaters. Does it need to be seen in theaters? Not really, but that's my thing. Is like, do I really need to go to the theater to see this? If I don't, then I'm not going to see it in the theater. But Spider-Man, Avengers, Doctor Strange, I have to see this in the theater.
And I think that leads more to my point where we're gonna regress to a time where the only thing in theater
is these big blockbusters.
Well, it'll be one or two big blockbusters, but they won't be making. It's only going to be studios like Disney who can afford to do the big blockbusters. Outside of that, the theater is going to be full of all these like low budget independent films, and we're going to get a lot of good cinema as a result.
Yeah,
we're going to get more Father Stews and Everything Everywhere All at Once because
they have to do that because
studios are going to be willing to fund this $2 million film. You know what I'm saying? Oh, 20 million? Yeah, we can do that. Boom, boom, boom. Because you can make 20 million real easy.
Yep. What's happening is like before COVID, those movies were exactly what you're saying they were. They were in the theaters. It was such a big thing of them not making money off of those movies being in theaters at the time. To where now everything kind of reset with COVID. And so, like you say, even the big box office movies are like pulling these smaller numbers in.
And they're staying in the theaters longer.
The longer to make more money. So now let's put these other movies in and see if they hang on par, which it is crazy because you watch I forget what movie it was that came out. It didn't make nothing. Like it didn't make like the first week it was nothing with it, and it was the number one, and it was low. It was, like you say, it was real low box office. And then the following week, it was like number 9, and the numbers was like abysmal. He was like, "Oh, what happened?"
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like you said, it's going to be more now because either you put your stuff on streaming or you put it in the theaters and you try to make some type of money. Either way, we're all losing money.
Yeah.
So that's what that's. I kind of agree with that. That's the thing that's happening, and it's interesting. Like a lot of people say, like I don't agree with the dying part. I don't even think it's on life support. Right now, I think the
only reason it was on life support is because people literally stopped going to theaters because there were mandates and they could not. So I'm not saying that cinema died.
Yeah.
I'm saying that movie theaters have died because the cinema experience you talk about, that's always existed. There's been midnight shows since forever. People have always stood in line. People have been standing in line for theaters since way the hell back for the first Star Wars. So don't get me wrong. It is, but it's going to go back to a point where, are we going to the theater this weekend? It's going to be an experience. It's not going to be, oh, let's go do dinner and a movie. Let's just randomly go watch a movie. No,
Yeah,
no.
it's a thing. It's a thing.
$30 a ticket. You better watch this. Stop. Don't touch me. Pay attention. Because I'm going to answer the questions. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, no, I'm not going to spend $30. Because for me, it's usually like 30 plus.
How many? What type of what theaters do you go to?
Right,
do you do a lot of Amazon? Like Amazon? Do you do AMC?
I do AMC, and I had stubs for a while, and I had the passes, and I used to be 3-4 times a week I'd be in the theater because I had the movie deals, and I was skipping the line. I was right there in the front. I get my free popcorn on Tuesdays. We had the bucket. We did the whole nine. And at that time, theaters were still making money because one, there was always there was a new movie coming out like every month, you know what I'm saying? And there was plenty to watch. And then of course you get around to the summer. And so of course they start putting kids movies in during the day and that kind of thing. And it was really cool. And there was a movie theater right down the street from me. And, it was access was there. Then it got to the point where the ticket prices started going up and the membership started going up. And then you started getting more content available on streaming services. So it was like, okay, I'm going to like watch more of this because you got Hitman's Bodyguard that was released. You know what I'm saying? Like that movie was released in theaters and it was a Netflix original. Yeah. They tried that. So then when Hitman's Bodyguard 2 came out, they can do direct because now you know what I'm saying? And so it's like that interchangeability and stuff like that. That same day release option, you know what I'm saying? And then of course, as a result of the pandemic, because the movie Tenet, right. Everybody's got mixed feelings on Tenet. Was Tenet a good movie?
I'm one of the few people that was still going to the theater when all that stuff was happening. So like I literally went to the theater up until I could not go to the theater no more. Well, not until I could not go to the theater, until there was nothing being released, and then they closed the theater. And then once they started back, I was there. So I'm like, but let me ask a question. Like, okay, this weekend, let's say you go Saturday to let's say at AMC. How much money would you spend?
Depending on my showtime, I'm expecting very easily for that movie to be $30 for two people, me and the wife.
So you and the wife will go, so it's about $30, right? And then maybe another 30, probably another 40 for food, right? If you eat there.
If I go to a theater where food is an option,
or even just the basic stuff, popcorn and drinks or whatever.
Oh, I'm not spending $30 on popcorn and drink.
So when you spend money at a movie theater, you're the one that go to the ones that they serve actual food. Okay, I give you that. So that's probably like $60 right there, right? Okay. So what if I told you that the $60 you spend is all you would spend, maybe on top of maybe $10 or $15 more, maybe. Actually, it'd probably be less than that. Maybe additional $5 a month.
Monthly.
Yeah. Like right now, okay, so I don't have the stubs. I have the A-list. It's $22. Right. It's $22 a month. I could go to any AMC theater I want to. I could see any showing, any screen. So IMAX, whatever, for free. 3 times a week. 3 movies a week.
Right.
For free.
Now, well, here's why I am stubs and not A-list. I was Stubbs Premiere, where it was like, I think $12.
Yeah,
it was like $12 monthly or something like that, and it would give me, like I get.
They give you the points and all that stuff. Yeah,
right. I would get my double points.
You still get all that. You still get all that with A-list.
I get that, but it's also a timing thing now because different work schedule, different employment and whatnot. So it's like I literally had to kind of drop down because I don't have the time to be at the theater like I used to. Now, I mean, hell, at one point I used to work at the mall And I would go to the I would don't let me open that day. Get off, hit a movie.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
You know what I'm
That's what he
saying?
used to tell me. Y'all used to do that all the time.
All the time, bro. All the time. And so it was like I was literally at the point where I was watching everything that came out in the theater just because I could, and it was available. And you know what I'm saying? Like as they continued to drop these big movies, and you know, we had we had 3 big Star Wars movies. We had God knows how many big MCU movies. We had all these big DC movies. And now that geek film has like really taken over, everyone, you know, like you had so many of those movies hit that Billy that everybody kind of saw that and they started, I won't say backing away from that, but unless you were coming in investing the money to make that kind of movie, people were slowing down on that production level. And so I really do believe that we're going to find ourselves at a point very soon where the production is going to match the release, and we will have big movies in the theaters for longer periods of time. They'll still come home in 45 days, but they'll do like Spider-Man where it's still in the theater. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, why not keep it in the theater? Ain't nothing else playing.
Yep.
So but once upon a time, they actually had movies in the theaters for like, you could probably.
It was about 6 months. You're right. It was about 6 months before you got it released.
Even before that, in the 70s and 80s, man, that movie might be in the theater for a whole year. Because on top of that, it took so long for production to get it to VHS.
Yeah.
So if you were going to see that movie, you were going to see it in the theater. So they can keep movies in the theater for a very long time. And now, I mean, I remember when we thought a movie coming in 6 months was fast.
That was like 45 days.
45 days.
45 days.
And the funny part is, like, 45 days is still the wait. I literally feel like if I don't see the movie, I've kind of conditioned myself mentally, psychologically, that if I don't see the movie in the first week of release, I have not adequately supported that film.
Oh.
Like I have not properly supported that film. And I clearly was not really interested in seeing that movie.
Yeah.
So that's why I say like this Doctor Strange, we'll probably check that out Sunday.
Yeah.
It won't be hard for me to get to that Sunday. And Everything Everywhere All at Once, I want to see that in theaters, but I am almost certain that will be like June. I'll have it. I mean, like it'll be available by June.
Hold on. It might be available now.
True. No. Let me say this. It is, but that's one I would want to see in theaters.
Oh yeah.
I am that guy also now. I could have been watched Spider-Man.
See, no. I cannot do them bootlegs at all. I'm bougie now because we done got those bootlegs where certain movies come on streaming first, and then the bootlegs get the actual DVD copy. So I'm with that. If I can't see, if I'm streaming something, like if I'm bootlegging something, and it's the guy walking across the camera, I would have to find a way to go watch it in the theater or find a DVD copy.
No. I get that. Like I am very much about the DVD quality, and that's what I say. Like even with something like this one is, I know it's going to be like you could probably find it just about anywhere. You know what I'm saying? And I think if I were to really look, it's probably some digital copies now, because, and the reason I say that is because a lot more stuff gets leaked.
Yeah.
Because because they are only taking 45 days to have it available digital. That means somewhere that service is out. And this only came out in March. And the Studio A24, I'm not gonna say they don't have good security, but you know what I'm saying? Like Studio A24, they got some interesting movies. Like if you go down
Bruh,
their
I just seen
roster,
X. I just seen X a couple weeks ago. Yeah, yeah.
but no, I mean like they've got stuff like Ex Machina is A24.
Ex Machina
Uh,
was pretty good.
Uncut Gems was
I haven't seen that one.
A24.
Wasn't the one with the dude from Atlanta in there? One of them. The one about when the guys sound like white people. The phone. What's the
Thank
name of
you
that?
for no, not
For
thank you.
yeah. Thank you for something. It's something. What is the name of that movie?
I don't think
I
that
think it
one.
is.
I don't think that's A24 though.
It's not A24. Thank you for calling.
It's not thank you for calling. Is it thanks for your consideration?
Sorry to bother you.
That okay,
No,
sorry.
no. It's thank you for calling. Hold on. No, that's something else. Hold on.
Lakeith Stanfield.
Yeah.
If you look him up, you'll find it. Because he's got oh man. So this is one I need my people's on. Linda would have already had this found for us.
Right. Oh my God, it was right there. What the heck? Come on.
I get it. No, sorry to bother you.
Sorry to bother you. Yeah. Is that them?
I don't think Sorry to Bother You is A24. Sorry to Bother You is let's see. We can click on that real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry to Bother You. Directed by, produced by.
No, it's Universal. Focus.
Yeah, United Artists Corporation. Mirror released. Focus Features.
Yeah.
Universal Pictures. Yep. But yeah, that A24, they've got a matter of fact, since I am here, let me pull.
It was X. It was something.
Midsummer. Okay, here we go. I've got a list right here.
Was it Lamb? I think one. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard about it. Lamb.
Okay.
Or Goat. What?
Their highest grossing was Uncut Gems, 2019. But they have Uncut Gems, Lady Bird, Hereditary, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Moonlight, that's a big one, Ex Machina, Midsummer, The Witch, The Disaster Artist, The Farewell, The Green Knight, Spring Breakers, remember that one?
Yep.
Room, It Comes at Night, Eighth Grade, X, Lighthouse Lobster, Amy, While We're Young, The Spectacular Now, Mid-90s, The Bling Room, A Most Violent Year, The Florida Project. That is wow. Couple others that people may not know. Tusk.
Yeah, I've heard about it, but I didn't get a chance to watch it. Hereditary was good though.
Yeah, Hereditary has come up a couple of times in a few conversations we've had here. The geeks have talked. We've covered Hereditary a few times.
I swear I thought it was that. No, that's. I thought. Hold on, what am I thinking about with the goat? And apparently it was. I thought that was A24 too. I don't know. Because everybody's talking about these weird movies. They always come up with some weird movies. Is it Goat or Lamb? I think it might be Lamb.
Now you might be thinking of
Lamb. It's Lamb. It's Lamb. But it's not. I don't think it's A21 either. And apparently that's such a weird film. And I heard people talk about it. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I want to watch it. But they they lumped it with the A24 movies because the A24 movies always have weird twists and it's just they're weird altogether.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that could probably fall into like a Bloomhouse,
Yeah.
especially if it's anytime it's like horror. The first thing that comes to mind is Bloomhouse. But I would probably check this out just because it's got Noomi Rapace.
Oh, yeah. It's weird. I'm just letting you know. From what I hear, it's weird. So that's why I was thinking about watching it too. It was something else that was in theaters around the same time they was talking about. I was like, what? Okay, let me look at because it wasn't mid. I think they was talking about Midsummer. I think that was one of them.
I could easily see Midsummer being one of the reasons. Yeah. Huh.
I told you. See, you looking at it now. I told you, weird.
No, here's the funny thing. I am just reading the plot.
Weird.
I'm not even looking at a trailer. I'm just reading the plot. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this is. Oh, I think I downloaded the wrong Sweet Tooth. Wait a minute.
Mm-mm.
That is exactly. Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Lamb is A24.
It is A24. Okay, see, I wasn't tripping. Because that's how that one dude compared it, and it was talking about how if you watch that, you need to watch X, and that's what made me go see X, which was what the hell. That was supposed to be Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but not Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the same time.
Right.
But Rubber was a good one too, but it was an A24. That was one of those weirdo out the place movies. Have you seen it? You still haven't seen it yet, have you?
Rubber? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that would be one of your why did I watch it thing, but it might be.
I think that one was rated too high, which is why we decided we wouldn't use it for that. This is. Let me see.
I tell you, the Human Centipede need to be in there. Human Centipede 1 and 2. I regret ever watching any of that.
Yeah, I mean that's. I don't know. I kind of feel like by the time Human Centipede, I very seriously doubt that you could have been watching that and been like unaware. So if that was a bad movie and you didn't like it, I feel like you knew what you were setting. You knew what you were getting into when you went to see it.
I wouldn't say it was okay. I didn't think it would be a bad movie. I knew it was gonna be some weird stuff, but right. I didn't think it would be a bad movie. Yeah, but it was bad. It was yeah, that was something. That spy movie that just came out too, the all-female spy movie. The 340 something or
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Really? Don't do it to yourself, man. That was made in the 90s and they decided to release it now. Dead ass.
Like, was it written in the 90s and they just
I think so, man. I think the way if you watch the movie, you're like, why?
You know what? That one comes up under Magnet. That's another company that is that's another distribution company that's a little interesting. And then
another one that I feel a lot of people are, because they say it's such a good movie, but I still feel that it was a Pixar movie. It's the Pixar movie, The Red. I really feel like that movie was written in the 90s.
Turning Red?
Yeah, Turning Red. I really feel like that movie was written in the 90s. It was a good movie, don't get me wrong, but I think that could have came out around the time Up and all that stuff came out. Like even probably before then, like the way it's supposed to be back. It was supposed to happen back in the 90s or like early 2000s, supposedly. Like the way like things are happening in the movie, but I think that was just one of those Pixar movies that decided to just go ahead and make it and see what happens because COVID and stuff.
No, I would honestly say that this I won't say the cinematic community, but the animation community, it's expanding in a sense. And when you see everybody wants to have an Encanto or Toy Story or
Yeah.
Moana. And for every Inside Out, you have a Big Hero 6.
Gotcha.
So it's like you never really know what's going to just be a hit until it is. You could not. On the one hand, I feel like the big thing that sold Encanto, the story's okay. I don't really think We Don't Talk About Bruno is that great of a song.
It's not. It's not.
You know, I think the other song, Pressure, is a better song in comparison. But what if 5-year-olds find to be a little easier to sing?
We don't talk about Bruno.
What chorus can they do? You know what I'm saying? And when you think back to like all of the really, really big, every like major animated movie that's like really been on top had a song that you couldn't get around.
Really? I can't say every, but it's it's clearly abundant. It's clearly abundant that it is a lot. Most of those movies do have a song.
Name an animated movie that you say is truly, truly on top,
but not for the song.
Didn't have a song. No. And let me be clear that I'm not saying that the movies are on top because of the song. I'm saying that they are on top and they have a song. But
okay.
In comparison, if it does not have a song, it ain't on top.
It won't be on top. Got you. So no, it's like it's not because of the song. Okay. I'm with you on that because I was about to say Toy Story, but you have a friend, me. Yeah. But any of the other Toy Stories, what?
You Got a Friend in Me. It's the theme music.
Yeah. 2 and 3 and 4, no. But yeah, I get what you mean. Let me think.
Look, when it comes on, even if you don't hear the lyrics, dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
it's still like it is the theme music to it, and it's because of the first one, You Got a Friend in Me, is like stuck in our heads. Past that, I'm like sitting here trying to think of another song that anybody would sing, but by then you're in love with the characters and you're still singing You've Got a Friend.
Moana.
You're welcome.
Nobody likes that song like that.
Kids love that song.
Kids DJ. Nobody like that song. Frozen. I had Frozen, Let It Go, and We Don't Talk About Bruno. Out of those last few years, those are the only 2 songs they play, other than Baby Shark.
Oh.
Yeah, but we can't count that. It's not part of nothing. But those are the only 2 songs from movies.
No, and
But you're right. You're right. You're Welcome does fit well with the actual movie, but
that's from Moana.
Yeah,
that's that one.
I forget the name of it, but it's like I said, as a kid DJ, that's not the one. Like I'm at proms for seniors,
right,
playing We Don't Talk About Bruno. And then a few years ago, Let It Go was that same song too. Well, actually, at proms back then, it wasn't Let It Go because a lot of people was tired of that song when they got older. So
Right.
it was Want to Build a Snowman. They wanted to be funny about it with their friends. But yeah, it's I look at it like because I'm pulled in so different ways. I do bar mitzvahs, I do weddings, I do sweet 16s, I do like everything, black people, white people, like all that. And so like I hear like where if I played if I went to Stevenson High and did their prom and I played We Don't Talk About Bruno, they're gonna look at me like, what am I doing? But I could go
Right.
to Wheeler High and play that, and all those kids will dance and sing to it
Hmm.
for a prom. So it's a jump. That's why I'm like, when it's a song now, I would give did Let It Go chop the charts when it came out? I know
I'm
it was a
sure it
popular
did.
song.
I'm
I
sure
know it
it
was a
did.
popular song because
There's no way it didn't.
now We Don't Talk About Bruno. They was like I'm looking at music I need to download for like what's popular like on Billboard, and that was like number one for a while. I was like, wow, oh okay, so, that's kind of weird. But I would give you if you had to choose a song from Moana, it would be You're Welcome. That's the more catchy one.
Right. I mean, it's easy to remember. It's got the distinctive character's voice in it. Um, and
Coco,
again,
there you go. I got that's one for you. Coco.
name us hell, the entire movie of Coco was the music. You know what I'm saying? Like because all right, that's kind of a in a sense a tricky one, but because you were talking about musicians, all of the songs in Coco technically qualify, but what's the song that little kid?
There's that one song by his grandmother and stuff. He sings throughout the whole movie.
I was about to say, let me find the soundtrack real quick. I'll tell you which song it is.
Not gonna lie, it makes me cry because of my situation. But yeah,
Is that one Remember Me?
yeah, Remember Me, yeah.
See, yeah, I'm thinking like, what's the one the little kid like?
And the one song you was talking about with Moana, that's the one I like out of other than You're Welcome. But when You're Welcome is the more catchy one. It is.
I
you
mean,
ain't lying. You ain't lying.
but it's one of those things where realistically it is. I'm not going to say scientifically proven, but there's a very very specific formula. There's a strategy behind it. You know what I'm saying? And of course, it even ties into like with when they try to get around to marketing and they're trying to make money on it and this, that, and the other. Like they want to tie it into toys and this and that. So they have to like do this association and they have to make sure that this character, that you remember this person and this, that, you know what I'm saying? Because like when you go to sell the toys, ain't nobody buying the Bruno toy.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? They're not buying the Bruno toy, but they remember that song. And that makes them think of that movie. And the song Family Madrigal is probably
That was the best introduction to the family of most of those movies.
yeah, I mean it's a fantastic song, but like I said, that whoa, like that the one where the strong sister is singing and she's I think it's called Pressure, like that's the best song. That is the best song, in my opinion, my humble opinion. That is the best song in that movie. And I don't know, like We Don't Talk About Bruno was like, well, part of me wants to say that maybe I just got burned out on it because they overplayed it really quick, really fast. Even the guy Lin-Manuel, you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, that was not the song we thought was going to be the hit. And watch an interview with him, and he's like, that was not the one. And it's like, if you don't, See, and I just can't imagine what that feeling must be like. If I'm a musician, if I'm an artist, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make this album. I've got 10 tracks on the album, and you know what? Number 3 is gonna be my single because that song is fire. That's the one that everybody's gonna remember. That's the one everybody gonna know. But everybody loved track 7. So the song I thought was gonna be fire is not the one that's fire.
No.
Oh man. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's like, am I not in touch with my audience? Or did I just make like a sleeper hit? Do they still like track 3, but 7 was just that fire? You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm trying to reclaim the magic, thinking I did something because my album sells well, but it turns out my album sold well because everybody likes track 7.
Track 7,
track
yeah.
7 blew up. I go make a whole nother album based on track 3, thinking that was my jam. That was the first single that went out, blah, 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 blah. And that ain't even the one.
Not even the one. Not at all.
And so oftentimes, you know, and I think that's why a lot of artists have sophomore slumps for that very reason. I think that's why a lot of movie sequels, the second one does well, the third one does not. Because technically, if you think about it, for most movies, you release a movie. You know what you want to put out there. You cut it, you edit it, you make the movie. Boom, you release it. You have time to like really figure out what people responded to in the movie. Whereas with an album, there's a track list. And to get that track, I have to buy the album. Now, if I don't make those available as individuals,
yeah.
I can see if I do that which single sold the most. Somebody like if I was Doja Cat, she needs to be looking at which singles people is gobbling up. But it's like Kiss Me More is probably one of the bigger ones, especially more recently. But there's the one what's the one in the video where she has on the white outfit?
Come on now. It's like three videos where she has the white outfit on. You talking about
you know the white outfit I'm talking about though.
Why you messing with me right now?
Cause you the DJ.
I know. The white, isn't that woman? No. You're right.
Do what? Which one?
You're right.
You're right. I felt like it was like Kiss. No, because okay, so Kiss Me More is, I'm trying to think, like there's a video where it's like her and another person. Oh, now you're gonna make me look up Doja.
Like that. Gucci Man, like that. That's what you're talking about.
That's the one I'm talking about. So I just figured you would remember that when I say the one in the white.
Yeah, like that. It's a hit or miss. It's one of those ones you don't know where to place it when I'm as a DJ. You wouldn't know where to place it because you could be like, oh, I'm at a urban club. I could probably throw that in there because Gucci Man. But then people like, oh, that's Doja Cat. They won't really bop to it. Like like that, you will bop to that. That's right. A bop. But like, I mean, not like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. The other way. The other one that you were talking about,
I mean, like honestly, if you take like I would say the last
Kiss Me More is a bop. I could play that anywhere.
Yeah.
That's the one. I could play that anywhere. Where I don't know, depending on the crowd is where I could get away with that other one. And but with like that, like because I don't know, it's something about it that if you don't have the right crowd, they're not gonna jam to it.
Okay, so let me find the track list for Planet Her, because I feel like Planet Her is the one that has all the.
Yeah, you have Woman, you have Need to Know. You have You're Right, that's one of the hits too. And Kiss Me More and Get Into It. And Get Into It is one too that a lot of people like.
Need to Know. Okay, if you just did a comparison side by side, Need to Know and Kiss Me More.
And Kiss Me More. Okay, out of those two, Kiss Me More would be the better one.
You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
let me tell you something. That song Need to Know is such a good song.
It's a bop too.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, now I understand why people play the other one more, if you will. You know what I'm saying? But because and honestly, Get Into It is actually really good. But
yeah. But
I'm
guess what?
I'm wondering if the video has more to do with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of those times where because you've got SZA in it, and that's the one where they've got the big huge woman and the astronaut. And
which one you talking about? Kiss Me More?
Yeah.
But that's also if I'm not mistaken, that was on Trolls, wasn't it?
Was that on the soundtrack there?
On the new Trolls, yeah. Let's see. Let me make sure.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at all. But I'm just thinking, in terms of that video, that was a very futuristic and funky video and whatnot. And okay, Doja's Doja, so she's gonna be an interesting person. But like I said, SZA, that song as a whole was a really good song. And then of course the whole the themes that were in place, he's eating the fruit, the whole sex, it's, for lack of a better phrase, a sexy ass video. And everybody can kind of get behind the themes that are in the video, and it's dope. But just the song, Need to Know.
I know what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about that just Timberlake and SZA.
Okay, yeah. But just the song, Need to Know, when I don't know, when I kind of hear them side by side, or if I play one after the other,
yeah,
I could skip Kiss Me More in favor of Need to Know.
And you know why though, right? You know why that's the more popular one than the other one?
Why is that?
Because it's more marketable. The song itself. Yes. It's not much cursing. I mean, she does talk about sex a little bit, but it's for the better part of saying anything, it's clean.
Okay.
I could play that in any event, like I was saying earlier, but I can't play the other one. Unless I'm in
you
a
have to get the
event,
edited version.
Yeah. unless I'm in an event where the parents don't care if it's cursing or anything. Even if I do play the edited version, if I'm not mistaken, let me make sure.
Whoa. Yeah. No. It Need to Know is 100% a very heavily sexual song.
And so that's the thing is if I'm DJing for okay, I like Saturdays, I'm gonna do a bar mitzvah, that's 13. I could play a clean version of that, but some parents are gonna be like, especially if it's a bat mitzvah for the girls, the parents are gonna be like, "What? Why are you playing this? Why are you playing? I can't even play it even if it's clean." So those are some songs I kind of stay away from. And some kids ask me for those songs, but I kind of stay away from just in case a parent might have an issue, or if I'm at a school, the teachers might have an issue.
I absolutely get that,
and that's usually what it is. But man, I'm like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. Okay, so I look at billboards to get some of my songs, right? I'm so out of the loop, so that's where I go. Okay. Even when I get that music, I'm still behind the loop.
If you're not playing the mixtapes, if you're not on,
bro, have you ever heard "Right Foot Creep" by Young Right Foot Creep by Young NBA or whatever.
NBA YoungBoy.
Yeah, NBA Youngboy. Yeah.
I got a
Right.
20. I got a 21-year-old in the house, so I'm like asking for young gravy. You got any young gravy? Like, I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Right Foot Creep. At these bar mitzvahs, these kids want me to play that. I'm like, it's not on a chart or nothing. I'm like, what is that? As soon as I play it, they start dancing. I'm like, okay. Well, whatever you like, I got it. It's crazy. You feel listen to it, ain't you? You feel listen.
What are you talking about? What? Yeah. Okay. Young boy never broke. Young boy never broke again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, yeah. Young boy NBA.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me take the mute off. I got it muted right now because of the background noise. I mean, everything he puts out kind of sounds
The same.
I don't mean to sound negative. I don't want to sound like an old head.
We here. We already there.
I mean, like he's got a couple of them that I know, so I wouldn't be able. I won't say I know, but he's got a couple of them I heard. In which case, I wouldn't necessarily know that that's him.
Yeah.
To be like, oh yeah, that's the one I wanted to hear.
Yeah,
it's just like whichever one gets radio play from him, that's the one I'm familiar.
I don't think any of them get radio. Oh, hold on, let me not say that. It's some stuff he has that get radio play, but
he may be featured on something else. But it's like just the way he sounds. I recognize his sound. Let's see what's on the Billboard. And you gonna have me like up here all night. You know what we'll do? We will do a special. What time is good for you? Because we will like if you don't have anything planned next Wednesday, I'll see like you, me, and Jeff. We'll do a special music episode.
That's cool. I can have Wednesday free whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna hit Jeff up, see what he's doing next week, see if we can get him back on for a special music episode. Because we got, like I'm an audio geek. Now, a lot of the stuff I listen to is like way different. And actually, it's kind of funny because I had my Spotify up earlier. Were you on then?
Yeah.
Spotify? Okay, yeah. So you might have like been trying to like sneak peek and see what I had.
I was gonna actually add me, but I was like, I don't know. I might not like. I mean, they might not like the stuff I be looking at because all these. Because I use my Spotify for my gig, so like weddings, I would make a playlist for a wedding, so that way, it's a way to make stuff easier for me because of I
get it.
Where I DJ, sometimes I'm in the middle of nowhere in a barn with no Wi-Fi anywhere, so I have to download all that before I leave.
Download a playlist. You got it. Know it's there.
Or like I said, or when these bar mitzvahs and these kids come up with these random songs, and it has to be clean, so I have to go to YouTube and type it in clean version. Let me tell you. Okay, so that Young Boy song, right? White kids love it. I play it in the black crowd. Black kids look at me like, "What is that? What is this you playing?" We don't even know what it is. White kids, it's their jam. I don't get it. I did a party one time. Here's something for us. So we already know because I got high, right?
You're right.
By Afro Man. You ever heard of the song Coke 45? Or is it in Coke 45 or by him, Afro Man and oh Lord. See, now you got me.
Okay. Afro Man.
Coke 45, yeah. That's the name of it. Okay. Us as black people from back in the day, we only know of because I got high. I mean, have you ever heard any other Afro Man music that you know that you like?
Oh, he got I know he got a bunch of albums out.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you personally.
No, personally, that is the only song I know. And the funny thing is, I know that from Clerks.
So I'm at this 15-year-old birthday party, and they asked me to play this Colt 45 song. If you hear this song, you like, why would they want to listen to this? First of all, how do they even know what it is?
Although I will say it is crazy when I look through on Spotify, the plays on that song are crazy. 10 million plays for Colt 45.
I like, it's a while. I've heard of it when we were younger, but never really paid attention to it. But then when I started DJing and stuff, and like lately, like in the last 2-3 years, kids have been asking me to play that song, and I was like, what? And then you have shows like Euphoria, where they listen to all this old school rap and the like prom, and I'm like, come on now, these kids is not like, they might listen to some old stuff when they're at home and they're just chilling, trying to find new music. But at a party at their house, ain't nobody's playing old school Tupac or Biggie at a 16, or I even give you at a 20-year-old party. If they had older people there, yes.
See, and the funny thing is, I don't know. I would probably. I have to watch more Euphoria. That's on my backlog. But from what I understand about the show, no, them kids might be listening to some Tupac and Biggie. Because them is all some super grown ass kids to start with. But I mean, and I'm talking like house party kid and play full force MDs. How are we convincing me these boys is in high school? Euphoria characters.
Yeah, so, you're right.
In that regard, like, yeah, I can kind of see how they probably would actually be sitting at home, listen to that. But also, and this is what I would probably get from my daughter, it's going to have a lot to do with the vibe.
Yeah, that
because see, here's the thing: as a DJ, you're here to get people moving. When I'm at home having a party, we might have a moment where we dancing, but I want music playing continuously.
Yeah.
So we will just let, we'll just let Biggie play. We'll just let Tupac play. But when you want to dance, I will put on that song. Not the same. Whereas when the DJ is there, every song is a song that is being played. It's not so much. Well, it's not the same as just letting it ride.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you don't go to like pick an artist radio and let it run. Well, I got premium, so it's all good. No commercials. They're fine. Just let
something play and then just go off of it. Yeah, I'm with this. It's just so crazy when you look at stuff like it. Like, are you caught up with Ozark? Are you even watch that?
I watched season 1.
Okay, so it
was like, oh my god, it was actually a challenging watch for me, to be honest. Yeah, I struggled with that. I struggled with Breaking Bad.
Yeah, the bigger picture. The bigger picture is what you gotta be ready for. It's just the bigger picture. If it's moving too slow, then yeah, you could probably just, if you feel like it's moving too slow, you would fall right out of it.
Like, see, I started having issue by the time, like, think all the way back. Let's see, the very first time the sister took the money.
Yeah.
Right around there, I was like,
what's the point of all this?
Okay, we could do this. We're gonna finish this episode. And I got through that episode, and I want to say, like, I ended up, I made it through that season, but I was not pressed to see the second or the third or what. Are they up to season 5 now?
It's the fourth now. That's
Fourth?
it.
Okay.
They finished it. It's they had a scene with that same. Well, you talking about Ruth, the hillbilly girl who stole the money out the wall, right?
Right.
So they had a scene where she was going through something and she was driving, and apparently her and her cousin was talking about.
Hey,
her and her cousin was talking about. They were talking about which one is the better album, about Nas and somebody else, and I'm just thinking to myself like, why would these kids in 2022, who's fresh out of high school, be talking about Nas? He's not. For
because
us, if you're a person who's a rap head, yes. But they didn't seem like that. Like, did she seem like she was a rap head when you met her in that show?
oh, not at all.
Right.
Not at
So
all.
it came. First of all, that was already something that came out of the blue,
But
and
see
that's
that,
season 4.
but that would be the purpose of doing something like that. One is to try to add some depth to this character that may not have it, by showing that there's, you would look at them and assume they don't know anything about Nas, or be able to give you a top 5 and it be a valid top 5. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But by doing that, of course, you do kind of write the character up a little better like that. The biggest problem with that is that you do that in season 4?
Yeah, they did that in season 4, in the middle of season 4 at that, where now that's established that they like, apparently her and her cousin like rap music, and they had discussions about it. And to the point to where now almost every time you see her in this second half of this 4th season, when she's driving, that's her soundtrack when she's driving. Like, it's some rap something. And it's not new, it's old. It's like early 90s rap. And so I'm like, and I think from what people were saying, and just like my interpretation of just looking at it, I think they did that because they wanted to have the lyrics kind of work with what's going on screen.
Okay, I can see that.
It just like it puts me out of the thing, because I'm just like, these kids don't listen to that music like that enough to where I could be a kid who listens to, I like music because my dad, let's say my dad is a person who's into old school hip hop. So whether I'm white or black, I'm into old school hip hop. 9 times out of 10 in this day, 9 times out of 10 in this day and age, me, just because I like that hip hop, the main stuff that my friends that I'm around, they won't like that, or they not into that, so it won't get thrown around normally. You gotta get what I'm saying? Yeah, like if you came to my house and, like you said, and I had my Spotify going on just playing music, then yes, you're right. My type of music will get played, and that's the type of music I like to hear. I get that. But if I'm going to a party,
right,
and they either have a DJ, or if they have somebody, that particular person might not be a friend, but they listen to music. They might be listening to the new rap.
Yeah.
Or they might be listening to, EDM music or something. That's more viable than listening to old school rap, because I just don't see it. I don't see it now. Like,
so here's one of my favorite playlists. I'm gonna bring this up on the screen, and I will let you connect, because now they have blend.
Mm-hmm.
And so far I've only blended with one of my sons. I used to have a actually I still have the plus they did, where these like 2 people would come together and join. But let me go to first my library and take a peek. Okay, everything is good there. So share screen, and we're going to bring up my boom. So here we go. This is my Spotify, and these are all the different playlists that I've cultivated, and this is my library here to the left. We got a little bit of everything. The mix is ridiculous. I mean, I got Steven Universe complete soundtrack. You know what I'm saying? And then I have alternative hip hop. That one just I'll let you like put that together there. Here is, let's see, where is Chill Hop? This was on repeat. This was like, well, hell, you can see this song was added just a day ago. Like, so just about all of that. Oh, look at that. Fourth one down. Kiss Me More. And then what? After Last Night, Silk Sonic. Let's see, top 10. Let's see, that's top of 2018. There we go. So this playlist right here, Chill Hop, this is 4 hours of music. This is one of my favorite playlists. You see, like a majority of these songs are hearted. So it's like, this is one of my favorite playlists. And we've got Tyler the Creator, Brockhampton, Frank Ocean, NERD, Childish Gambino, Cosmo Pike, Jalen Tyree, more Cosmo Pike, No Name. What do we got? NX Worries with Anderson Paak featuring Knowledge. Chance the Rapper. Ari Lennox.
What is that, Pressure?
Ari Lennox? No,
Yeah.
Ari Lennox actually, look, Ari Lennox, that song is actually GOAT.
Oh no, I was just being funny because that's the only thing I hear people ask for all the time when it comes to her. It's Pressure. Play Pressure.
Gotta have some variety, you know, gotta know some stuff. We've got The Internet featuring Janelle Monáe, Gabby. I know Janelle Monáe's on here. Funky DL, Amine.
Okay.
Let's see. Of course, we got some Outkast, Kate Trinata, Mick Jenkins, John Wayne.
Wow.
That's a deep cut right there, right? Let's see. Cersei's with Mick Jenkins. The Internet special, the song "Special Affair" by the Internet. That's just. Let's see. Robo Hands. Lakey inspired. Odyssey. G-Eazy. J. Cole, Chloe X. Halle, Rihanna.
Oh Lord.
Do what?
I know. I was saying, "Oh Lord," to your girls.
Oh, yeah. But in fairness, I don't know if you can see that right there. That's Celeste that added that song to this playlist. That Rihanna, and it shows right up here, added by Celeste. Added that to this playlist. But she's only added like 3 songs, and you know what? I'm not gonna act like I ain't like the song, so they stayed on there.
Yeah.
And so this is one of my favorite playlists, and it is such a unique playlist. It kind of jumps around there, and it has kind of a theme. As you can see, it's called Chill Hop, so it's got a theme. Everything is kind of like mellow hip hop and has a nice little groove to it. Now, the pros of rhyming. This stuff here, it's a little older, but these are like some lyrics. We got Danger Doom, Rod Digger, Dougie Fresh, Q-Tip, Murs, John Wayne again. What? Fort Minor, Tupac, Rhyme Fest, Roger Vaughn, Dead Prez, Odd Future, Mount Kimball, Big Daddy Kane, Rhyme Fest, Kanye West, Busta Rhymes, D12, Method Man, another Most Def, uh, Matt Villain, and Quasimodo.
So you got that nice little setup right there with that one.
Got Comment on here. MF Doom, Pete Rock, CL Smooth, Geruda Damager, Bamboo. Like and it's not to sit here and just be like I'm just like such a music guy that you know what I'm saying, but it's like I do know the difference between like lyricists and rappers, artists and performers, you know, and it kind of shows. And then of course what's really funny is like you go and you look at like the stuff I Shazam. Everything that's on here just be stuff that gets Shazammed. It automatically creates a playlist based on what I Shazam.
Oh, nice.
And this is kind of cool because you'll see, I find sometimes that I'll Shazam something a couple of times and don't realize that I've Shazammed it like 2 or 3 times.
And it's in there like 2 or 3 times.
Right. Because it's like I like it and I say to myself, like, oh, I need to Shazam that. But I never add it to another playlist. But it's Shazammed. And seeing what's really cool is it does it by date as well. So here's a bunch of stuff in 2017, bunch of stuff 2018, 2019. But there's Elastic by Joey Perp. What's Up Danger? From Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. What do we have? Jaheim. Appreciation Day.
Man, you should jam that. You should have known that.
No, again, added that to put on the playlist, but it's funny because I added it twice. She's a Winner. Drip Too Hard, Lil Baby. See, like Bad Guy. Billie Eilish, because it's one of those things like I'm probably not gonna go and get the whole Billie Eilish album,
right?
But I can grab that song, and I like that song. And of course, once I get it, like here we go, we got Panic at the Disco, High Hopes. I mean, I've knew what it was. Last of the Real Ones, Fall Out Boy, Drew Barrymore by SZA. Yeah, it's pretty funny what gets Shazammed. And a lot of times it'd be stuff like I've heard it a couple of times and I like it and I want it. Let's see. The last thing I Shazammed was Pure Imagination by Kathleen, which is the Willy Wonka song, but this is a new version of it.
What is it from a movie or did somebody just make it?
I think it was just a cover.
Somebody randomly did a cover?
Yeah, but it's a really good version of that cover because I like the tempo of that one.
Oh, you said Imagination.
Pure Imagination by Kathleen. Broadway for Orlando did a cover of What the World Needs Now.
All right, so you just gave me stuff I could use for pre-ceremony music.
Oh, well then check out What the World Needs. Check out Broadway for Orlando.
Broadway for Orlando.
This is a We Are the World equivalent. You can see here on the screen.
Okay.
And got a couple of different versions of that song. What the World Needs Now. That's a good one.
Yeah. And hell, man, people be coming up with some stuff, bro. That's all. I have to get ready for this bar mitzvah on Saturday, right?
Uh-huh.
And the kid wants to come out to a Beastie Boys song. That's how I had to introduce him into his bar mitzvah.
Which song is he doing? Intergalactic?
Yeah, no, it's not Intergalactic. It's what's the other one? Let me pull it up. I saw it earlier and I was like, what?
Paul Revere?
Nah. That's too deep, man. Too deep. Even the fight for the right to party.
Kid should have came out to Intergalactic. That would have been hard.
Right. The parents wants to come out to It Takes Two by Broad Base, and then his sister wants to come out to Girls Just Want to Have Fun. And I'm like, it's gonna be interesting.
Okay, I can. No, the parents should have done just the two of us. And
Man, it'd be so crazy, man. Some of this stuff, you'd be like, why would they want that? Why would they want this?
Okay, no, I'm with it though. Let me see. So that's that one. But there's also like, I do a lot of lo-fi. Because it's helpful, like when I'm at work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
One, not having any lyrics, and I can just go with it. Let's see, my hip hop mix. This one is constantly being added to. That's got some Run the Jewels, but I have like all the Run the Jewels albums by itself. Let me just throw that out there. Big fan. This one only 50 songs, 3 hours, so it doesn't get as much time played. But Reggie Snow, Run the Jewels, Nas, Gangstar, Tyler the Creator. We got J. Cole, MF Doom, Mac Miller, Kendrick Lamar, Kanye, Common, Danny Brown. Again, I love this song, 40 Winks by John Wayne. It's a dope song. Mad Villain, Mad Lib, MF Doom, all caps, Mad Villainy. Bruh, that is like, oof. That's just so hard. That song is so hard. Tribe Called Quest, Benny the Butcher.
Yeah, see, I ain't had mine as long as you, so you got me. Most of this stuff is like other people's playlists, or me setting up stuff for weddings, or just shows in general.
Okay,
now that I'm sitting here looking at it.
So here are 74 songs, 4 hours and 49 minutes. I want you to look at this playlist.
What?
This playlist is so good.
The Way I Am, True. No, Torn.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Chasing Pavements, Adele, Lake Street Drive, Alanis Morissette, Gwen Stefani, Pink, Nelly Furtado, The Cranberries, The Cardigans, Sheryl Crow, Meredith Brooks, Sixpence None the Richer, Jewel, Joan Osborne, Paula Cole, Melissa Etheridge, Michelle Branch.
That's my chick.
Elise Trow. Do you know this song? Elise Trow. Do you know this artist?
You know, the sad part is I might have heard her. Elise Trow. Let me see.
Go pull her up right now. Lock her in. Let's see, we got all the good stuff here. Florence and the Machine, Regina Spektor, Lady Gaga, Amy Winehouse. A couple of Amy Winehouse. Haim, Tuvlo, Birdie, Megan Trainor, Selena Gomez. I'm not even going to front. Love You Like a Love Song.
Somebody wanted me to play that a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I didn't know how to mix it in because I'm so behind. Because that was something I would have done like in the early 2000s. Well, you know, when it came out, that would have been how I mix it in. Now the stuff I wouldn't have been able to mix it in like that.
Let's see. There was a song I added to this album the other day. So I added Gail, A, B, C, D, E, F, U.
Bruh, somebody played that at the one DJ I was working for. I was MC at that party, and he played that, and I was like, "Why are you playing this? It's a good song. Don't get me wrong, it's a good song, but these are little kids, and they're not gonna care what they say." And sure enough, they was like A B C, and then instead of saying F, they were like straight up. They was hard, like straight up loud too. I was like,
Wow.
and he had a fake karaoke going, so it was like the YouTube karaoke on the screens, and they could see the word. I was like, oh, dude, don't do that.
This is another one, Super Lonely
But Super Lonely is a good one. I like that song.
by Benny. I did not know about her until this, and I was like, yo, I'm liking this.
That's a good song.
And so
See, most of that music I heard from the playlist. Let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. When I want to just have some music playing in the back, kind of like what you're saying, or like I just want to be like, oh, I'm happy. Let me just play some music. So like it was either in a chill mix that they have, or it's either what's the other one that I usually look at when I go to search. So it's either chill music or like
I get a lot of stuff in my daily mixes. And see, there's my chill mix.
Oh, chill mix or mood. That's usually with the mood, and it'd be like mood booster, and those like be. There's a lot of music in there that's new or even old. I'm like, oh, I've never heard of this. Then I have fun with it.
Yeah. See, like, so here's where they have me. These are my top mixes. I've got a happy mix, and these are cultivated playlists, not my playlist.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that they recommend for me. Now, these are top mixes. Now, these daily mixes, I use those. Specifically, I go to it. I use those. And Monday is daily mix 1. Tuesday is daily mix 2. And literally I try to keep it consistent like that. Works out great. So
I'm
here,
I'm looking at these top hits, and no.
Right. Staying right in there. Now, since today is Cinco de Mayo, of course, it's going to be like a whole Cinco de Mayo playlist that's available. And because I have lo-fi, sleep, chill, and study, there's lo-fi beats, lo-fi Tokyo. I've got one of these is like samurai lo-fi over here. But yeah, there's one of my favorites right there. That's a whole playlist. 10 hours and 38 minutes, 251 songs.
Wow.
It covers so much.
Hold on. How many songs?
251 songs.
And you said 2 hours? Yeah.
No. 10 hours.
10 hours. Okay. That's what threw me off. When you said 200 something songs, it's like 2 hours. I know that ain't right.
I mean, now don't get me wrong. There's some lo-fi songs in here. They'd be like 1 minute and 48 seconds. They're like 2-minute songs, 3-minute songs. So I mean, there's a lot of them on here. There's some. Well, I'm gonna say a lot, but there are many on here that are pretty short. So it's.
So you do that when you just go to your home, and that's all the stuff that come up like. Okay,
like,
I got.
What'll happen is I can literally, because the house is automated, so I'm trying to get it completely automated. So I walk in, I ask Google to play some different music, and I would normally give them a playlist or a theme that I am trying to listen to, and a lot of times it is lo-fi, chill hop, something along those lines. So I can say shuffle the chill hop, and it'll pick one of the various chill hop playlists that I have, and it'll just play that one. So I never know exactly which one it's going to play. Sometimes when I'm at work, I just go through, and I know this one is a long one. This one, 681 songs, 27 hours. That is my entire workday. I can get to work, press play, and not hear the same song twice.
I know some guys look at me weird when I say that. When I DJ, I'm like, look, I don't want to play the same song. I don't want to play one song twice at all, no matter where I go, whatever situation I'm in. When I'm DJing, like everything you hear is once and once only, unless the kids or the people like, oh, can you just play this one more time? Which most of the time is usually a line dance.
Right. And something like that.
Can you play Wobble again? Like, I just played it like 10 minutes ago. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but more people in here and they're ready to dance now. No, I totally get that.
Yeah.
And seeing like this one, Japanese lo-fi. 166 songs, 7 hours. My jazz hop, 309 songs, 12 hours. What else we got?
Yeah. Plus, I'm not like you. You say you trying to get your whole house. I finally just put some lights in my room to do that.
No, I can like a lot of my stuff around here is automated, and I've got the light in this room, the TV, the thermostat, the light upstairs, light in the living room, and I'm about to change out the lights in the kitchen so that they're smart lights. But I'm also going to change those so that not only are they smart lights, but I can control the color of those lights.
Yeah, that's what these are. I don't know. Can I? I can't control them. I don't know if I can control it with telling her to do it yet. I don't think I set that up yet. You use Google. I use the Echo.
Okay.
That's that. If I say her name, she'll start listening. I ain't trying to have that right now.
Oh no, I understand. But I just made the mistake of looking down at my watch, realizing what time it is.
Yeah, I did too. I did too.
And so what we're gonna do is we will jump back in here and we will do this another day. And Wednesday sounds like a good day. I'm gonna talk with the next person and let them know, like, hey, come hang out, and we're gonna do a whole audio special. And we will. Oh no, that's the right one. There we go. We'll do a whole audio special, and because Jeff is a big music person, and I know he makes a lot of cuts and playlists and that sort of thing, so he can be here with us. I would try to like close this out all special and big and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But it's like at this point, man, we just literally hanging out. But that's what these shows are about, and that's what I love about it. And hopefully, those of you who are listening at home, if somebody I swear to God, y'all make this show longer and longer every week.
Yeah, because it was like 4 hours for the first time last week. Now it's 6 hours. Woo.
Right. And I'm like, y'all got to stop doing this to me. And so the show starts at 9. Okay. It starts at 9. Stop coming on here at midnight. Because I will talk. I will talk to y'all. But no, it is greatly appreciated. And you know, it's good to have people who are interested in having these conversations, because as you can see, I have a lot of things that I can talk about and so much to discuss. And hopefully my grown A geeks can enjoy this, and it'd be fantastic for them to, you know, like I'm gonna start figuring out how to get these to go directly to our podcast so that it is loaded up on Anchor FM, and you can find, oh, that's the one thing I don't think I did share, but we're actually on Spotify, and I can show you my playlist of the Grown A Geek stuff. But since it's getting late, we won't do that. But we'll talk about that next week here on Weigh In Wednesdays. I have been your host, Sam. We had our special guest tonight. He hung out with us second time in a row, DJ Fat Snacks. And we are going to